learning about the Kabbalah. So the Kabbalah is one of the most ancient texts in Hebrew. We are Hebrew Israelites. When you look at the Bible and the way it was constructed, like the people wasn't.
Bro, these bitch ass niggas won't even bring me on stage, bruh. They won't even bring me on stage in there. They having the same conversation. They having the same exact conversation. And look, pop in the room real quick. Keith, look, watch this shit. But they having the same exact convo.
Bring Mac in here too.
Invite him in here. I'm trying to get Aaron. I'm trying to get Aaron, the one that started all of this shit, to come in here. Hold up.
Aaron got back up. He started this today. No, he started it last night. You was there, Deja. Unless Aaron got back up, he's not gonna come here. He can't stand on his own belief by himself. He need other people there to. Yes. I thought we had settled this conversation.
Right.
No, but no. Aaron, hold on. Last night, Aaron had he got scholars first, whatever the hell that he was. So they brought that up.
Oh, I see. What was his argument that y'all didn't agree with?
He was just trying to prove that Christianity, because basically it was the Bible isn't a history book. Nothing in the Bible actually happened in actual history. He started kind of compare that Jesus was an actual person or whatever. And it was Jesus might have been an actual person, but he's not the person that they made him seem to be in the Bible. He kept bringing up this person named Pontius Pilate, who I guess was something in relation to Jesus. And he was like, that's proof that Jesus was real or some shit.
I think he documented. I think that was the man that might have documented. I think he was a historian or something, but I'm not completely sure.
But then it was it don't make no sense because Pontius Pilate was born after Jesus. How does that prove that? It was a bunch of bullshit. Basically, they just
so to dispute everything he said, everything in the Bible, the Quran, the Talmud, the Torah, the Sumerian tablet.
Hey Maya. Hey, hold up, Bree. Hey Maya.
Yeah.
Hey, come in the other room real quick, Mo. See they add you on stage. See they add you on stage. Come with me in the other room real quick, Mo. That's what I be talking about when I be going on their bitch ass.
You gotta ping me in there. I don't see their room on my thing.
I'm about to ping you in there.
All right.
Yeah, so when people I understand black people who are Baptist or who are Christian, they have a certain type of, connection with their religion. I'm supposed to about my religion. But the book of Enoch is actually removed from the Bible. If y'all notice, Ethiopia was by any of the British or any of the white or anything. That's the original place of where all of those stories happen. So the Ethiopian full Bible, the actual Christian Bible, which is bugged out. When you think about it, people who are black or Nubian, I like to say most times when I remember.
Them niggas some hoes. Hey, Adeja, come in the other room and get them bring you on stage right quick.
They fucking weird as shit.
Adeja.
Huh?
Come in the other room and get them to bring me on stage right quick. As soon as you get on stage, say why y'all niggas ducking? But come with me to the other room.
What happened?
Come with me to the other room.
Ping her to the room.
Yeah, come to the room. And when you get on stage, say why y'all ducking and ignoring Scammy. But that's the first word I want you to say. But come on. I'm gonna pick you in there.
For
the squad.
It's only annoying. It makes me mad that they won't even want to have that type of conversation where it could be all calm and peaceful and everybody. That's an echo chamber.
Let me see what that is.
It's just everybody kind of agreeing with everything that everybody fucking says.
Whose room are y'all talking about?
No, but see, that's what I mean. I don't think they understand what they're talking about.
Well, shit, we need to go to their room then.
Nah, because they won't even bring me on stage. That's what I'm saying. That's what Scammy just tried to get me to sit there and bring me on stage. They won't bring me or him on stage. They don't want fucking chaos. They fucking weird.
I don't be going to rooms where I'm not wanted. I think y'all should just stay over here. Because if they don't be fucking embarrassing me. See me get on stage, stop playing. I don't like that.
The Christian rooms, they don't be wanting to get challenged. Because I be going in there sometimes and I be challenging them. They'd be like, oh, that's not the topic right now.
Oh, what's the challenge, Erica? What? Tell me something that you challenged them with that they said they just totally beat.
I've literally for the past 30 minutes, I've been trying to find the exact verse that she was talking about, because basically, if you recognize it, please pick up on it. But basically, she was talking about the verse where I don't even know if it was the Old or New Testament, but it was explaining how the tribes, basically the Bible was validating slavery for the rest of eternity because of one sin that the tribes made. So basically us had made.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right.
Correct. But listen, let me tell you the point. Let me tell you the point. It was over in 2019. So our shit is up. They time is up.
No, yeah, but that was not. That wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Bro, I swear to God, bro, they come here, I'm gonna lean on all they bitch ass. Why should I do watch, bro? I swear to God, these act like straight bitches, bro.
But Bree, the point I was trying to make in that chat was because she was validating it, and I was trying to point out, like, why do you think this is okay? Like, you don't think that this was maybe added in or anything like that for control, like purposely for control, and she just couldn't see the point.
Okay, so, let me answer your question real quick. Let me answer your question real quick from another perspective, Erica. So when you think about like the slaves that were in America, the people who came through the transatlantic slave trade or whatever, the story that we heard was that some African people sold them, and that, you know, the white people came and bartered with the African people and they sold the slaves, and then they came and they stole some people. Actually, when you go back into ancient times, the way that it was is if you was a prisoner of war, or if you had been seen to do something that was against the republic or against the empire, you became a slave and you were sold into slavery. So most of the people who came here, the first people that came to America
Where he at?
as slaves to white people.
Scammy, look, don't ask me to do none of your. Don't ask me to do that no more.
Ever. All y'all some bitches. All y'all some bitches, and y'all suck dick all day, bruh.
Bro.
You on the app sucking dick.
Going so hard.
Yes, I don't like that. I don't like that weird ass shit. Y'all see me at the bottom. First of all, nigga, you the one that wanted to do this. I didn't even give a fuck. We already got on your ass last night.
Bro.
Hold up, no, nigga, bro, shit. Cause y'all already wanted to do this shit last night.
Why you yelling, bro? You already drinking?
Y'all niggas wanted to do this shit last night, bro. When niggas was in there talking, y'all decided to do this shit, nigga. I ain't want to sit here and argue with y'all illiterate ass Christians, bro. Y'all do this shit. Y'all in there calling and rubbing each other coochies and shit together, sucking ass and shit. Like, shut the fuck up. What's wrong with y'all, bro? And then listen, y'all in there having the same conversation we had here.
All right, Scammy, calm down, Scammy. I just want to hear. No.
I ain't been drunk, nigga. Fuck up.
I just want to hear the perspective that you have, because I'm a little bit more, you know, I want to come with facts and information to argue. Like, I don't want to argue. I just want to hear what made everybody else so mad.
Nah, it wasn't even that. It ain't even that deep for real. I mean, I ain't in here to prove nothing to nobody, to be honest. We was having a simple.
But you made it that way. You say he's gonna get scholars and all of this shit.
Scammy, bro. Shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, man.
No, nigga, light skinned niggas can't tell me shit the fuck, because none of y'all light skinned niggas beat me in a fight.
I thought, all right, Scammy, listen. I got you, Scammy. I got you. I got you. I'm good. I can handle Aaron. Aaron, I really want to hear your perspective on Christianity, so I can be
challenged on his belief.
Listen, I'm good with that. I am not everybody else.
Don't tell me
what I'm good at.
No,
this is what I'm good at.
Okay, I get that, but I'm just trying to make it known to you like we were talking last night, and then we were just in another group. And the fact
I know, bro, but
I know, but y'all brought him in the room for a reason. Y'all brought him in the room.
Hold on. You're saying that you don't want to be challenged on your beliefs. And the prime thing that she's trying to do is challenge you on your beliefs. So don't say that you don't want to be challenged on your beliefs when it's with Scammy, but when it's with somebody else.
Bro, you're talking out for
because they scared of me.
He didn't say that.
They scared of me.
Well, hey, I don't think Aaron came in the group to like get, you know, jumped on it everything. And y'all,
but he the one that made it.
I did not make it.
All right, so give me the opportunity. Give me the opportunity to hear what he got to say, so that I can have a moment of discourse with him. I don't think that I need to yell. I wasn't there yesterday, so I don't have the trauma that y'all had from the
conversation. But Bree, my trauma didn't come from yesterday.
Y'all wanted him to come in the room.
My trauma. Hold up, Bree. Let me explain something.
Y'all wanted him to come in the room, so I thought that y'all wanted him to.
Nah, listen. My trauma didn't come from yesterday. My trauma came from today when I literally went in the group and I waved my hand 50,000 times to get on just sitting in there.
Did I have a mod in there?
I'm not talking about you, Aaron. Shut the fuck up. But you know that you're talking about. Because you know for a fact that we only scheduled this because you said you wanted to do this, bro. But that's where it came from. But go ahead, bro.
I said.
All right, he here now. Aaron, you here. Hey, y'all, just give me a textbook version. Just give me a textbook version and 3 sentences of what you're feeling right now in regards to Christianity and its influence.
Thing is, this is how the conversation went yesterday. And we were talking, it got heated, and I was like, well, let me try to get some of my Christian scholars that I'm cool with to come into the room and discuss this tomorrow.
To validate what point, Aaron? To validate what specific point did you need?
The basic synopsis of yesterday's discussion was just the proof of Jesus' existence, and that was simply it. It got down a rabbit hole about just different topics, but the basic topic of the conversation was proving the physical evidence that Jesus exists. And that was it.
Okay. So you were saying that you don't believe that it is a real story. You believe that it's
No. I simply said that there's physical evidence that Jesus exists, and I pointed out a few options and a few articles that they can read, and it just got blown out of proportion. Like, we went down 3 other different topics. 5 other people came with different type of topics and stuff, and it just got a little chaotic. And after that, when we all came to like a civil discourse, when everybody was calm, me and Scammy was like, all right, well, tomorrow I'm gonna try to get my boys to come in, and we talked about it this morning. Scammy was like, are you still down? I was like, yeah, I'm trying to get my boy, but he ain't really accept the invite because he's not even on the app yet. So I was like, well, I'm gonna try to get him on. And we weren't even supposed to do this early. I think it was supposed to be like 8 o'clock or some shit like that. But,
okay. So, I mean, based on what you just said, I don't think nothing you said was wrong. Like what I was just trying to explain to everybody else is the lineage of the Bible. Those stories are all the same stories in different religions. In the Quran, it's the same story. Yeshua, Jesus, Obatala, and Yoruba, Ifa, Lukumi, most West African traditions. Those stories are all based on, remember what happened before that. It was Egypt. It was Kemetic. When you go look at the archaeological, hieroglyphic on the walls and all of those things, you start to associate different stories with each other. So beyond religion, beyond one secular religion, Nubian people have to understand that story is true. It is a real story. It is a real story. It's just depicted in different ways. In certain religions, the watered down version of Christianity today doesn't tell you about the Book of Enoch. You know, the Book of Enoch was removed from the Bible because the white Christians, they thought that it would give people too much hope of something that is beyond themselves. So they don't want people to know about giants being in the Bible, Nephilims or Elohim. They don't want you to know that these things happened as well. And when you go back and look at the lineage of history, we have a lot of giant bones and giant bodies being, not bodies, but kind of like mummified bodies that have been excavated that prove that giants actually existed at one point in time too. So the New Testament of Christianity, the King James Bible, that Bible kind of cuts most Christians off at the knees, especially Black or Nubian Christians who don't understand that there was the Book of Enoch that was actually removed from the Bible. And when you go back to the Torah, argument is because I think that what he said was right.
Yeah, so go ahead. So physical evidence that Jesus existed.
I didn't say I saw no physical evidence that Jesus existed. I said
you
that
just said
when
you agree with what he was saying.
I said that when you look at things that were in the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, I know that there are legitimate facts that giants were found all over the world. I studied that part. Now, the specific documentaries or specific things that he saw that showed physical evidence of Jesus, of Yeshua, of Obatala, I have not seen that. But for me to read the Book of Enoch, I asked my pops the other day, and he came to my crib, I said, yo, what is the Bible is the stories in the Bible are real. They came from ancient Kemetic. These are Egyptian stories that have been translated and quantified and multiplied and turned into, the Quran, the Torah, as well as the Bible. I do. Christianity is shaped in Black America, that's a different conversation. The way Christianity fuels Black America to no avail with no type of reprise, that's a different conversation. But the book itself, not that specific King James version, but the stories in those books are real. I need people to know.
When you say real, do you mean literal, or are you saying that like what do you mean when you say real?
When I say real, Scammy, I mean like the shit is real. Like the shit look, even back to the Giants, that's not even a biblical. That's a scientific theory that came from actual the oxygen levels. They used to be here on Earth. Okay, but listen, hold up. I said the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch.
Okay, the book of Enoch. Okay, we can go to the book of Enoch.
It talks about
but when you say things like those stories were real, they were never real stories. They were concepts. It's not a literal thing that happened.
Oh, Scammy. Nah, son. Nigga, hold up, Scammy. My nigga Scammy, I was just with you until you said that. Hold up, no. Scammy.
They're not literal things that happen.
That don't make sense, because if you saying, damn, bro, you are Bree, if you sitting up there saying that these stories is created, are these stories that really happen? It's conversation.
They never happened, bro. They were concepts that were stolen from Africa.
Yeah, it's telephone.
They're based on the Sumerian, but you said they're based over Africa. That's what I said. I said the Holy Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, and the Orisha. Those are all the same stories. I told you I'm studying to become.
But that's what they are. They are stories. They're not literal things that happen.
The African stories of creation, the indigenous stories of creation are real stories of creation.
Yeah, the Mayans. Hold on, but the way that those stories are narrated are not of actual events. But so they're like a synopsis. It's called a concept. It's like a drawn on a picture board. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like when your parents tell you the story about the birds and the bees. It's not an actual thing. It's a
mythology. Mythology is the way to tell a myth.
That's why I would have to disagree with you. Everything else you're saying about the Book of Enoch and all of this, I mean, I don't know. But
let me say this,
the depths of
this. Mythology means like we told story form before writing, right? So the stories that were wrote down later were actual myths on how they describe forces in nature. You feel what I'm saying? Energies, like we'll describe Bluetooth or Wi-Fi right now, data or cable. They had stories or concepts to actually go behind it to describe what the energy did. So it's the same with the Orishas and all of these different deities. They all line up, just different aspects.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was saying, Bree. It's not about violence.
We got to get away from the slave weapon stuff, because the thing about slave weapon stuff is if you look up Constantine and some of these other people that really pushed Christianity, all of that was before slavery ever came about. So I don't understand why we always want to use it.
That's not true at all.
But yes, it is true.
That's not true.
All of that stuff was way before slavery, man.
I'm talking way before slavery. It was
before African American slavery.
It was AD 329 AD.
But that's not the slavery he was referring to.
Okay, but it doesn't matter what slavery you're referring to. It still was made for slavery. It's still a tool that they use to enslave people. It's not a real actual thing. So when I talk to Christians, they always come into this story about Sodom and Gomorrah. Can anybody find me any archaeological evidence that Sodom and Gomorrah ever existed?
I mean, Scammy, we would really have to do that work.
No, you can Google it.
Do that work.
You can literally
I'm going to tell you this.
I'm
going to tell you this about that.
Well, you depend on the goddamn Bible. What are you talking about?
That's all they was talking about.
Like, come on, bro. Don't say you're going to depend on Google, nigga. When you depend on the Bible about stories that were written about people 300 to 400 years after they ever existed.
I just got a question, all right? So, do y'all know where
was Moses buried at? The original writer of the Torah? Or the Torah? No, tell us. I'm asking the question.
No one knows.
Bro,
it says in the Torah that no one knows.
Because he wasn't real. Moses is a story stolen from a concept in Africa from a guy named Gilgamesh.
It wasn't real. It just means
This is how if he was real, there would be evidence that he existed. Look, for me, that's a good question. Because if you prove Moses never existed,
random facts
the
out.
Bible isn't real.
Y'all keep throwing
Okay, I have a question for Scammy. So Scammy, you don't think that there's no most high, there's no higher power, there's nothing?
I didn't say that. I did not say that. But I don't need the Bible to tell me that. Oh yeah. I don't listen. I believe that I am most high. I believe that the energy that I create, it creates everything. And that comes from within me. That's what I believe. The reason
that there's a God, period, no matter what you call him, you believe that you are God.
Why do you call God a hell?
That's deep, Scam.
Because
the most high, Allah Sumare, God, Allah, that is a male being. Now, when you go into Mother Earth and creation, that's a female. Like
which
we
are more
create
ancient.
life. Yes,
Those are
yes,
more.
as Nubians, we are all God.
But those are
We
more
are
ancient
all
stories,
made in
though.
God's image.
See,
We're
now
all
you talking
God.
about the African part.
What the most high? Like you said, they're making them like the most high. The Rastas them the most high. There is somebody. You don't believe that there's nobody above you.
That's the European concept. We are one with the Most High. The consciousness is everywhere.
For me, everything points to Jesus Christ. So to say
You were taught that, though.
Or however you want to listen, that the Bible is not real, to me, never exists.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm smart. Hey, listen, we finally got smart people. That he ever existed. You showed me. Go find it.
Have you seen Martin Luther King?
Wait, I have a question.
Have you seen
evidence that he existed? I can go to Martin Luther King's burial.
Let me ask you a question. Because they added 1,000 years to the calendar. 1,000 years to the calendar, and we know
time is a construct. Time is a construct.
A man-made.
You don't know what year it is.
Time is a construct.
Exactly. And
God is too.
So is God. God is. You know about God because you heard these things from another person.
You don't have to yell at me, Scammy. You don't have to yell at me. I'm not Aaron.
Now I'm yelling because I disagree. Wow.
No, I'm saying you don't gotta you can just talk to me regular. Like I'm not.
That's how I talk. That's how I talk.
I'm not here to disagree. I'm not here to disagree with anybody.
Word up. I know that's how you passionate.
Can I say something?
Time is a concept of the universe. You got to think about it. If
Right.
you watch it, it's a movie. It's called Duke Descendant. Y'all seen that shit? And then the lady was like, the most precious thing in this universe is I care about on Earth. Like we don't give a fuck about that shit. We care about. So the concept of 1,000 years, our time would be one day in time of the Most High, in the time of the universe, and the time of the space and the realms and shit.
The Most High is above time, though. He's outside of time.
Like I said before, in 329 AD, Constantine changed the concept of what people thought that angels were. He made them pretty. He made them have the wings and look nice and stuff. Before that, they looked fucking grotesque. The Old Testament, they weren't attractive. So when you go into what people think that spirits are, now we go into extraterrestrials. Follow with me. Come under the blanket. Let's go. Listen, me under the blanket now. Extraterrestrials. Now, there was a study, many studies, many documentaries done on the correlation between what people thought was an angel or what people were Space Force. In 2016, when Donald Trump became president, whatever messages he got, whatever notes he got, he decided that we needed was something called the Space Force. Now, we have spaceships and all types of other shit that niggas never seen in the sky. years of slavery, when they saw God come down, he was on. They saw the mountain, and the mountain had smoke coming out of it. When you go into the Quran and they talk about aircraft, people coming out of aircraft. When you go to Norman Burgum, I think the white guy used to work for NASA, and he said that he seen 7 feet tall Dr. Malachi York. I don't know if anybody heard of him, but going to them holy tabs, the lineage of all of those stories. I'm not telling you to believe. You gotta really believe something to believe it. You gotta go in the rabbit hole for yourself if you really don't want to believe it. I just want to give people who have that gift. Go look at that shit. Go look at this shit right now. If you look at the Bible and they talk about when children turn against their parents and all that shit, and the 400 years of slavery, that shit was over in 2019. Remember they said the Great Conjunction, black people were supposed to get superpowers and shit. That wasn't superpowers. That was a veil being broken. It's too hard on opposite sides. They keep telling us that climate solution, but the climate change is because there is what you could Google it to a second sun that's been moving closer and closer, and that is the when you go into the Bible and look at the people elders or something that was like sitting in this kind of light with a red in their head. When you think about the way that people conceptualize things in those ancient times, they didn't know what a spacecraft was, or they didn't know, like, all they saw was, a being that could do other things, a being that came from above, a being that was bigger than them. So when I just want people to be.
Say Jesus Christ is. Who
Jesus Christ is.
Being. You don't believe that?
No, I don't. I think that the stories that you have to read the Torah, you have to read the Quran, because the Quran don't release. The Quran be telling it. Farrakhan be talking how he be talking, because the Quran tells you this.
A lot.
And he talks about extraterrestrials. Go look that up.
Right, but
and
we're talking about Christianity, though. So, in order to debunk Christianity, in my opinion, you have to debunk.
Listen, Derek. First of all, version in those terms literally meant well out. Literally.
I disagree with you. I disagree.
Over there reading shit, you can't even translate it the right way.
No. What Scammy is doing, he's talking about etymology and history of words. Like, that's another important thing. What he said was important, Derek. What he said was very important, because that Luke 10:18, and I saw Satan and I saw Satan as a light coming from the heavens. I don't know if that's the exact way, but basically that's what it said. And then when you go into ancient Hebrew, see how this was written actually in the Torah in Hebrew, it said, and I saw Satan come from the heavens, Barack Obama. Like, literally. So when black people were saying, yes, we can, for Barack Obama, it was a spell. Niggas was doing fucking Satanism like with demonology. Y'all gotta get that shit and look at that shit. The shit that they can do to the mind with visualization, it's affirmations. Black people love to say, oh, yeah, affirmations make you feel good in the morning. We are literally magic. So I do agree with that part, Scammy. We are magic. We are magical beings.
I'm going to tell you how.
But human beings are in general, not just black people. Any human being can.
That's what I mean. So I was with you, brother man, until you said that. Let me learn something real quick. White people were created.
Back.
We created them. Those were our workers. Those were our animals. They are never the only. Why? There is a thing that people call white supremacy right now. It's because we allowed them to run loose. How that actually got started. When you go into colon, that means a physicist, you study physics, you teach physics. A scientist, you seasoned in science. A colonist, you're seasoned in shit. These people are seasoned in shit. It's in the name. Black people, Nubian people, we didn't have colonies back then. That's their word. Those people were castrato. They didn't have penises. The Moors saved
facts on that.
Let me give you a real life experience that I had. Right, I was 11 years old, and I was raised in church. Right, so it may be difficult for me to release some of the things that I was taught as a kid. Right, I will admit that to you. Okay, however, I will never forget a time I was 11 years old, and in the Holiness Pentecostal Church, they taught us to do something called tarry or pray fervently. Right, where I was on my knees and I was calling on the name of Jesus over and over and over again for maybe about 10 to 15 minutes. All of a sudden, some presence, okay? I can't explain to you the presence. I was 11 years old when this happened. I could not have faked this, manufactured this, or none of it. This was a feeling.
I believe you.
And that wasn't Jesus Christ, sir. That was you, sir. That was your chakra, sir.
The tears that came down my eyes were nonstop for like probably 5 to 10 minutes, maybe longer. And I created that only because I was calling on the name of Jesus. I believe that I could call Maya, Bree, Cadillac, I got whatever his name is, Rico, Eric, Judy, Scholar, whoever, right?
Eric, let me ask you a question. I believe that happened. Let me ask you a question real quick. So, you believe that happened, right? Have you ever read the Torah? Have you ever read the Torah?
It happened.
Have you ever read? I believe that it happened too. Have you ever read the Torah?
You talking about the first 5 books of the Bible?
The Torah in Hebrew. Have you ever learned Hebrew?
No.
Okay, so listen to me. So I implore you. If you are this serious about what you're saying, that you need to read Hebrew. You need to learn Hebrew. My cousin, she's studying Hebrew right now just so she can interpret the Bible. She was born a Hebrew Israelite, and she's 30-something and just now learning Hebrew. But anyway, read Hebrew. And have you ever read the Quran?
I got a Quran, never read it.
Have you ever read the Quran, Derek?
No.
Okay. Okay, so in order for you to fully understand Jesus, whose real name is not Jesus, it is Yeshua.
Right?
Okay, so if you want to understand Yeshua the way that you think you know him, you need to read all of those biblical texts and then go back and read the Sumerian passage.
So do you believe
I'm not telling you that will say, listen to me. I'm not telling you your stance is going to change. What I'm telling you is you're going to know more and then you're going to be able to do better. I get what you're saying. I understand that happens to you. I don't dispute that happens to you. I believe you. I hold a room for what's in the sky where people for hours tell me about the shit that they saw and it happened to them, and they want me to tell them what the fuck it means. So I'm good at this. But what you need to do in order to get the overstanding and the understanding so you can understand the concept of white people being created and manufactured to do our bidding and them motherfuckers ran them up, you can't really get them stories if you're not going into them older books.
I'm going to just say this, y'all. I'm going to say this. I don't know what Bree talking about. Ain't none of that shit real, bruh.
Hold on, Scammy. So what you saying, Bree, is that the stories in the Bible are real, correct?
No, she's not saying that.
Yes, I am.
I hope she's not saying that.
Hold on, Scam. So hold on, Scam. I got you. Hold on, sweetheart.
I'm not saying the interpretation of those
That's why I'm asking, are they real? Or like, are you saying that they're literal, or are you just saying that they're real?
I'm saying that where those stories originated from, they originated from a real place.
All right, Scam, hold on. I got something. Scam, I got something. So, Bree, do you know that Rebecca had 2 different nations in her stomach? What were they talking about then? They said one was brown and on the hill one was red, meaning white people. So I'm confused about how you think white people were manifested. They were created by God too.
Nah, brother. Let me correct you right there. The white people, they come from a tribe in Africa called the Grimaldi. The white people were created. Hold up, let me finish. White people came from Africa, right? They migrated. They migrated to Europe, and what happened was, if you look, archaeological evidence, Europe went through an ice age, and thus this is why white people have certain features that they have. Their noses are long and pointy because they needed that shit to heat their brain. That's why their hair grow in their body like that. Exactly.
Peep, Scam. But they said that you can trace back
blue-eyed people, meaning white people. So
I mean, they got blue-eyed people in Africa. They black.
I get what
They got blue-eyed. Listen, hold up, brother. Listen, just because they got blue-eyed don't mean nothing. They got blue-eyed people in Africa. Do you want me to Google the pic right now?
Yeah, Google all of that. And with the blonde
With
hair,
blonde
with the dark
hair.
hair.
Yeah,
Right.
you tripping, nigga.
First of all, you can't get
You gotta
the dominant
realize,
from the recessive. You can't get the dominant from the recessive. You can't get black from white, but you can get white from black. You understand?
Exactly.
Think about how
we know
black
that.
women
What
can
I'm
have
saying is,
albino
though,
And I'll
children.
tell you how. Listen, Drew. You see me, right? You see me? If you go on my real Instagram, anybody that know me, all my kids light skinned, brother. And my baby mom's darker than me. Real shit, right? My mother light skinned.
You had this conversation last time.
Exactly, bro. And my kids are my kids. Ain't none of that. Yeah, you.
It's in the Bible. She's telling me that.
But that's why y'all gotta get out. Listen, nobody in here can prove to me that their religion exists without using their books.
In the Bible, and
I
hopefully in
just
the Bible,
did. I didn't talk
in the
about the
Bible,
Bible.
Derek, you said about something that happened to you that you can't even explain. You just gave Jesus the credit for some shit that you did on your goddamn own.
Bro, faith is something that you cannot explain.
in the Bible. But
You
you
can
gotta
explain
remember,
faith.
they said the children of Canaan.
Derek, the same way that you pray to Jesus,
leprosy is white.
hold up, Derek. The same way you pray to Jesus and manifest shit, it's the same way Muslims pray to Allah and they manifest shit. The same way you got spiritual people who pray to their ancestors and manifest shit. So guess what? What is that telling you? You don't need none of this shit. Like you don't need it.
Because it's you.
If everything's working for everybody. If everything's working for everybody, you tell me the reason why we all can get this shit done the same exact fucking way.
I haven't heard many people talk about a emotional, physical response to them calling on their God. Listen, I'm not saying
But
you're bringing energy to it. You give it energy. That's why it exists.
I'm not saying
I don't know why we gotta discredit. Listen, Derek, I'm not discrediting your experience. If you believe
I'm discrediting it.
I'm gonna say that happened to you because you believe it. But what I'm telling you is your concept of white people will change. Not that you're gonna hate white people. Not that you're gonna look at them like, yeah, motherfucker, you under my foot. It's not that. But when you wanna know your Bible, you got to know it in all aspects of it. And I am not a Christian. Remember, I am a Yoruba priestess. I pray to Obatala, Yemoja, Ojun, fucking Shango. I pray to my ancestors. I pray to my spirit guides. And I do pray to the Most High. When I went
So
to my
if you practice voodoo, then you should be mad as fuck at that right
I
now.
didn't say I practiced voodoo. I never said I was practicing voodoo. Voodoo is not.
So what do you practice?
Ifa, which is Yoruba. Yoruba is a tribe in Africa.
Exactly. Voodoo.
That's not.
Let me tell you how. You should be mad at them because they came to Africa and stole y'all spiritual and stole y'all shit and put it in the Bible. They stole it from y'all.
So what happened was
They stole it. That's what happened.
During slavery in Cuba and in Africa.
Do you not know that the Yoruba originally they practiced voodoo? So what are you talking? It's literally voodoo.
Okay. That's not voodoo. That's not voodoo. Like, stop putting these white people words on our stuff. That's not that. They're practicing Ifa, which is Yoruba. You can go to Africa. There's a place called Yoruba land. When you ask Nigerian people where they from, they're either gonna say Hausa, which is Muslim. They're gonna say Igbo, which is another tribe, or they're gonna say Yoruba. Yoruba is a culture. It is a people. It is not voodoo. That's what Haitian people do. That's what Creole people do.
That's not true. This shit trans.
Yeah, you're very incorrect.
You're incorrect as shit right now.
Voodoo?
The voodoo is practiced. It's practiced in Nigeria and this other African countries.
And that's where the Yoruba are from. They from Nigeria.
You're speaking voodoo is in Africa. Voodoo is probably what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah, voodoo is Haiti, Creole.
Ifa is not voodoo. It's just ancestral magic. It is a culture of people. The Yoruba is a
voodoo. Okay, never mind.
They just call it voodoo. We know what it is.
Yeah, hey guys, I hate to interject. Can I record this conversation for blogging purposes?
Of course, Super. You already know. You can do your thing. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead, baby girl.
Hey, Scammy, I just want Genesis 25:23 explained by Bree if the story is real. When Rebecca asked God, "Why are two nations battling in my stomach?" When she was speaking
Hold on.
Right now, I tell you right now, Juju, you don't need Bree. You could have asked me that same goddamn question, Juju. The reason why that shit happened was because back in the day, right? Well, not back in the day, but in ancient history, you had these Israelites and these Hebrews. They were beefing a lot. You know what I'm saying? You look at Israel. That's red people. Well, the Arabs that took over, bro. All the Bible does is it documented history and it lied about it. That's it. And what they're doing is they're trying to bring some type of peace to it, and that by saying, look, we both came from the same womb, meaning you came from Africa. They just migrated. We are both the same people. That's all it's saying.
So basically, it wasn't that when they was
it wasn't that they were white, brother. It wasn't that they were white because they would not have said red.
Okay.
And that's the reason why people.
Peace.
Hold up, Bree. That's the reason why in the Bible, when they say bronze skin and woolly hair, they're not talking about African Americans or niggas directly from Africa. They're talking about people from Israel. Those people over there, they are that color. Africans be black and shit. That's not incorrect at all. And what they were trying to do.
Correct. I didn't say incorrect.
Oh, my bad. I apologize. And look, I'm trying to get this shit started. But listen, what happened was the Bible basically is a fucking history text. They went around and they stole and they recreated it. That's why y'all keep talking about the Council of Nicaea. When you speak about the Council of Nicaea, you should not speak of it in a high regard because they literally use this book as a weapon to enslave people from the land that they used it on. That's the reason why y'all think that Jesus was black. And they use the same shit because they got pushed out of the land that they were trying to conquer. And they say, you know what, we just will come over here and get these motherfuckers and people from Ghana and all of this shit. They ended up selling the slaves off to these people. They used the same goddamn book. That's why they did that.
But we were really Muslims. Like, we were Muslims when we were in Africa.
Christianity came before Islam.
Hold up, Bree. I'm going to correct you right there. That's a lie because Islam came after Christianity.
Facts.
Christianity created Islam.
Facts.
They're all Abrahamic religions.
I know that. That's fact.
So you tripping right now, Bree. I ain't trying to discredit you or nothing, but you gotta know your history.
When you go back,
they were not Islamic, sweetheart.
I'm talking about the time where Christianity took over, like when we were talking about 329 AD and all of that stuff.
Islam didn't even exist.
The Moors were ruling. The Moors were ruling everything.
Just because they were hold on. Listen, just because they were Moors does not mean that they were Islamic. There was no Islam back then. There was no Islam. Moors, hold on, Bree, because you're confused about your own history. The Moors, they were not Islamic. The Moors were literally Africans. The Moors settled a lot of this shit. The Moors is why Europe had lights and all of this shit. The Moors is the reason why they started sleeping with their pigs and their hens and shit like that in their house, and they put their animals as Moors. People tie more to Islam because a lot of people from that area they turned to Islam, but that's not. That's like if.
Okay, what I'm talking about specifically, because you may not have heard this.
Hold on. I got a phone call. Bree, hold up, Bree. That's the same thing.
The Moors came to America, right? When the Moors brought Christopher Columbus over,
they were not Islam.
Okay, that's where we have to disagree because the way that I learned history, I learned history different than everybody else. The way that I learned history was that during the time of the castratos, which were the Italian men who were getting castrated before puberty so that they could sing at a higher note, the Moors were ruling Europe at the time. So when the first slaves came over from wherever to the Americas, which the Moors had relinquished to the colonists in order to do our bidding, those people were not only white people, but they were black Africans. The African people who colluded with, like you said, the white tribe that was in Africa, the white people that colluded with the Africans, think about it. The Khans were going around, and the Khans, they would take over, they would ravage the...
You're speaking about Arabs.
Yeah, let me give you a timeline.
No.
Hold up, Bree. Let me talk to you. You're speaking about Arab. And all Arab means is non-African. That literally were people over there mating with Africans. And the same shit that happened to white people, they colonized that land.
The word Akhdar means black Arab. You have to read this book. It's called From Babylon.
Means non. That's all Arab means is non. People didn't even classify themselves as Arab until the notion of racism came about. They didn't even classify themselves.
You gotta go back and read the book. You gotta go back and read the book Valley of the Dry Bones and also.
Hold up, Bree. You tell me. All right, so listen. Hold up, Bree. You tell me what are Arabs? Because a lot of the people they ate from Arabia. So you tell me what's the Arab?
So I'm not. The semantics of the word Arab isn't the issue.
It's not semantics. You called black Arab for in the first place?
That's not
It's
my
the reason
concern.
why they got black in front of that word. Because all Arabs mean we're non-African.
So what references are you getting for your information? So I know how to answer your question.
All I'm gonna say is when we have our watch parties and we study, I need y'all to pull up, man.
Let me jump in right quick.
So nobody thinks about the importance of Jesus Christ when it comes to Christianity.
Let me give you some.
Never existed.
Let me give you some chronology, bro.
Hold up, Maya. Jesus Christ is only important to Christianity because without
Jesus Christ, right? And we talking about the most high or a high pot, whatever terminology people feel comfortable putting on it, right? When it comes to God, right? The creator of creation.
That ain't Jesus Christ.
Listen. Oh, no. What I'm saying is the Bible, and I hate to do this, but I have to. The Bible says that Jesus said, I am the way, the truth.
Go outside your Bible and prove to me Jesus exists.
Let me finish. And then it says, and I am the life, and no man, human being, through me.
Okay, Derek,
Listen, hold on, let me finish. I haven't read the Quran, so listen. So y'all tell me something. I haven't read the Quran. I haven't read a lot of these other books because I was raised a Christian, and that experience that I had.
Exactly.
Hold on. And that experience that I had at 11, I can't experience that right now.
So tell your experience. Hold on. Tell it over again. Put new people in the room. Tell it.
So therefore, if Jesus is saying that no man can, I don't know if Allah said that. I don't know if Buddha. So all these
that's why you gotta
hold on, listen. So if those other faith-based systems, whatever you want to call it, right, are saying I am just a way, right? I am not. Jesus said I am the way, and you can't get to the Creator except by me. So explain that to me.
Can I tell you something? The reason why the other religions that came after your religion says that is to hold their beliefs from accountability, right? So even in Islam, and I argue with Muslims all the time because in the Quran, Allah commits shirk a million times, and I'm over exaggerating, but he literally commits shirk over and over and over again. Shirk is an unforgivable sin. But you know the reason why you cannot hold Allah accountable? Because Allah is not bound by his laws in his own book.
Right.
That's how they see it.
The
problem with Christianity is we can hold you accountable because you're pointing to this specific person or a specific being and saying this is what it. That's the reason why we say where's the evidence that he is. Because any person that ever died on earth will not ever die. If you look for them in the places that they said that they died at, like the example right about the slavery, you can go to certain spots, you can dig up, find slave bones or shit like that. We know slavery exists because it left behind tools, they left behind this, they left behind evidence.
Well, we know
there's no evidence. Hold up, Derek. There's no evidence that Jesus ever ate. That's the reason why Christianity, while they enslaved Africans, they were so stupid and so dumb. They were so dumb. Because all they had to do was leave Jesus out and just point to God, and people wouldn't question it. But because you did this, we can point and we can criticize this person or this entity that you keep talking about that lived on earth. Because we all know when you die, because we can see when people die, they leave everything physical on earth, from their lineage, from their belongings, from the shit that they died in. Right now, right? If I fucking died today and they buried me in the suit, if my body decayed, you can dig up where I died at and find that suit. They buried Jesus in the robe. Where's that robe? Where's this tomb, this big ass stone in the Bible that they covered it up with?
They exist, bro. So
then listen. You should be able to, because listen, hold up, Bree. This is one of the most sought after things in human history, other than the archaeology of the Africans that built the pyramids in Africa. You tell me where you can find evidence that Jesus existed. Go.
I have a question.
Hold on. Let me add this right quick.
I'm gonna let you answer.
Let me ask him a question.
And don't answer it from inside the Bible.
No. It's not. This is not even about the Bible.
Now I'm talking to you. Go ahead, Brie.
What you're saying is you're saying that you don't believe these concepts because there is no physical evidence.
I don't believe these concepts because they were listen. The people that they stole. Hold up, Brie. Let me answer your question.
Right?
Let me answer your question. The people that wrote these concepts, knew that these concepts were not literal. That's the reason why I can talk to a Christian and they tell me that 10 niggas from somewhere fuck the angel. But it's not literal. It's a concept. That's the problem. This is the reason why.
Okay.
Hold on. No, let me finish.
I got one more question.
This is the reason why people like me, we have problems with religion, because if y'all did not believe that the shit that happened was actually things that happened and they were more conceptual and they meant something deeper than what they are, we would not have a problem with religion, and you would never have
that. So what I'm saying is what you're saying, Scammy. I'm saying that those things do mean something deeper, but you have to go into all of those different.
You confuse me, Bree.
Now, wait. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, Bree. Let me.
For you. So, are you telling me that anything without historical evidence to back it up, you know, because Europeans been hiding a lot of evidence of shit. So you're telling me that without any historical evidence of something, that it can never be backed up unless you see the actual historical evidence.
Let me answer that question. Right? It's not that that's the case. It's because we know even in science, right? And science can be proven. We know that they have a lot of scientific theories that people believe could happen because they are backed up by factual data. So when you ask me where do humans come from, and I say we are organisms from the ocean, if like Darian said yesterday, he said yesterday, even in the Bible, it says when God created earth, it was just water and land. So so if I even use biblical terms to prove that theory, you have to agree with me, because in the beginning there was nothing but water. It was nothing but water and land. And it's backed up by scientific. Hold up. It's backed up by scientific. It's backed up by scientific evidence or other scientific theories that are fact.
Okay, so have you ever watched Ancient Aliens, Scammy?
I do. Listen, I do watch Ancient Aliens, but I don't watch Ancient Aliens because I know that is a Western media outlet, and what they doing is by talking about how these aliens came down and helped these humans build these pyramids. The same thing that religion does, it takes away the credibility of the people that actually did those things.
Okay, so one thing that you just said was important to me. Now, I have to debunk that because Ancient Aliens been on for mad years, and they show mad different aspects of aliens. They show different tribes. They show American tribes. They show African. They just show different things. So my belief is that those stories are from the.
Can I ask you a question, Bree?
Anunnaki stories are the original stories, and those
are the
stories that came from. Go ahead.
Bree, what is an alien?
Okay, so I just say the word aliens just for the room, but extraterrestrial beings, supreme beings, beings from another planet. If we think that we're the only planet with the only inhabitants, if we think we're the only people, we're the only ones. You hear me? We're the only ones in this big ass universe.
So
we're the only ones.
I'm not. Hold up. For one, I'm not gonna go down. Now listen. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole with you because I do not believe that we are the only people on this planet. However, I know that these people, they do whatever in their power to destroy our history. So I would never listen to that with the same ears that you're listening to it with. I would never claim that hold up. See, hold up. I know you burning up. Hold up. I'm gonna break it down. Hold up. Listen, I will never take away the credibility from my ancestors that they were so stupid that they could not have done this. Because we know if we look to the Dogon tribe, the Dogon tribe, they were astronomers. Exactly. So you cannot. So don't put that on no fucking aliens. Because listen, one thing we do know is that there are pyramids everywhere, even here in America. I think it's St. Louis or somewhere. It's called Monk's Mound. We have pyramids. The Africans literally went everywhere and left evidence of them everywhere.
Yeah, but Scammy, my homeboy is a part of the Dogon tribe. He's actually on this app. He's not in the they worship the Anunnaki, and they believe in the family. When you go back
to they believe that they were those people.
They believe that we came, our descendants from another planet.
We came, not the aliens. We came. Your soul came, not your human body. Your human body is an avatar.
Exactly. Your soul.
Exactly. It's not literal. It's a concept.
Go ahead.
Okay, hey Bree. So I just want to say something. I think Scammy mentioned something about showing. You have to show. Basically, we can't say anything unless we show something that's in the Bible. He doesn't want us to reference things unless we show him somewhere that's in the Bible. Or don't.
No, I said show me something outside of the Bible. I would never say that.
Outside of the Bible, he said.
Don't use the Bible to justify what we're saying. But one thing I am going to say, as a Christian, we believe God based upon faith. So our God is not a God based upon empirical evidence. And I think that's where the discrepancy lies in this conversation.
And that's the problem. And that's the main problem.
No, I mean, I don't think it's a discrepancy. I think that Scammy is just aggy as fuck. But I get it what you saying.
Hey, I wanted to.
Hold on.
Y'all don't like being challenged.
Hey, I wanted to.
No, it's not about being challenged.
This conversation isn't about a challenge necessarily or a debate. It's more meaningful dialogue so we can hear your perspective as well as you hear our perspective. And I don't think anybody is intended to leave this conversation with their minds drastically changed, you know. But I think this is a meaningful dialogue. And in order to have meaningful dialogue, we have to hear each other out. So what I'm just basically saying in this conversation, I think from a Christian perspective, we're never going to be able to convince you that Jesus is real or Christianity is real, because our premise for spirituality is based upon faith. There's nothing about empirical evidence. There's nothing about a rock. There's nothing about, we can't pull out empirical evidence because Jesus or Christianity is not founded upon empirical evidence. It's founded
so the Bible is fake then.
So can I ask the question, Doctor? Yeah.
Can I add something right quick? I want to add something. I've been trying to get in for a minute, but I'm just going to be real quick, right? So the guy was saying he went to church at age 11 and he had this experience and he ain't been able to do it again, this and that. Well, the God, any of these spirits that you call upon yourself and you get out and you pray, you are invoking them. Let me finish. You are invoking these spirits because all of these spirits, everything within you is outside in the universe. You have a soul. That soul is the consciousness of God. That is God living in you as you. You think it's you, it's not you. You have a force in you that's way more powerful than you. That is the force that's out in the universe. It's the same thing. Like they say, as above, so below, as within, so without. So that same force is the same spirits that they call on when they call on voodoo. With these politicians call on when they invoking Moloch and all these other deities, Baal. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter. It's just you, the one who they live in you. So you have to call on them. You have to evoke Satan. Because you ain't no Satan don't kill, humans kill.
And then name is halal, Lucifer. Hold on, something that you said was important too, Kat, like you just talked about Satan. So think about the vaccine, right? I just started reading this shit about the mark of the beast. I never even heard of it. So the mark of the beast is either in your hand and then some text is in your forehead, right? So think about the PCR test that they put up into your head to stick up to your brain to see if you got COVID. Those things have nanobots on them or nanoparticles. So last year, the company that was producing...
These are conspiracy theories, y'all.
No, these are facts. These are facts. No, Scammy, if you want me to send you the info, anybody who follows me on Instagram, you'll see I post this shit every day. So the doctor who came out and sued the company, this is last year, 2019, they sued the syringe company because the syringes had chips in them, nanochips. So if you go back to 2012, 2013, all you got to do is Google smart dust helping people think. So in 2012, the head Google engineer, he was in like a bunch of different papers and publications talking about smart dust being the new thing that's going to help us think because we need to think better. So these nanoparticles that would just essentially look like dust would start to incorporate themselves in our brain. Transhumanism will be the new humanism in 2030. If you Google something called like what Scammy just said, a conspiracy theory, like what people say Agenda 21, which is not a conspiracy theory, there's actual bills that have been signed as of 2012, 2011 that push this stuff forward. People think that you sign a bill and it happens immediately. In America, it takes years sometimes for those things to become an action. So back to the mark of the beast. He said Lucifer, which is a name for the devil. Lucifer just came in. Oh, that's funny. The Luciferase patent is something that's going to go be able to radiate and test your biometrics. Why would you patent something? Not only that, but the Bill Gates patent is 060606 for the vaccine. So those things that correlate with things that are in the Bible that were supposedly written, hundreds or thousands of years ago, according to some people, those things are actually correlating in some ways. When it comes to the vaccine specifically, if you don't want to take the vaccine, you can't deny the vaccine. You have to ask them this question: does it have MRC-5 in it? And if they say yes, that's aborted fetal cells. You have the right to say that you don't want that. But if you don't know that, you're going to get the vaccine thinking like, oh, this shit is all good. The white doctor that I posted the other day, I forgot her name. She's a best-selling author. She was on all these different, she has books and stuff. She said that this is the worst vaccine she's ever seen. She said this vaccine will alter your DNA forever. Your RNA will be changed. It will be changed forever. She said not only is there animal DNA in here and the fetal cells and just like the other things that she doesn't like, but she also said that there are nanobots in there as well, nanoparticles. Because in 2030, they want the new humans to be transhuman. And when you think about the chips that they've been putting in people's hands, there's a place in Wisconsin, they've been chipping their employees for the past, I think, 2 years. And in order to work there, you got to get the chip in your hand. And everybody's like, oh, this is so cool and stuff like that. But you also have to coincide that with the actual Bible and what it says. The mark of the beast is either in your hand or in your forehead. If somebody's telling me that they can put smart dust in my brain, what do you think is on? Why do they have to stick that thing all the way up to your brain to tell you if you have COVID? Why can't they just take your blood or you cough on something if it's that contagious? So when you think about the nefarious and insidious things like what Hadley was talking about when he was talking about the government and the occultism and the things that they use in order to manipulate us, and you go back into King James's book, Demonology, when he actually gives the blueprint for those things, you have to believe in some higher form of spirituality. You have nothing left, because what is your battle against the Satanism and the occultism? If there's a yin and a yang, a positive and a negative, if there's a balance, a good and an evil, how do you fight the evil without knowing the process of, being good or where the good came from? So I don't want anybody to feel like, because I definitely believe in a lot of different shit. I've seen some shit, y'all. So when it comes to debunking the fact that there's no physical evidence, okay, there's no physical evidence. But I feel like people should believe. Faith is something that's very important for us. No matter what you're doing.
I want to hop in on that note, because I think I struggle with that last part about just having the compulsion for faith and compulsion to believe, because I think that's what tripped us up as Black folks before, because we had to be able to get through some of the issues that we've been able to get through. But the problem is that there was no demonstrable difference for us. Maybe on an individual level, you can never take away somebody's experience, but there was no real meaningful change on a broad scale, like the American slavery, the transatlantic slave trade that the Portuguese and the British and everybody else benefited from. What I struggle with is, the person who, because there was this proof from other people that this person that I don't know can tap into whatever it is that they tap into, and they can see something. It's far different than somebody writing something down on a piece of paper, and we are performing what I call these self-fulfilling prophecies. So you get into, Revelations, which is a political motif, by the way, has nothing to do with the mark of the beast and none of that. It almost didn't even make it into the canon. And now we got people from all walks of life telling us that somehow there's going to be this big, ghastly beast that's going to come down here and it's going to be eating on us, and everybody's going to get a mark, and yada, 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 yada.
Nobody believes that. What I was
Jesus
saying
gonna come
was in
save
reference
us.
to the mark of the beast.
You say the Bible was real, though.
Why I brought it up, that I don't know if you heard.
Miss Bree, not you. No, Miss
That
Bree, don't
shit is real. It's a real thing.
Miss Bree, no.
That's
Listen,
real.
Miss Bree, I'm saying to you is that this is maybe not what you believe verbatim or you do believe, but I'm saying that in the book of Revelations, we know for a fact it's not real. We know for a fact it's not real. We know that if John wrote the book, was exiled, and he was most likely on some sort of psychedelics, and it was still a political motif. The things that happened there just didn't come to pass, and they most likely will not. You feel what I'm saying? And so what I'm suggesting, though, is that we put all our energy and effort and faith, we put all our energy, effort, quote unquote, and faith in something that is really what somebody else, somebody else's account. I think the realest thing that you said and everybody else said in this piece is, I can never debate your experience with your faith, with your God, with whatever. You feel what I'm saying? It is the problem of Western, anything we practice in the West, where now what I have to push it off on everybody else. So for
example, that's the point of what I was saying just when I was saying that people need to learn and study. That's not, I don't think that people are doing that. I think that, you know, when you think about Western influences specifically, you have to understand that people have their own political and patriarchal constructs that they grew up in. Like,
absolutely. If I may finish real quick.
Experience. So hold on, wait. Your experience specifically happened because you said you heard other people talking about this thing and they had such a good experience, and you were like, wow, if that happened to you, what could happen to me? Everybody isn't that open, especially Black people, because we've been lied to so much. So everybody isn't that open spiritually. So like, even like some of my friends, they don't want to go to spiritual readings and stuff. They like, girl, that's the devil. Like, they'll say that to me quick and not really understand the concept of the devil. So I think that it's good for people to have their Western influences of Christianity. But once you become an adult, you take it upon yourself, if you really believe what you believe, to go pick up a Torah, to go pick up a Quran, to go pick up a Sumerian tablet, or go pick up, you know,
Why?
So that you can have a greater understanding.
I don't need a greater understanding because I'm living proof. But go ahead, Jeff.
I wasn't talking to you, Scammy. I was talking to the people who are Christians, not you, Scammy. I said the Christian people who believe what they believe. I implore them to go look at those other works and understand that the stories all correlate from those different quote unquote religions. We are the original Hebrew Israelites.
Well, so to your point about the good versus the evil and all these other things, I use this word all the time. Like, we live in these, like, I'm starting to believe, like, you can't define evil. You can't define evil opposite of good, and you can't define good opposite of evil.
Exactly.
And so we've been hoodwinked and fucking bamboozled, because it's like we don't have no original thought. So it's like, if I go the Quran and all that, that's why I said, for me, it's like, man, what the fuck was going on? Like the thing that I'm pursuing, or like a part of Lakumi, like, there is like no formal text.
Jeff, if you telling me that you studying Lukumi, if you telling me that you studying Lukumi, if you telling me, because remember, I've been doing Yoruba priesthood for 10 years now. If you telling me that you studying Lukumi and you don't see no concept of good and evil, I'm going to have to stop you right there, brother. To the patakis of how, okay, there is a concept of good and evil.
You don't have to study good and evil to realize without good there's no. You need good to say that there's something that's evil.
Correct.
It's common sense.
I'm not trying to say that. I'm not saying.
Go ahead,
I'm not saying that there's no concept. I'm saying that we've been hooked with the bamboozle, because we're basically defining what good and evil is. You can't define it what's the opposite. So if my sister, what I'm simply trying to say,
I'm defining it by Lukumi.
The yin and the yang.
I love it. What I'm saying is that it's far different than what we've been taught here in the Western Hemisphere. Like, there's this polarity, or these forces fighting against each other. Like, you got to read this book and you got to do this to be saved from the evil one and all this other shit. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but what I'm telling you is what you're studying is the same as what these people are reading. It's just written differently. That's what I'm telling you that.
Hold on. Let me reset the room, man, because I feel like we you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you get back to it though, Jeff. But listen, I want to welcome everybody here to the Center Stage Podcast. Listen, this is the greatest podcast on this goddamn platform. This is the only place you can come where your opinion will be respected, but it also will be checked at the door. You gonna have to stand on everything you goddamn say. I'm Scammy Sosa. Listen, if you at the bottom and you want to come up, raise your hand. We're gonna bring you on stage. You can get in this goddamn debate. We do controversial topics almost every day. We do real topics. We very versatile here. Listen, follow all the moderators on stage, especially my brother Jeff, if you're a Christian. Did a walk with my brother for a second. But yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I appreciate it.
I like to say something after the brother too. Go ahead.
I've been waiting. Jesus Christ. Hey, Lucifer. I hear that voice. Hey, Lucifer.
All I'm simply trying to say, and I've had a great been in the room with Lucifer, and I think his insight was absolutely great. The only thing I'm simply trying to say is that yes, Christianity and any other Western constructed religion has been used as a tool of slavery against the black man, the African indictment.
Jeffrey, get your ass in the
period. So I believe that it has been used as a tool of oppression, and that there's no debate there. As a kind of rethinking atheist, right? It is trying to figure out what is real. You feel what I'm saying? Like what and how do I find out what is real without reading what somebody else has given me? Because if I'm reading what somebody else has given me, that is opportunity, too much opportunity to oppress me again.
How? If you're not seasoned in that subject, how do you learn something if you're not seasoned in that subject? If you're not seasoned in a subject, your only alternative is to read another work created by another gentleman or woman.
Has nothing to do with that. The fact is, if you teach me something, Sister Bree, if you teach me something, say, here is the way. Don't you wield the absolute power to tell me what is and what isn't, what's good, what's evil?
No, Jeff. You as a man, you as a grown ass motherfucking Nubian man, you as a nigga with a dick swinging, you have something called the gift of discernment, and that's what I want to employ to people. It's not one way is the best, one way is better, one way is worse. It's if you want to know something, seek it out. You have to seek out information. You have to go to one source, you have to go to a primary source, a secondary source, then you have to go to another primary source. Then you gotta go to another secondary if you care that much. If you care that much.
If it was God, I wouldn't have to seek it. It would come to me because that's like me as a child, right? My mother is my mother. I don't have to go seek my mom or my father. Well, my dad was a dickhead. Let's something for another day. I don't have to seek my mom. My mom find me. She makes sure I'm okay. She makes sure I'm straight. She call and make sure my day going good or whatever. Or however, maybe she might just bother me or get on my goddamn nerves one day. But she know I come from her. And that's a problem.
So I agree with what you're saying, Scammy. I agree with what you're saying. My thing is, I'm not even talking about religion. Like, fuck religion. This is anything. Nubian people. If you want to know something, you have to go down whatever rabbit hole it takes you down, however long it takes you to figure it out.
Other than my creator, anything else on earth, you're correctly right. But in religion, y'all say that this is your creator. This is the creator. This is who made what it is. I never have to seek out the person who had sex and had me. I never had, and the people who do have to seek them out, they are called orphans. So are you in religion or are you a No, because it's a real devil out there. Derek,
who's the orphan? Say it again.
Because you had to cry when you was 11. God to even recognize you. Your God, your creator is a fucking narcissist. Not over talking me. Your God or your creator is a fucking narcissist. Is a narcissist who want his dick sucked 24/7 by people that he brought here on this here earth that he created. Right? If I did the same thing to my motherfucking kids, you would tell me I'm practicing toxic masculinity. You would call me a narcissist.
I don't like those words.
You would cast me out. So let's keep it G here. You have a real conversation.
I don't subscribe to toxic masculinity. I have a father.
But I'm just saying what they would call it. You don't have to subscribe to it. But Bree, hold on. I'll let you finish that.
I don't like those words. Misogyny, patriarchy.
But listen, hold on.
Toxic masculinity. I don't use those words.
Hold on. Listen. Let's call a spade a spade. If I did the same exact thing to my kids, they would call me a deadbeat. You have to subscribe. They would call me a deadbeat.
Those weird people would say that.
They would call me a narcissist. What God or what creator ever told you that the shit that you did is your fault? In the Bible, he tells you that your oppression, your slavery was ordained. He told you this. He or she told you this, and you accepted it because you are so Bible beating and so you don't even understand. You don't even understand how controlling the reason why the government and the Democrats can act the way that they act, because you are so controlled. All they have to do is appease to a certain thing and you will follow. That's the reason why this is a control mechanism.
Just like you controlling me with the mute button there, right?
No, I control you with, but listen, you know I'm listen, hold up, Derek. You know me with that. I'm controlling you with the mute button because you know where this is coming from. You know who's doing it. You know where it's coming from. The problem with religion is, and the beauty of the internet is, you can leave quietly. But the problem with religion is it keeps you mindful. You don't have to stay here. You can leave, you can host, you can make a fucking chat and complain about me. You don't have to believe in me. But you know that I done what I done because I've done it to you. You don't know who's doing what they done because the men who wanted it done to you, they wasn't around doing it to you. They created it so it can happen to you. And you accept that. And that's why you are a sheep. Go ahead though. Finish the conversation.
If that's quiet, Bashir could go because Bashir been waiting to talk.
Michelle, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I had wanted to piggyback off of Bree, and I wanted to ask you, like, who initiated you? Because I know you said you were a priest in Yoruba, and to me, anything outside of you being God, like, is a religion. I'm sorry, like, I don't understand how people. Okay, so hold on, let me finish. Sorry, I don't understand how people can leave one religion and then go to another one, because when I study, because listen, I studied a lot. I went through the rabbit holes. What I'm saying is, how can you leave another religion and then join another cult or religion? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, even okay, so your question is specifically, how did I leave one religion and go into another? Yeah, is that the question? Yeah, okay. So, in reference to that, when I was young, I always ran into situations where I would question things. I've always been like, I don't want to say a historian, but a mystorian. I want to look at the mystery. So I would always think that there was something higher than myself. When I was raised as a Baptist. I had to go to church with my parents. I never really read the Bible. Like, I was just told to go to church. Like, in New York, it's not as, like, I guess, prevalent as down south. Like, down south, church is very important. When I had to live with my cousins down south, we had to go to church every day. I went to church in my pajamas one day. Like, yo, y'all not making me go to church. I don't give a fuck. Like, I was wilding. But as I got older and I started to notice patterns in life and patterns and things, I was drawn to Yoruba specifically because I was like, wow. I did a little research. I'm like, yo, this is like, these are black people. These are black, deities. This is a black story. When I got into history, when I got into African history, when I got into my West African lineage and where my ancestors came from, then I was like, okay, Yoruba is if you Google it, it's Yoruba. No, I studied. It's an actual group of people. It's a race of people. It's a tribe of people. You, what is the difference between Christianity and Yoruba, really? Like, I said no. What I said. That question? Because she can't. I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if you heard me before, but I said specifically that all of those stories, the stories in the Quran, the stories in the Torah, the Anunnaki stories of the extraterrestrial beings, the supreme beings, if you go and look and correlate certain things, they're all telling the same story. So yes, Obatala is what Christianity would call Jesus. Jesus and Obatala is the same story, right?
Hey, Bree, let me tell you this.
Exactly, Mashira.
Bree.
Exactly.
Can I cut you off?
Hold on. Wait. Let her go. Wait, Mashira. So exactly what you said when you were talking about that. I don't know if you heard me before, but I said you go back into, Christianity,
PTR,
Muslim.
PTR, Scammy, PTR, babe.
Hold on, let me see.
PTR for me.
Let me say this real fast.
Yeah, it says Yoruba religion. It says Haitian voodoo. That's why I said that's Haitian Yoruba religion. The religion, and the concept.
Hold up. Because what you're doing is, it says
while the religion is called differently.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Right there, because what you're doing is you're
go ahead.
And let me keep it real with everybody. This is what we do here on the Center Stage Podcast. We keep it real, and we have real opinions, and we don't mind being offended here. Just don't disrespect.
Go ahead, read it.
While the religion is called differently in different countries, it is basically the same Yoruba religion. Cuban Santeria, Haitian voodoo, Brazilian Candomblé, I don't know how to say that, Trinidadian and Tobago Shange are all Yoruba and Orisha based. So when I say voodoo is all the same exact thing.
Okay, so can you scan me what you just read? Let me read it again. At the end, it said, it is basically the same Yoruba religion. Cuban Santeria, Haitian voodoo. That's why I said it was a Haitian word. Brazilian Candomblé, Trinidad and Tobago, Shango are all Yoruba or Orisha. Hold on. Orisha, hold on. It says Orisha based, which means, like I said before, hold on. The base, it was based in Yoruba tradition. Yoruba was before all of those different.
Let me put it together right quick. Let me put it together. I got a link for y'all.
Voodoo and voodoo was a word that was created. Hold on, Scammy. Voodoo and voodoo was created after Yoruba. It wasn't created. Okay, so that okay. I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
I understand that. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you at all on that part.
Okay.
Christianity is not going to say that it comes from the ancient tribes of the.
I'm not saying that it's going to say that either.
Peru.
I got a link for y'all though.
Of course it wouldn't say that. Why would it say that? Why would it say that, Scammy? Why would they tell them themselves?
But go ahead.
Why would they tell them themselves?
Hold on, let me tell you right quick. I'm gonna tell you.
Why would they say that?
Agree with me on that fact.
No.
I want to give y'all the link though.
I disagree with you on that fact. I disagreed with you calling Yoruba voodoo. I disagreed with you calling it voodoo. Not saying that voodoo was derived from it.
It's the same thing.
But listen, Bree, it's a problem because I've had Nigerian friends on this app tell me that voodoo is not good, and they actually are a part of the Yoruba tribe.
Yeah, but those people are Christians. They're Christians, so they're gonna call it that because that's a westernized concept and a westernized word. The word voodoo or voodoo has nothing to do with Yoruba. Yoruba is a group of people.
Let me link it together for y'all though.
I'm gonna pick some people in here. They from that.
Let me give y'all a quick link.
But she got off. But they actually.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the fact that it was that voodoo and voodoo did come from the concept of Yoruba.
Okay,
but Yoruba is not the same as Santeria, fucking Candomblé, and fucking voodoo. It's not that they're different. They're different. No, it's different.
It's all natural. It's all about the earth. It's all natural.
Forces of the universe.
I'll let you. Where she go?
Wait, where she go?
Hey, look. Let me say this right quick. Let me say this right quick, y'all. Just listen, real quick. I'm gonna be real quick. Jesus, right? And then SU, right? I'm finna put it together for you. SU was in all them traditions we were just talking about, or some form of SU, which is the head one over the whole, over the 7 Orishas or whatever, right?
Correct.
So listen, so J, then what the next 3 letters? ESU. SU is cloaked into Jesus. It's all the same thing.
And that's why you got you offended.
It is true.
But Cadillac, I was resonating with Cadillac said a little earlier, man. Like it was really simplified for me how you put it, but it was something along the lines of, and it's something that I definitely believe in as well. But you know, I believe that the Bible and every other religion is just simply trying to simplify and help the population of the world understand the concept of yin and yang. You know, which isn't a religion, but a philosophy. You know what I mean? It's simply anything that is, it will be different. You know, so I'm one that doesn't resist evolution. So if if let's just say white people are in the position of power, the time will come when they are no longer in that position. You know, just from the world, you know, just from the world doing brown and more melanated, you know, and you know, as far as African ancestry, you know, our science or our religion was mathematics, which is really the study of God. When you're studying, so if you put seed in the dirt, you put water on it, it makes a plant, makes a tree, whole bunch of apples, we could feed the village. Cool. So science was our religion. You know what I mean? That was God. So what was the thing that liberated us, so-called? Liberated us in terms of 2020 and, the new age. Our biggest liberator was like the iPhone, because now eyes are on you.
camera phones on the police, you know, and things of that.
Correct.
So our science that we started with.
Man, anybody that's a Christian, pull up on stage, bro. Pull up.
Yeah, but you know, our science that we started with to build civilization, the foundations of civilization, has come back around. So, you know, now you can't hide the, you know, culture in terms of African culture, Black culture, and our influence. So it's if it hasn't already, it's going to become more and more apparent our power. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Whether we like it or not, the world has no choice. You see that, okay, how many black cholos do you see? How many black people do you see doing?
Akil, get the fuck out of here. Go back to y'all group, bro. Y'all niggas clowns, bro. I don't respect none of that weird ass shit, bro. Y'all clowns, bro. And y'all sit around and talk shit about another nigga behind their back. Cause they having a dialogue with their people, bro. Go ahead about that shit.
Why you so aggy, Scammy?
Cause that shit weird, bro. I don't sit in here and speak this or talk shit about nobody, bro. If this ain't for you, then it ain't for you. Bro. Go on with that shit. But go ahead though, bro. Anybody that's Christian, pull up though. I want to have real dialogue. I want to have real dialogue, bro.
Yeah, you know, I came in here before and they
bro, that's some wild shit. And then you was on stage the whole time. I raised my hand 30,000 times, bro.
Not the hand raising again, Scammy. Let it go, Scammy.
That don't mean nothing, bro. You see, I'm down there. The nigga ain't even say Scammy in it. Y'all don't like that shit, bro. Cause I don't judge y'all. Listen, hold up, kiddo. Nah, I feel you though, bro. But listen, I don't judge y'all when y'all come in my shit. No matter how I feel about y'all beliefs,
bro. I came in here earlier, nobody let me up,
bro. But listen though, bro. Before a nigga before motherfucker to tell me that all I want to do is argue, or all I want to do is be chaotic or some shit like that. And nigga, like y'all know my intentions, regardless of the situations or however shit may be. Nigga, that's crazy, bro. Cause I don't do that. You feel me?
Like, how people will know your intentions if you keep calling them pussy and screaming at them?
Cause I don't believe in that shit. When you do some pussy shit, I ain't never call a kill pussy. I didn't call him pussy. I said the shit that they doing. I don't fuck with it. I never disrespect it, bro. Hey, bro. Nah, fuck with bro. I would never disrespect you, bro. But I fuck with bro. He never played with me or did no wild ass shit to me. But I just feel like that shit was fake. Y'all sat there and watched me just in the crowd, bro, raising my hand. And that's the reason why I don't come in to them groups, bro. Go ahead.
But he said he ain't have the moderator badge. So
I know that, but still, bro, that's like if I come in your room, Bree, and you see me, you got my, you like, man, look, bring Scammy up. And you know why I'm here. I'm not here to talk about what y'all talking about.
Scammy, I'm not going to bring you up if you're going to be just yelling at everybody.
Listen, I am yelling at everybody. Every time I'm yelling at everybody.
This is my thing, though. One, I ain't had a badge, but second,
I know that, bro. I know that.
Listen, though. You know me. Nigga,
yeah, bro.
I didn't call you off this ad. If I feel something wrong with something you saying, nigga, I'm gonna call you.
But it's not about that you feel nothing wrong. It's about being inclusive with the other. That's what I'm saying. It's not about you, bro. It's not about you being wrong. I know, bro. I don't know your intentions.
Conversation was had. That's what I'm saying. No conversation was had. That's what I'm telling you. When I'm in there, ain't no conversations had. Nigga, I came over here first before I went over there, and I ain't even get let up.
Let's be honest, bro. Y'all came over here because y'all niggas. Because example, Darian. Hold up, Akil. I know how niggas move, bro. No, don't mute them. Don't mute. I don't know if you mute yourself, bro. All right, now listen, bro. Like Darian just sat in the crowd for 30. Niggas don't come over here to get information. They come over here to see if I'm arguing, so they can go back to where they came from and talk about how I'm wild.
No,
that's
bro,
what niggas do, bro.
But this what I'm saying though.
That shit crazy.
Before I went over there, and I ain't even get let up.
Now look, Aaron back in here.
What's up, bro?
So Aaron, how long was I in the crowd, bro? And then you ain't gonna be able to say how many times I raised my hand, but how long was I in the crowd, bro?
I seen you pop in and out a couple times. I don't know how
exactly, bro. That's all I'm saying. And niggas see me out there, and niggas never said nothing. That's why I said something to Aaron when he did, because this shit hold derived from Aaron's theories, from what he was saying.
Nah, bro, that's not true. But
it did, nigga. I don't give a fuck to debate with your cousins and shit. Bro. We in here talking to a motherfucker that practice your robot or voodoo or whatever. We not even talking to Christians.
All right, but what I'm saying is, bro, as far as the room go, bro, they know what energy was coming in there with, bro. There wasn't a room for that.
Anybody in here that I come in with, I came in there with that energy. I was gonna say this, man. Look, pull up. You started this, pull up. That's the problem. Y'all talk about me behind my back on some shit like I'm behind your back. Nobody said
that's
your name. That's some whole shit though, bro. That's
nobody said your name. Nobody.
You don't have to say I know you. You don't have to say a nigga name. I know if I sat here and said, man, this bitch ass nigga was trying to build a wall. You know what I'm talking about, right?
But that's what people do on Clubhouse, Scammy. If they don't like what you're talking about,
I know these people. Why the fuck are y'all going behind my back with some shit like I'm trying to be wild? I'm like, come on, bro. I can get
not the topic of that room.
And I heard Stacy say some bitch ass shit like, nah, don't go over there. We over here. Y'all talking about the same exact shit we talking about in here. You the reason why I started this conversation, Aaron.
Scammy. Sometimes people want it. That's
cool, Bree. But when you're the reason why I started the conversation, because we left this shit last night. I only was talking shit to Aaron and Pete. And I said this shit. That's why I don't come to y'all rooms, bro. Because listen, for one, none of y'all are no fucking certified therapists. For one, right?
You
nobody in there is a therapist.
Who's the therapist?
They in there on some, we're having serious, but you're not a fucking therapist. You in there playing with people's traumas, but you're not a fucking therapist. And you also in there talking about, and that's what I said to Pete, nigga, Pete, you're not a fucking pastor. And this is why I debate y'all, because listen, I'm not a scholar on this shit either. That's the whole point. I know where I fit in at. I know this is the reason why I talk about what I talk about. If I was talking to a scholar, I will humbly back down, and I will have my brother Jeff speak for me because he's a scholar at what he does. I am not a scholar. I talked to you. That's what I said last night. I said, bruh, if you're gonna get scholars, I'm gonna get scholars on the opposite side. I don't agree with religion. I'm not a scholar. I'm not signed up for this. I'm not gonna be sitting here acting like a fucking therapist, and I'm not a fucking therapist. That is fraud. I'm not a fraud ass nigga. I talk about what I know about. But if someone's more educated than me on a situation, I will respectfully bow down because you're not gonna force me to agree or disagree with what you're saying. You're forcing my opinion. So are you mad that they didn't come to the room, or are you mad that they didn't let you? I'm mad that Aaron didn't come from the room. I'm mad that I was in the crowd waving my hands and y'all niggas know me. Y'all first got on this fucking app playing with my character.
All right, well, Kittle said he didn't do it. So can we? And whoever did it,
he can't say he did. And then this is the worst part. I'm not even talking to Akil on that. I'm just saying, Akil, you see me in the crowd, you should say something like, dang, y'all ain't gonna bring Scammy up. On some, you know what I'm saying? I raised my hand 30 times. But you got these you got this bitch ass, bald head ass nigga, mega, that niggas don't even know like that. And you got Stacey and Laura in there, and on some other weird ass shit. And like, Stacey, bitch, you being all my shit. But you gonna talk shit about me? No. And I wasn't even directing my energy towards you, Akil.
Listen, I ain't mad at that. My biggest thing is this: I'm accountable for my shit. So I feel you, bro. But I fuck with you though. That's what I'm saying. If I see you in the crowd somewhere, unless I'm in a conversation and I feel like, I'm in a conversation with like some other niggas, I feel like they just gonna put you in the dirt because you just around and you ain't gonna say nothing. I won't even say nothing. But I only came there for Aaron. I was gonna literally say, Aaron, you're not gonna pull up, and I was gonna leave. But the fact that niggas showed me some type of animosity. That made me feel away, and I'm not directing it towards you. I'm just saying, bro. No. Niggas, I should never had to tell a Daisha to come in there and speak up on my behalf because it's not her job. No, I ain't making it personal. My thing is this: I can feel it. I'm not too big to say like, yo, I can do it. Respect, bro. But my thing is, I get it. So I ain't gonna never argue. Exactly, because you would feel the same as that way, bro. Yeah, and if you know me, if I feel something, yeah, bro. We didn't call each other. Exactly, niggas bro. Linked outside the app, so it's different. But I feel it. Bro. I feel it. I respect. That's my whole point. Like that's my whole thing. Like I ain't mad at you or nothing. No. I feel speaking on it, bro. And I didn't want you coming. That's why I was dismiss you because I didn't want you to overtalk me while I was speaking. I want you to understand what I was saying, bro. My thing is this: if I fuck with you, we'll be able to. Yeah, bro. I'm not coming at you because I know the whole thing is. I'm not even mad at Aaron, but the whole thing was Aaron. This conversation. Anybody in here that's moderate other than Bree right now and Jeff, they will tell you that Aaron started this. He literally started this, bro. I was responding to what you guys said. So Maya, did Aaron not start this? I did. Of course you gonna ask Maya. Cadillac. Did Aaron not start this Cadillac? He did. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? But you want to be in there being coddled the whole time? Because you don't want to be.
Yeah, you started it.
Listen, bro, I'm a man. You cannot challenge me and not expect me to accept that, bro.
Scammy, do you think everybody's on this app to invoke challenge? Some people just want calm convo.
Then don't challenge somebody. You can be calm. That's my whole point. Listen. Y'all got me misconstrued. The reason why I'm mad is not because he challenged me. The reason why I'm mad is because people that I know, people that I talk to, people that come in my groups all the time, and I bring them one day, I give them moderator badges. Other than, you know what I'm saying, certain people, like y'all sitting here ignoring the fact that I done pressed this hand button 30,000 times. And on top of that, what made it even matter was I wouldn't even be having this convo if it wasn't for Aaron's talking about he was going to get these philosophers or these biblical scientists. That's the only reason why I had this convo. Now how much I enjoy talking shit about Christians, I could be doing other things because I already shitted on y'all 100 times. I literally do it every time I talk. Every time I open my mouth.
Yeah, but like, why?
Let's get back to the convo because I'm interested on the real.
I would love it, bro. Without being cut out by my dear sister Bree, because I really go ahead, her.
I fuck with you. I just didn't like when you've been studying something, like there is good and evil. There is good and evil for real.
But babe, I was not saying that. And when you was cutting me off, I was trying to get over to you that I would never in any ways talk about Yoruba, Ifa, Santeria, Lukumi. I'm just now getting there. I had a reading, all this other stuff or whatever, and I found it to be diametrically different. The only point that I was trying to make was what Scammy was saying, was that whether I like it or not, if you give me something to study, you have power. And when they gave us Christianity, number one, they read the Bible of the slave Bible, did not have anything about the story, any of that, right? So what I'm saying is that anything that is given to us is a tool. They define what's good. They define what's evil, what's right, what's wrong. They create these polarities. They create these things that they give you the choices to make. You feel what I'm saying? And
I agree.
And that's just like age old thing. So yes, it's a tool of slavery. And what I'm suggesting and have always suggested is that we go back to what happened before Islam and before Christianity and before Judaism, what existed in Mother Africa.
Yeah, that's not for everybody, Jeff. That's not for everybody. And there's not one way to skin a goat. There's 17 ways to skin a goat. But in reference to what you were saying, Jeff, I agree with you. But the concept of, you said the word given. You keep saying give. That's the key word that I keep hearing you say, given to us, given to us, given to us. I don't get shit given to me. Everything I want, I take. So when it comes to something as serious as people take religion as or their beliefs, it's up to you to take what you need. It's up to you to take it. It's up to you to go and seek it out. It's up to you to read. It's up to you to find different specialists and go, like my homegirl who's on here, she's a doctor, Dr. Kanisha. She went to the West End, Rockefeller kind of, STEM doctor thing to go to school, medical school, but she also went to Mexico and learned from shamans. She also went into holistic medicine. She also went into Reiki and studied all of these different aspects of what she wanted to learn, which was keeping bodies healthy. So I don't think that there's one way to do something. I believe in people finding their own way and their own path. But I also know that everybody is not subjective to African spirituality, especially Black people in America, especially foundational Black Americans who don't have any connection to Africa. I don't think about anything that's I'm just concerned. Let me tell you, the reason why I became an atheist is because I got tired of and what you're describing is right. So I did the Judaism, Islam. What is that? Can you explain to me what an atheist?
Let me finish real quick. So I explored all of that. Like before I even came up with the idea that I was atheist, I said, okay, let me at least explore so I can know what I'm doing. And what I've learned, Sister Bree, is that what I'm doing was less about me going to have my own experiences and as the Christians would say, write my own epistle. What I was doing, I was going to read the accounts of everybody else and then trying to see if my shit lined up with that.
Correct.
What I felt when I just had my one encounter last month with Lukumi was the dude, number one, he was straight up like, their riches don't need you to believe in them. Because it is what it is. Like you like a fish don't know he in water. It's the same way with God. They don't need that, number one. And number two, this shit is going to be proven to you that it's real without you even believing it. That shit knocked me off my rocker because it's like, that's anti-Western. Because it's like, he's like, this is what your people was doing before, so it'll just be natural for you. You know what I'm saying? And so what they meant by the atheist thing, what he meant by the atheist thing, I was like, man, I don't believe in God. It was like, you need to stop saying that because you are God. And it's because this person is God, this person is God, boom, 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 boom. I had become so disenchanted because of what I was reading. I have a degree in the divinity, and it's like everything is based on what you like this account, and you talk about the primary sources. I studied that for 5 whole years, like going through this source and that source, and I got tired of that. You feel what I'm saying? And it's like I'm tired of reading what somebody else telling me about God. If God is real, then this nigga should be down here talking to me. call it whatever you want to call it, but that shit is still here, and you can tell that. And then boom, he rolls his damn Cairo and stuff like that, and the nigga hit me with some shit that nobody else did. Like no Christian, Muslim, Jew ever did no shit like that.
And Jeff, if I can add on to that, I have to add on to that, man, because it's like this, right? You, everybody in this room, you know, you can feel your heart beating right now, right? You ain't plugged into a wall, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, it all ties back to just that whole energy isn't destroyed, it's only transferred, you know what I'm saying? So that's all that's going on right now. It's just energy, you know. We need you know, when it comes to like words being written down inside of a book and there's a primary deity of who you have to follow, I think there will, even if it's not in the book, but there's some type of deity, even if it's ancestors, you know, like it's putting God, it's making God small. You know what I'm saying? Like I got out of Christianity because it made God too small. It's like, okay, God is all knowing, he's all this, he's all that. But if I step in your church and say, hey, what's up, y'all? I'm God. What? No, God can't do that. Oh, okay. So I figured out what your God can't do. I must be pretty powerful. He can't be me, huh? So no, he's it's everything. You know, there's trillions of planets at the pinky of your, you know, at your right. You know, if you take a magnifying, everything is atoms, even the thing that we so-called.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Like you got trillions of planets just 1 inch from your palm, like from your pinky to your index finger. There's an infinite amount of the same shit going on with aliens and creatures no less noble than us.
It's
and
all
that's
you.
just energy, man. You know what I'm saying? We just experiencing it in so many different lights. So when it comes to any formation that's trying to, you know, actually, I got it figured out. This is what the will is. Nah, man. Like
No, Kevin, the will is just to be a good human being. The will is to, you know, most people believe in something higher than themselves, which is nothing wrong with that. I think that people have a misconception about like what Jeff was saying, like how he had his premonitional reading. He probably had a De Lagoon reading or something like that from Baba or Ia. But that is something that Christian people have gone through as well. It's not as many, you know. Some people are prophets. They do have people who have prophetic dreams. When I do my room on What's in the Sky, people come in and tell me all types of shit that they dreamed and then it happened.
All of that stuff. Dreams are real. I think they're real. Like every time.
Yeah, no, Kevin. I'm here with you. You should come to my room. What's in the Sky? You would love it.
I would love it. I would love it too. I would love it. Invite me.
Yeah, no. You follow me. I feel like we're gonna do one tonight, but What's in the Sky, I think we usually do it like after 10 because that's when the people start coming in. But like hundreds of people, think about it, over the past couple of weeks telling me these stories of not what we would call extraterrestrial experiences. Some of these experiences to them are spiritual. Some of them, because whatever your social construct is, that's what you associate something with. You know, so if you don't believe in fucking aliens, you could call it an angel. An angel came to you. But if you believe in extraterrestrials, you're gonna be like, oh shit. If you believe in ghosts, you're gonna be like, oh, it was a motherfucking ghost. It was my godmother. She died on the table. Right there, she had a heart attack. Yep, I saw her ass. She had on that same robe. But then somebody else might say, listen, I saw an angel come to me in the middle of the night. You know, and there are these different accounts of people having different type of spiritual awakenings and things like that. I heard Scammy talking about chakras. Things like that are very important. When you go back into ancient Hinduism and you go back into, you know, Buddha, that was the black man. Those were coils, you know, that's on his head. Like those are coils. Like, you know, that's the shit that we have. So I don't think that any specific religion or religious construct is right or wrong. I think that it's like a gun. If I have a gun, I can either protect my family with this gun if somebody comes up in my house, or I can shoot them. And that's right. Should all gun rights be taken away because of some people who may shoot somebody with the gun? It's the way you use the gun. You could use the gun for hunting, or you could use the gun for murder. So that's what I mean when I talk about going into the lineage and the etymology. Etymology is very important. Latin is very important because we fucking that's our shit. And that's what knocked me out of Christianity was African ancestry. Like because my dad, he was a preacher, and you know that it just wasn't working for me.
the older that I got, that's when I got.
Kevin, you want me to tell you something? My godmother is a medium, right? She's 60-something years old. We had a misa, which is like a spiritual like kind of thing where they tell you, you know, like what's going on, what you need, all this shit.
Yeah.
Ian Michelle told her, oh, you know, your grandparents believed in God. Your grandparents believed in Jesus. So, you know, set something up on your altar for your grandparents.
Right.
At the end of the day, no matter where the social religious construct takes us, however deep our journey goes as individuals, our ancestral connection, we still have to appease our ancestors in some type of way. You know? Right. So when you think about, like, don't just, you know, knock it out. Oh, the things that you learned, like, go read, go into the Kabbalah. Judaism teaches hands and banging bells and all of that stuff. Like, that was music. That was our connection to spirituality.
Thank you. The piano.
And when you also go back and look into Egyptian hieroglyphics, you will see spaceships. You will see what look like fucking vehicles. Like, what the fuck is this? What are y'all drawing? What is this? Like, helicopters, shit that look crazy that those people could never conceptualize as actual, you know, technological advances. They conceptualize those things as stuff coming from the Most High.
And I think
when I talk about, you know, understanding the concept of the Most High,
It'll be about 34 years. I just talked to Robert. Yesterday. I fuck with me on the all me over here.
Tell myself what's up, man.
felt I definitely know that I believe that we're multidimensional. I believe in the whole multidimensional spirit. I don't know if a lot of people believe in that, but I do. And personally, it was more so me just kind of learning about it before I got into that accident. But after, when I tell you, it felt like I feel like a different person now. I feel like I'm me, but it literally feels like my body, like my soul has traveled to another dimension and came back to who I am now. And I'm trying to heal and move past everything to get to a point where all the things that are inside me that are so overwhelming right now. And I feel like I never really believed in the whole chakras and Reiki and self-healing and all that. But when I tell you, I have pictures of my MRI. Okay, I bought crystals according to what is going to help with me healing. I pay attention to those types of things. I play certain frequencies. I do certain things that are going to help based off of what I've been learning about. And when I tell you that shit works, it works. I don't care for Christianity, honestly. People have always told me, like, oh, you like women too and men? You know, that's shit. You're going to go to hell. You don't believe in Jesus anymore? You're not religious? I almost died. I almost had a near-death experience day just to get to brush my teeth. It's super hard. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry that I'm even here. I didn't think that I would make it. I didn't think I would make it to this point. Last month, I thought that I would be dead by now. If you want me to be real with you, I believe in that stuff, but I don't believe in church. I don't believe in Christianity.
Amani, you don't need church to deliver.
Yeah, you don't.
You don't need Jesus to come and save you. You need manifestation. You need energy. You need probability.
Man, that's the realest shit you ever said, Scammy. Damn,
and it's true because I think a lot of people
you don't need it.
A lot of people are quick to say, you know, Jesus will save you, God will save you, church will save you.
Because Christianity was the weapon used to enslave people. And that's one of the main things that Christians do. They play on trauma. They play on near-death experiences to say, you know what? It wasn't the probability. It was Jesus. It was God.
Look, I agree with you.
But it's called probability.
Yeah, I agree with you because if you look at it, I'm not trying to say this in a bad way. It's just the truth. A lot of Christians don't even talk about
and in a more spiritual way, it was your ancestors. They was overlooking you. It's all the same.
Look, they like to talk. A lot of Christians, everything is based off fear. It's fear mongering. You know, if you do this, you're gonna go to hell. If you do that, if you don't suck Jesus cock, you believe in that, you're gonna go to hell. It's just like, why is everything based off of you trying to make me scared that I'm gonna go to hell?
You don't
it's almost like I'm living just to avoid hell. Like, what?
If you don't suck Jesus' dick or
I don't know if you heard what I said earlier about the Torah and the Talmud and all of that stuff. When you go into the book of Enoch, like I said before, they removed the part of the Bible that was talking about metaphysical things. And when you go into the Kabbalah,
you're still conforming to control society.
I'm not conforming to
anything. Okay. Hold on. Here on the Sensei's podcast, I'm going to challenge everybody about what they believe in. And they say
you just ranting, Scammy. You're not even challenging.
I'm not ranting. But it's important that I tell her that the book of Enoch is not literal. It's all concept. And you do not need the book of Enoch.
My father taught me about it. I know what it is.
Listen, you do not need the book. A lot of Christians like to use the book of Enoch to validate the stories in the Bible.
No, they don't use the book of Enoch at all. It was removed from the Bible. They don't use the Christians use the book of Enoch.
Okay.
They don't use it. It was removed from the Bible.
Yes, they do, Bree. Because in fact, the book of Enoch, it validates the Bible. If I say the book of Enoch is real, I have to say every other book in the Bible is real.
That's the point. They don't say it's real.
Let me finish. If I say the book of Enoch is real, I have to say every other book in the Bible is real because this is a book in the Bible that they took out and hid from us because it was so sacred and it will prove this. But the whole point is none of it's literal. It's all a concept. It's all about how you break it down and you interpret it. It is not a literal thing. And this is why me and Bree disagree. I don't disagree with her spirituality. I disagree with her literal sense of the situation. It's not a real thing.
I didn't
say everything
hold up. I said they were.
It's not a real thing. It never existed. It never happened. That's why when you were speaking about UFOs, I said, hey, did people in ancient Africa worship the sun? That's what a UFO. Do you know how the way that they would have written the sun ray out to be, or sun rays? That's why it looked that way. It's not that it's a fucking ant. Hold up, let me finish.
You let the Morris
it's not that it's a literal alien coming down to save your life. It's the fact that the sun, it gives us life. It gives us knowledge. It gives us balance from the darkness.
Scammy, that's what you believe. That's fine.
So stop talking about the book of Enoch as if
them facts, though.
Valid.
Well, why can't I tell people my perspective? If you can tell people your perspective, why can't I say my perspective? I don't understand.
You can hold up. Let me finish. Let me finish. Y'all been in here playing therapy for the last 20 minutes. Listen, it's not that the book of Enoch validates any religion. It's none of that. The reason why I believe in voodoo or the Yoruba, because they can put this plant with this plant and it will cure me. The reason why the reason why I look into ancient African spiritualism, because this makes sense. This is not literal. It's a concept. I know if I ejaculate in a woman, I will have a baby. I know if I pray to my ancestors, I would not mourn over them dying. This is the reason why we look at that. But that does not make it literal. That does not make it a literal thing. It makes it a concept.
Indeed.
That's all
you're right. Now, you're right, but I agree with you to a certain degree.
First of all, brother, are you a more? You a more?
But let me just finish.
No, hold on. It's Shondell. I'm not disregarding where you're coming from. I'm asking you a question. Are you a more?
Let me finish, and you.
I see the hat, and I see you a more. Now I was going to tell you, I respect.
All right,
and I appreciate y'all lineage, and I don't know if you are a true more, but I respect where y'all come from. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You got to defend your religion. Go ahead.
I appreciate that more, and I just want to piggyback off of what you're saying, just to kind of give it a little bit more perspective. You're right when you say that the Bible shouldn't be taken literally, because the way that the Europeans distributed the information amongst our people and how it's taught and used to indoctrinate our people. But to a certain degree, we have to look at the scriptures that's within that Bible as sort of like a science book, because I agree.
I don't disagree. I agree.
Just like how you refer to utilizing voodoo and you utilizing certain elements to create a certain effect that's in your favor. You know what I'm saying? So that's a form of science, utilizing elements around you to create a certain result. So I think if our people took Christianity and the Bible and utilized it more as the stories within the Bible are more written in an allegory form and not to be taken as literal. You know what I'm saying, Mo? So
correct.
So it's just like how the concept of manifestation. You know what I'm saying? The thought is the idea, then it transfers into the word, and then it was so. That's in Genesis. So correct. Individuals who are not necessarily Christian in the Bible, they'll say that that's manifestation, or they'll say some other type of form or science or whatever. So I believe what I believe is that these scriptures have to be utilized as like a science book, how to turn spiritual energy and manifesting it in the physical form.
Correct.
So I'm not disagreeing with you, brother. I understand what you mean, but I think with individuals who are studying Christianity, they have to learn the proper perspective of how to utilize those lessons.
Correct. Thank you, brother.
Because that's right. But listen though, brother. That's the reason why it can be weaponized. Because the human mind is highly impressionable. And when people speak of these things, they really think that the angel Gabriel came down here and these fucking people tried to fuck him. Like, they think that's real. It's not real. They really think that Jesus really died and rose from the dead. And it's the worst part. It doesn't even line up with logic. If I died on Friday, the third day would not be Sunday. It will be Monday. You're not even logical in your think. Why do you hold church on Sundays? It wouldn't even be the Sabbath. That's the whole point. Everything that y'all do, it contradicts everything that you believe. Literally. That's the reason why I sit here and I debate with Christians, or when I talk to people like Bree, who are of the Yoruba, or who don't have how I pronounce it. It's none of it's literal. It's a concept. I know that if I sit here and I pray to something, it's not literally going to sit here and talk. I have to be of a spiritual being. I have to be of a higher.
Correct. You have to
energy.
Study. It's a
I don't have to study.
I
don't have to study. Listen, Bree. This is the part. This is wrong with y'all. I don't need to get my ideology from another man. I can study from within. I know that if I go outside and take my shoes off, I will feel a different way than if I have my shoes on. That's me being connected with the earth. If you go outside right now and it's a sunny day or if the sun is out or if it's even snow out, you can feel the coldness on the ground because that's you being one with the earth. If I put my shoes on, that's disconnecting me with reality. That's disconnecting me with nature. That's what it is. That's all religion is. It disconnects you with nature. That's the reason why you sit here and you tell me that Jesus brought you over. That's the reason why you sit here and tell me that Allah brought you over. That's the reason why Imani told me she didn't know how to explain this. But you know what happened, Imani? It's called probability. She's not in here no more. It's called probability. It's called probability. It's all a science. It's all a part of nature. It all ties into natural things. I don't need a fucking book to tell me this. And I know if I go outside on a sunny day and the sun is out, I'll feel heat beneath my toes.
True indeed. You know what I'm saying? Like there are exceptions to the rules. You know what I'm saying, Mo? So it's like you may not need it, but there are a lot of individuals out here who just don't have that type of common sense.
And that's me here to teach them this. And if they want to hear it, they can't. And if they want to hear it, they can. And if they can't, go back to your book. But it's all the same thing. When we die, we all go to the same goddamn place and our fucking organs, unless you in the fucking casket, it all goes back into the dirt. It's called the circle of life. You can watch The Lion King and learn that. You don't need the goddamn Bible.
Nah, that's true. But you know, like I said, not everyone is not blessed with.
Let me add this to the conversation, brother. Let me add this, right? So before Christianity, Islam, and Judaism came about, all the traditions were spiritual traditions, ways to tap into the forces
and they
of
keep
nature.
it inside. They hide it. They take
Exactly.
It
That's why they took it all. That's why they took it all and demonized it. Because guess what? Now you're dealing with the direct energy and the force of God. You don't have to go and pay for this. You don't have to go and look all outside of yourself. That force is in you. So they was conjuring all these different things, but these things come from themselves. Like they are energies. And I want to say this: all of these different concepts are metaphysical concepts. All these different gods, these deities, all these entities, these energies, they are metaphysical concepts.
They never existed.
They exist.
They're meant to be taken as allegory.
No, listen to me. No. Yeah, they allegory, but they exist on a spiritual level, on a level that we can't perceive with our own eyes and our hands, but they do live. It's energies that they describe, and they just put concepts on the energy.
Let me talk to you, Cadillac. Let me talk to you.
Huh?
And I said, let me talk to you.
Go ahead.
I agree with everything you just said, right? I agree with everything you just said. But the problem with me, with religion is, we take the God out of us and put it in something else. That's the reason why these people are controlled.
That's why
we are God. We've been God.
You the source.
We never will not be God. They got gods out here worshiping false prophets. I know that if I put my penis in a vagina, I will create a whole nother human being. I know this. Reproductive systems have been compromised by the things that I put in my body. I know this for a fact. You know what I'm saying? Here, after she's ovulating, she's fertile. I know this. You know what I'm saying? And not to sound like Mac, but it's scientific evidence. I know this.
But hey,
you know what I'm saying? And the things we put in our bodies, we know that it affects us. Like what Bree was saying earlier about the frogs. I forget
with eugenics.
yes, example. Google atrazine. Atrazine makes you feel like you're a woman when you're really a man. They use it on humans. It's in our fruit. It's in our food. All of this in our foods for everybody. It's literally in everything. It's called population control, right? But back to another thing. So people won't say you talking about conspiracy theories. Religion takes the God out of you and then puts it into something else, and it teaches you a one-track mind. That's the reason why Christians, they may not agree on certain things, but they all will agree on one thing: that Jesus is God, and God is God, and the Holy Spirit is a part of God. And it makes no fucking sense because you just put three things in the fucking one. It makes no fucking sense.
And I'm going to hell.
And you know why it makes no sense? Because you don't understand where it came from. It came from Asa, Aset, and Haru. It came from the mother, the father, and the creation of those two intertwining each other. You know why Jesus was hung on the cross and not a fucking because the Roman Empire came through and they conquered and they changed the ideology of a fucking When the all it meant was everlasting life, because through me, when I walk around my nuts, all my kids and everything that I will create and can create is in my fucking body. My grandkids, my great-great-grandkids, they're all in my body. And it's all up to me whether I want to procreate and make these things come alive. That's all it was. Adam, listen, Christians, none of y'all can tell me who the fuck sat here and documented Adam and Eve. You will never be able to tell me that.
It's metaphysics, that's why.
You will never in your lifetime be able to tell me that.
They talking about Adam.
Ever. You will never, ever be able to tell me who sat here and documented Adam and Eve. Ever. But if I sat here and my shit that happened about books that happened 300 to 400 to 5,000 years before they were even thought of, you want to tell me that this is the truth because Jesus told you so, when Jesus didn't even exist in the Old Testament. Like, who the fuck do y'all think y'all be? Who do y'all think y'all talking to?
But there's no Christians on the panel right now. Who are you talking to? There's no Christians.
I'm talking to everybody. I'm talking to God. You're talking to God. I am God. You can't tell me I'm not God. Anything a God can do, I can do. And I'll tell you why. I do not exist. I do not exist in time. And I'll tell you why I do not exist in time. This is the reason why I love voodoo. And this is why I love spiritualism. Because you know what? I pray to my ancestors. When I pray to my ancestors, I recreate them in my mind. They will never die. They will never die. Ever. That's the reason why people die. You say you live on forever through me because you just carry them on. So as long as I'm alive, my ancestors will never die.
And you came from them. You came from your ancestors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on. Let me tell you why. Yeah. Because when I believe in these people, their energy come back. The same way when you believe in somebody, when you pray to Jesus, you can manifest things. A wizard, he down here pointing his things, he a fucking genie. A magical genie granting 3 wishes. Because the universe always fucking existed. That's the problem with religion. No end. There's just will always will be and always. That's all I'm gonna say.
Talk your shit.
Hey, V.
Anybody in religion want to come up here and challenge you on that?
Hey,
I welcome you. Raise your hand. Or speak up right now. Let me see if I can speak up right now.
Break out, y'all. It was fun, Scammy.
Respect, man. All right, breathe.
I'll go with y'all again. I just got to do my room at 10, so I got to go get my notes. Jeff, you're welcome to come as well, but it was fun, guys. Thanks.
I'm about to pull up on you. Peace. Like I said, anybody in any religion, any pastors, any deacons, anybody, come up here and prove me wrong right now. Tell me that I don't exist outside of time. Tell me that I'm not God. And don't use your fucking book. Don't use your Bible. Tell me that I'm not. Tell me how I'm not God. Tell me, y'all tell me how I'm not God. You tell me that.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got one hand went up.
Let's see what you got to say.
Yo, peace.
If they want to speak, I gotta let him talk without cutting them off.
I'm gonna speak on.
Brother, I'm not challenging you about being God, you know what I mean, or being a descendant of like that. Like when you mean God, could you explain that? Or are you talking about the supreme ruler of the universe?
That's what I tell you.
And the God in the book, so I can use the Bible to explain a lot.
This the reason why.
And
go ahead.
and historically and biology, whatever, the stars, I can use it to explain a lot. So,
could you explain to me what do you mean?
Hold on, wait. Have you ever read the book God, Man, and the Word?
No, hold on. Forever, right? That's the reason. Even in our religions, you believe that. Whether you live on heaven or hell, you live never die. Only your physical dies, right? So right there, that tells me I'm God. I do not live in a time construct. I do not live in time. I'm here forever, right? And what's the other question you asked? I forgot what you said.
I was asking why can't no one I don't know, I came in late on the discussion. You were saying about we can't not using the Bible for something when the Bible is a science book and explain a lot. So explain your reasons for
let me tell you.
wanting to use the Bible.
Let me tell you why.
And the question was, what kind of
hold on, stop you right there.
Are you the God or manifestation?
Hold up. Let me stop you right there. Because I'm losing where you're going. But I tell you, I answer that question right there. The reason why the Bible is not science, because it's not scientific theory. That means it's backed up by scientific evidence. It's not proven fact, but it's backed up by scientific evidence. That makes it that makes it science. Nothing is backed up by scientific evidence. It's more of a history book of history. They can always be questioned because history is literally just a story from a different person. If it actually was science, I wouldn't argue with it or argue with the Bible. I will argue with the Bible's theory. But it's not a theory. And in fact, most Christians or people who believe in the Bible, they think that the Bible is in fact. And that's the reason why, and it holds no logic. And that's the reason why we argue the Bible. Now, what's your next question? And I'll let you respond to me after you ask your last question.
All right. So when the Bible explains to us, question is natural herbs to heal our body.
Yeah, we can use natural herbs to heal our body. That has nothing to do with the Bible.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
And the Bible says the herbs are the healing of the nation, right? And it says these are the things I'm paraphrasing, to heal your body, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, you believe in the spiritual, right? Mm-hmm. You believe in the spiritual, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, is spiritual science? Can that be proven by science?
Well, spiritual can't be proven by science, but what the fucking word I'm looking for?
I think it can.
Holistic doctrines can be proven by science. That can be proven by science. But natural. But what you say, it cannot.
You just clearly outed the Bible as being not, like, I guess you think it's theoretical. It doesn't have any scientific purpose.
No. That's not what I said. Hold up. That's not what I said. But science being a Bible does not make it biblical. It makes it science. What you're confusing two terms are, you're trying to confuse science. So listen, there's even, if you look at the Bible, which is actual history, we can prove that Alexander the Great actually existed. We can prove that certain people in the Bible actually existed. Actually played part in their lifetime, we cannot prove that because it was written hundreds of years after they actually existed. So yes, there's science in the Bible, but there's not the Bible in science. But go ahead.
So what could you define for me what is science?
Study of the things around us and its actual proven facts and theories into that. That's the way I can break it down. So example, I know when I wake up that there's a sun. I can prove what the sun does by how things on the earth reacts to the sun. That would be science. In a more relative term, more broken down term. Now you want me to use big words and shit? I ain't gonna do all of that.
Okay, I was trying to see what's the definition of science.
I just explained to you what the definition of science was. If I go out, call photosynthesis. Listen, example, photosynthesis.
I don't want an example. I need like a definition of science.
Oh, you want me to Google it?
It's the Bible is not a science book. You said the Bible is not.
The Bible's not a science book. It's not.
And I would think you would know the meaning of science for you to say it's not a science book.
It's not. The answer.
So science So science means to know, and it's from the word agnostic, which means to know. No. So science means to know.
No,
right?
Gnostic means to know. Agnostic means not to know. Gnostic means to know. Agnostic means not to know.
And science means to know.
Gnostic means to know.
That against the theory of the Bible because you don't know anything in the Bible. You believe.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Is Darwin's theory of science?
Yes.
All right. What does theory mean?
It's an opinion.
Theory means it's not proven fact.
Exactly. It's an opinion.
Theorized.
But theories can be proven fact. Theories can be proven fact.
Both of those definitions are incorrect. Theory is not something that's just opinion. Theory is something that's been observed and proven.
Yeah, well, exactly. But it can't be proven fact.
All right. Yeah, no, could you tell me the meaning of theory, please?
But you're wrong about science. It's not, science does not mean to know. It's actually a systemized study of a natural and physical behaviors over and over.
Which I just said.
Is there science?
Yeah, no, I do. I agree.
Is there science means to know? Is a science to the way you walk? Is a science to how you pronounce the word? Is a science to everything?
No. That is incorrect. No, that's incorrect. Like no, that is incorrect. And
okay.
I'm not.
Again,
I'm saying, but you may
talk. Can I say something?
Sure. I was asking you a question. You asked for the definition, and I gave you the definition, and you said that's not what it means. It means to know. And I'm saying that unless missing your point, dear brother, are you saying like the Latin root for SCI is somehow to know or whatever? But that is not the definition of science. The widely accepted, I should say, definition of science. And then you said something about theory, which you said theory and theory's opinion. It is not. Theory is something like a theory is not just something that you opine on. Theory is something that is proven by multiple regressions.
That's not true, my friend.
Scientific theory. It's called scientific theory.
Something that's a theory, something that is a theory, something that is a theory in the scientific world is something that has been tested and proven over and over.
But not proven as a fact.
It is. Hold on.
If it's scientific theory, it is a fact.
It can be
Hold up. Listen. Theory, a supposition or a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially one based on general principles independent of the things to be explained. That means that something that's a theory, it has to be observed, it has to be researched, it has to be proven. You can have multiple theories on the same thing, but they all align with each other. But go ahead, Jeff.
No, because you can do a lot of tests, but there's always, when it's a theory, there's something that's preventing it from being a 100% fact. Like that's why the Big Bang Theory is a theory. It's tested and explored so many times, but it's impossible.
So you give me hold on, Erica, hold on. Since you spoke up, you give me another example of the way that you give me another example of the way that the continents were shipped. Give me another one. Go.
Of what?
The Big Bang Theory is the reason. Hold on, we know that the Big Bang Theory is the reason why the not constant. My bad. I apologize. Was the reason why the universe is the way it is. You give me another example of the reason why the universe was created.
I don't know how the universe
exactly. So
I don't. But the thing is,
there's no other theories. It's just that theory.
Nobody ever knows 100%. Nobody will ever know 100% how the universe is created.
It doesn't have to know 100%, but literally every theory
and the
in
fact
science.
That it's not 100%.
Listen, Erica, you're confusing that. You're confusing it. The problem is no one else in science has came up with another theory. That's the reason why I said they have to align. Because this theory has been proven through data and research, and it's been looked at over and over again. You would give me another example of two different theories of the same thing.
People got all types of theories for how the universe is started.
So give me another example. So listen, give me another theory. Give me another theory on how the universe was started then.
Same thing with humans. Some people believe that.
Hold up, Erica. Because you're getting off. Give me another theory on how the universe was started.
For the universe, the only thing I hear is either you believe in God or you believe in
exactly. And a biblical term is not a scientific term. Thank you. You prove
but the term theory is because it can't be proven a fact. No one could prove
the term theory means it can be proven.
And
it can be, but it's not.
Once you put scientific in front of it,
theory means that it's not. Literally, the word theory means to assume or that we wasn't there to witness it, but this makes the most sense. That's what the word theory means.
It makes the most sense, but it's not enough to prove that it's a fact.
So find me another theory then about the Big Bang Theory. How about that? You or Yavelle. Y'all give me another theory then. How about that? Exactly. Go ahead, Jeff.
Give me a minute. I'll see if I can find something.
Go ahead, Google it.
Yeah, the eye. No.
So I know that I introduced the word, the Bible being a science book. Maybe I should change that definition.
It's more of a history book. It's more of a history book, brother.
How about, let's say, it's a spiritual science book in a sense that it's written in
how is the Bible a science book? That's what I want to know.
All right, so it is a theory. So how many people in the room ever thought about somebody and then they turned around and called you?
I can do way more powerful shit than that.
Answer with I
did.
I can do way more powerful stuff than that. That's not theory.
So since
I'm still here, I just want to let y'all naturally flow, but I'm still on theory in the scientific term.
True indeed.
Where's that tunnel shit?
So since everyone has experienced that effect of thinking about somebody, then they called you, that thought actually manifested in the physical. Would you guys agree to say that that's a form of spiritual science manifested in the physical?
You don't need the Bible for that.
No, I know. I understand. Well, what I'm trying to say is, would you agree that?
You said what?
I'm saying, is that a form of spiritual manifesting in the physical?
Talk while you talking.
You think of has a chance to manifest anything you think of, or not. All you
No, you're right. But I'm gonna correct you there because what you say to read the Bible, but he does the same as. That's what I'm saying. This is the reason why it's just meant to be divisive and to take you out of your spirituality. You do not need the Bible for that. But I'm going to go to story. Go ahead. You're right.
I'm not finished.
I'm going to story though. Go ahead.
All right. So with those allegories, would you say that? Could you say that the Bible and the stories that's written in the Bible?
No.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm not disagreeing with any of you guys. I'm just trying to just.
It's not a science.
Give you guys a point of view of how the stories that are in the Bible are supposed to be lessons to subconsciously teach you how to manifest and teach you lessons in life. Would you agree to that? Because not like you say, everyone is not capable of
excuse me. Are we still on the topic? Is the Bible still a science? Is it science?
We've been told you the Bible wasn't a science, but I'm listening to this.
I didn't get to explain because I backed out, and I wanted to know that if theory was a factual, and you were saying it wasn't, right? So
the theory can be proven factual.
Can I finish? Can I say theory means it's not factual. Theory means they did mythology and have strong opinions that this might be it, but it's not.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Let me finish.
Right. Listen, though, if you read the rules, we don't do that here. We challenge you on that. The thing about a theory is a theory can be proven backed by other facts.
Just listen, all right? I'll just listen.
Now, listen, I want you to listen. I want you to stop talking and listen. Because what you're saying is bull. It's bullshit. And I'll tell you why. Because a theory is an opinion based around facts proven about that theory. An opinion. That's the reason why I'm saying that. But go ahead.
You feel some type of way.
Go ahead, Sean.
I hear you. But, I just feel like the way that the Bible was definitely put together in the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD was definitely utilized to imprison the minds of individuals who were not adept enough to understand just the principles of life.
I agree. I wouldn't call it a science book, though.
I agree, too.
I wouldn't call it a science book at all.
Spiritual science.
That's why I would say it's spiritual science, because it's a study and concepts stolen from others. I agree with that. Other than that, you don't need the Bible. You don't need any of that to be spiritual. Like, you don't even need a book to do that.
I understand, but just think when it states that the word was with God, and then the thought was the word, and then it was so. So I'm using that example just like how I brought forth the idea of thinking about somebody and then they call you and then it manifests in front of you. So that's why I say that the Bible was written in allegory form, and only individuals who are adept are able to decode the allegories that are written in there, and the Bible is not meant to be taken literally.
I got a question, Mo.
I'm in, Mo.
Islam. So,
Islam.
This is my question right here. We talking about the Bible, talking about that, but in the Moorish Science Temple, right? It says that we derive our power from the Quran of Mecca. So we still on the Abrahamic thing, right? But the Quran of Mecca is the same information. It's still Abrahamic. So it's still the same information, just from a different perspective of the same information. But also in the Holy Quran, the Moorish Science Temple of America, and in the 101s, it says that we're returning Christianity back to the European.
Indeed.
It's just an interesting thing to point out when you're calling this book spiritual, but we know that a lot of this stuff is allegorical. So if it's allegorical, that means it's not true. It means it's just examples.
Indeed.
So does that mean that it's actually spiritual, or is it just an example, a book of examples? I think that those kind of contradict each other.
Well, as Muslims in the Moorish Science Temple of America, we are required to study all books. And what I believe, like I said, I don't take the Bible as 100% literal that are in the Bible, and look for the allegorical meanings behind the words that were written. So with that, I feel like I'm able to take the stories that are in the book and not apply them literally in my life. In scriptures that we're supposed to return back the Christian Bible. But when the way that it was taught to our people and the way that it was,
Indeed. Do you believe that stuff is? I've been a member of the temple since 2002. I don't believe that stuff actually took place. I believe it's just examples for men.
Right. And it only is like that because they are all Abrahamic religions. Go on Abrahamic religion, other than Catholicism, where Jesus played a minor role, like a role as a baby, and more of a conceptual thing than Islam, Christianity, and stuff like that. You can't.
When you go before Christ, before BC era, you get all the systems, man. All these different traditions talking about your soul. It ain't talking about there no spook this, no devil that. Wasn't no concept of the devil before they came here. Africans didn't have a concept of the devil. Wasn't no such thing. So they know how to deal with the forces in nature, man. So you ain't gonna get to the message like you say. Read all the books, the Sumerian, the Enuma Elish. All of them are different concepts dealing with the same stuff, which is the tree of life. The tree of life tells you, or what the girl was saying, or the Kabbalah, that tells you how spirit forms and manifests come together on the atomic level, the metaphysical level, which all of these spiritual traditions talk about on how it comes from the spiritual realms into the physical realms. It crystallizes Christos, melanin. It's talking about us, man. Carbon.
And also, we recognize that the term Christ is actually just a title.
Not a name, it's a title. There were actually 16 other Christs before Jesus ever even existed.
Facts.
Jeff, trying to figure out whether I was tripping or not as it relates to theory. And so I think I found it. I put up an article from years ago. It was like basically explaining it like this when I was in the heyday of my atheistic time. It was like really trying to different. It's something that is how they determine this article. It is used to explain facts of something that they've observed, right? And I shouldn't say explain facts. So you feel what I'm saying? Started off as a scientific theory. You know what I mean? That says, hey, that this is what I observed over and over and over again, therefore X. So it takes time for things to go from theory to fact to law, right? So there's a law of gravity, but it's indeed a theory as well, right? And so what these things are science books. One of the contentions that we always had is that we haven't been able to observe, like we observe, for example, methane, when it touches air, it turns a bluish color. If you this sort of result, and if you do that a million times over, and it does the same thing over and over and over again, it goes from theory to fact to law, as I understand it. And so when we get to these books that are basically dictated by what we believe is some sort of God source, we follow these and then we call it facts and we call it science. And it's like, no, just because multiple people wrote about it doesn't necessarily make it a science, because it is not, or a scientific theory or a scientific fact or fact of over and over and over again. It doesn't take a person too long to figure out that there are billions of people, part of 3 major religions alone. To me, it's just like, what the fuck is to realize. And then in addition to that, anytime that these things are in hands of the oppressor, they are always used to oppress. If I do observe anything about religion, right, I observe that it doesn't make people better, that it makes people worse, that it's caused majority of some of the biggest bloodsheds. It has subjected people to the most inhumane thing. So yes, it's a slavery. So when they ballyhoo spiritualism, I don't argue that, because as Scammy said and others said, like, spiritualism is something that doesn't make me impose my will and my lifestyle on you. Spiritualism is something that is literally, like you said, a manifestation of whatever that is. So going back to my experience with Lukumi, my first time, it was I think he left. It was Brother Randall who told me, hey, I really believe that you should go, experience this. Oh, there you go. I really think that you should go experience this. So I went to go have my own experience. He didn't tell me what my experience was going to be, like they do in these other religious texts. He didn't tell me this is what you should expect. None of that. It was like, you go, you do this, boom, 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 boom. That African shit is something that touches me, because then I go back and say, damn, I had an experience, and this nigga was talking to me about X, Y, and Z. And this man didn't tell me, oh, in order for you to get this, you got to be saved, and you got to take shahada, and you got to give your life to Christ, and you got to, be died 3 times before you become. It was literally an experience. And I think that that's where I more or less
moving towards, because it is less dogmatic, it is less violent, it is less egocentric, and quite frankly, if I was more on the scientific side, because it's about energy and my ancestors that I know is real, that I felt is real. You know what I mean? These things all culminate, right, into like what makes us best. The white man, in his effort to explore it, I gotta give it to the white man though. When we first started out, and he went to go explore the world, he started with the Bible. That was like the front. And then they would have scientists on there. So you got religious fervor, Catholicism and Episcopalianism, or whatever. Africans didn't do that. They had their own shit. They understood worlds how they did. Chinese, they understood the world. But it's this Western religion. And I shouldn't say Western, but when it comes to the West, this is what happens. You know, and I can't even say that, because the Arabic folks, the same way. It's when you get these three major religions that become extraordinarily oppressive. Not as the Judaism is not as oppressive because they don't proselytize, and neither does Islam, but they don't also say you going to hell if you don't accept their religion or take the 7 Ohio laws. But you get these other people that's oppressive and then say, oh, this is not a slave thing. Well, how is it fucking not a slave religion? If I don't accept it, I'm going to burn for eternity. Like, it doesn't make fucking sense. Like, nothing that is free will, nothing that is good has to be shoved down my fucking throat. Nobody has to strike me with cancer or strike me on the street for me to go and serve you. Like, you don't have to scare me to death. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what these African traditions, I like about these African traditions, because it's no emphasis on scaring you and fucking you up just so you can accept their religion. So I know that was kind of wide ranging or whatever the case may be, but that theory and that fact and that science stuff, that was really bothering me, because I hear that often.
My brother, I have a question for Jeff and Scammy. Could I ask you, what is your nationality and what is your background, or whatever you claim, and what is your religion, or if you spirituality you claim?
Well, I'm an atheist, but I am most likely transitioning from. I don't even want to use a label, because I can't really for sure say I'm gonna say I'm an agnostic who finds truth in a lot of things. And then you said my nationality. I don't know how to answer that, quite frankly, because I can say that I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I can say that I'm a Moor. I can say that I'm African. I can say that I'm black. Whatever people want to identify me, guys, that's what it is. But
I want you to identify yourself, because you are who you say you are, right? I am what I am. I would like you to explain that to me. And if you would like to link me to your ancestors, and how do you think your DNA
travels? He's Jeff, bro. That's who he is. He's fucking Jeff. He's Jeff, the guy on Clubhouse.
That too, bro. What Brother Scammy said, he was a little bit more direct. But the reason why I say I don't know how to answer that, because I think I know where you're going, and I don't want to necessarily assume this is where you're going. But I do understand that I'm more than just, black, and one of my cousins is a Moor, and he says, well, you're a Moor, and some people say I'm melanated, some people say I'm black, some people say I'm African, some people say that I'm foundational African or American or whatever the case may be. And I link to my ancestors simply because I know they exist, and I have an altar, recently built altar at Egun. I think it is, Brother Randall, you can have got it still here. I think it's called an Egun, where I offer sacrifice to my ancestors, and I pray to them. I connect with them and all that other good stuff. And, that's how I make my spiritual connection to my ancestors.
That's what's up, man. Yavel.
Yeah.
He's Jeff, bro. He's Jeff. Anything else?
I didn't ask for his name. I can read my brother.
But his name is who he is. Like,
right. And
who are you? Are you Jesus or something?
I specifically asked him just because I was questions.
That's meant to be divisive, because it doesn't matter.
Put a negative connotation or anything behind
you. Don't have, I am not who I believe. I am me. I Richie. Prove anything you believe in exists without using your book. Exists without you reading it or using it.
Well, you haven't my religion or where my stance.
I don't need. It don't matter. You said prove your religion exists without using your book. No matter what you believe in.
I mean, Islam is the universal peace. So existed. So it's existed since
when Allah committed shirk 300 times in his book. What you talking about? Allah committed shirk.
So how can something of an energy and its force?
How can energy and its force bound you by human laws?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Your energy and its force gave you your commandments. Hadith, or what are they called?
Well,
anyway, Allah committed shirk. Anyway, Allah committed. Matter of fact, Muslim, right? Well, you Islamic, right?
Yeah.
Explain to everybody here what Islam is.
Islam is the, how should I put it? Islam is the final. Islam is peace with the universe. It's peace. Islam is
because it's an Abrahamic religion.
Universe.
Because Islam, because it's an Abrahamic religion. It has laws in it, right? Sort of like the 10 Commandments.
Give me a second.
No, listen. I don't even want you to read nothing. What is shirk? You know what shirk
I'm not reading that. I'm just double tasking right now. I'm on the computer writing something. So give me a second.
Okay.
I will answer you a question. I'm still listening.
Okay. As it relates to the meaning of the word, you're not actually Islamic or Muslim. Right?
Indeed, we practice peace.
Exactly. I'm talking to people that practice Islam in the belief system of Islam. Because we know Allah just means God. But I'm talking to people that practice their beliefs out of the Quran.
Hey, look, Scammy. Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. That's you. That's me.
Hey, listen. Hey, bro, preach, bro. Niggas don't understand that. They want to take this shit literal.
And Islam is our Lord and master.
I will say this right quick, right? Yeah, generator, operator, destroyer. You got generated from your spirits and physical that came before you, right? Gave you, made you, you know. And then shit, you operating this mode right now, and then it's gonna go. But guess what? The spirit lives on, just like you said. So, and this is what we got to realize too. We started saying spiritual. None of these books is studying, giving us the actual study of the spirit.
It's not.
It's only giving us some human stuff to do. Don't do this. Don't go there. Don't do this.
You know what's the problem? Niggas don't stargaze enough.
For real.
Niggas don't go outside
and
be one with the earth enough. That's why we so disconnected from who we really are. We melanin. We are earth. Like if you look at the earth and its atoms, it's melanin. What is dirt? Dirt is black. That's on the core. The inside of the earth is black. It's dirt. It's black. It's you. It's literally you. And you allow this white man or these Arabs who just means not African to come through here and tell you that a goddamn Allah or a goddamn Jesus or any of these goddamn fictional characters and these goddamn religions. You allow them to take that away from you, and you want to tell me that there ain't no goddamn slave weapon. Like, come on, man. Who the fuck y'all talking to like that?
Let me say this right quick, Scammy. So, like you were saying, melanin, right? Carbon. What kind of universe is this based off of? This is a carbon-based universe. What do that mean?
Universe, baby.
Carbon mean when you burn anything and it turn to ash, that's carbon. Only thing don't turn to carbon down here is elements. It's elements. Everything else turns to carbon. Carbon is stardust. Exactly. Carbon is the stuff you see in the sky right now when the sun ain't shining. If it's nighttime, when you look up there, you see that black stuff. That's carbon. That's melanin. That's what creates you. You is the source.
Even the carbon there, you only get a color in the sky because the sun is reflecting off Earth.
Facts.
And the molecules in our atmosphere is reacting to that.
Facts.
Let's get real deep.
It is spirited. I follow the moderators, so I'll try to catch up with you guys when you
I'll follow you back, brother.
Everyone enjoy the evening. Peace.
All right. Peace, homie. Peace.
We busted their ass, Scammy.
So we just went.
Scammy, Jesus loves you.
No, he don't. If Jesus loved me, he wouldn't have ordained. He wouldn't have ordained me to servitude. Wait, so let's. Thanks. Because it's the reason why y'all can't forget. It's the reason why y'all forgive y'all parents, mistreating y'all, and letting y'all doing whatever to y'all. Because Jesus tell you that He love you, even though he cast you away, even though He ordained you into servitude, even though He wished the worst things of the earth upon you, just to tell you that you gotta fucking die to live in your fucking glory. That's my problem with fucking Jesus. If Jesus was a man and He stood before me, He had the answer to that shit. But He don't exist. He never existed. He only exists in your fucking mind. He's only as real as the energy that y'all put behind Him. The same way everything else in this fucking universe is. Stop playing with me.
So what you believe in, Scammy?
I don't believe in nothing, nigga. I know. I don't believe in. I don't want to work for police. I work from the know.
What do you know?
I work from the know. I know that I know that I don't need religion to tap into my spiritual side. I know this for a fact because spiritualism is in religion. If that's the case, religion will be spiritualism, but it's not. Spiritualism is its own entity. I don't need religion for that. Religion is a control mechanism. That's the reason why it's been used for weapons. I don't give a fuck what you asked me. Explain to you what you just asked me. So be quiet, mute your mic, and let me explain.
Excuse me.
You heard what I said.
Go ahead.
Like I said, religion is a tool used to control. Religion is that's the reason why fucking Joe Biden and Kamala Harris can sit here and keep y'all on one track mind, because y'all so used to being controlled. But one thing, that's the reason why when something becomes the norm, everybody agrees with it. Because of religion itself, it gives you a one mind or nothing of that category to sit here and think, damn, these people maybe be tricked. You don't have that because you're taught to think one way.
Who are you speaking about? Are you speaking about like Christians?
Speaking about in general. I'm not speaking about. That's the reason why all religion is. I mean,
so what you're doing is taking regular people who have
it's already been manipulated. You can't control it. That's why you used to control a white Jesus Christ. Even they know it ain't goddamn real. It's real. It existed, this Thor existed. The Hercules existed. The same as that fucking story. Tell me the difference.
I mean, that's fine. I ain't here to argue with you about it.
Nah, hey, that's what most Christians strive to. I'm not here to argue with you. Tell me the difference. Because the thing is you tell me the difference. Hold up. He said, don't go off to the left. You tell me the difference between Christianity. You tell me that.
You said the difference between Christianity
you tell me the difference. Exactly, because Christianity is a follower of Jesus. So you tell me the difference in the story of Jesus.
No, realistically, we can't
stop using those keywords. That's what y'all.
Those are known to be myths, and the story of Jesus is known to be a historical.
Before it became what it is right now, formed by people, and I think as that's when Christianity was more so pagan. Sunday became a day, those things. So you got.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
No, that's historical.
Hold on. Stop you right there. What are you talking about?
Christianity.
You're talking about Christianity, right? Christ. So you go back in history and point out when and where the followers of Christ existed.
Apparently, for there to be a whole book that was passed down through time that had to be transcribed and then translated multiple times, it had to be followed.
So how? That's not true at all. But how old is the Bible?
The original Bible.
The original. That stuff.
Shit, I forget.
Like,
That's
not evidence suggests that the process of the Tanakh or Hebrew Bible occurred over several centuries, probably between 200 BCE and 200 CE.
Okay, and we're talking about religions that predate that. That's what we're talking about.
You know, that's what we're talking about. Religions are just opinions of how you should.
No, religions are stolen concepts from other religions that they went and stole from Africa.
That's still opinions. You're right. You're
It's
right.
not an
All this
opinion.
stuff was handed
It's
down.
not it's not an opinion. In actuality, those concepts were facts, but they were fallacies. It's exactly like the story of the birds and the bees. It never was meant to mean anything literal. It was all about like the conceptual meaning. That's the reason why I did 30,000 different ways. Concept. It's not an actual thing.
Did Mac explain to you? Like,
I don't need Mac to explain to me nothing.
No,
religion literally gives you God. Each religion literally.
You don't need religion to give you God.
And that's what I'm saying. You don't. Let me finish, bro. I understand you don't need it, but I feel like, and this is coming from a Christian who's like a not blind Christian. You feel me? Religion can be used to guide you towards your spirituality. You just can't be caught up in the hype of what you.
It's not guiding you to spirituality. It's guiding you to believe what it wants you to believe.
Exactly.
That's not
guiding you to anything.
It's not. It's not the case.
And this is why
Christians will be spiritual, but that's not the case.
Christians say don't read no other book.
Exactly. It teaches you to read the Bible. It does not teach you to read outside of the Bible.
I read other books. You feel me? And that's the thing.
But you only read other books that you think support your idea of spirituality. You would never go and practice voodoo. You would never do that.
I got a Christian right now that sees burning sage and tell me it's witchcraft. I'm like, how is that?
Exactly.
But just because I wouldn't do it doesn't mean I look down on people that do it.
But that's all it is.
My way. It's just not my way of of doing what I do.
Yeah,
so when they said that Jesus cast out cast the spirits out of the bodies of man and put them in the pigs, what the fuck did you think he was doing?
First of all, the Bible is.
Hold up. I don't care about the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about his dialogue. You tell me what you think he was doing. You tell me what you think he did.
This is dialogue in the Bible. What do you mean?
Go ahead.
Yeah, peace. I'm back.
Hold up, I'm talking in the Cario. Because listen, all Jesus did was he lighted a goddamn sage and he cast those spirits out, opened the windows and he pointed those spirits to go into pigs. That's all that meant. Cast those spirits out into the
So
abyss.
you basically saying that he was a sorcerer?
No,
he was.
When you tell me he went there, when you tell me that he went there and he touched Lazarus on the forehead to cure him and brought him back from the dead, that's what you telling me that he is. I ain't telling you he ain't shit. I told you he didn't exist.
It's called necromancy. It's a form of demonology.
I told you he didn't exist. That's what I told you. That's what I said.
You mentioned voodoo before that. And
because so cool. So what do y'all consider?
Necromancy is voodoo.
What do y'all consider communion? That doesn't sound. That's not witchcraft.
Yeah,
eating the blood, drinking the blood, and eating the flesh. That's not considered.
Sound like a cult to me.
Yes. Exactly.
No. Only reason because it's symbolism.
Said,
the only reason.
Symbolism.
But if I sat here and really drunk blood, or if I sat here and drunk cranberry juice and ate bread, and I prayed to something else, you would tell me that I'm practicing witchcraft or sorcery. That's literally what Adasia just said. When I said he lit sage and he cast the demons away and the demons went out into the atmosphere instead of really inside of a pig, she told me that. You telling me that he was a sorcerer?
No, I'm just.
But your Bible says that he walked up to somebody and cast the demons out of him and put them in pigs and the pigs went crazy.
He never said nothing about sage.
Oh my God. He doesn't have to say sage. It's literally the same exact thing. That's all it was.
Not the same thing.
What is sage? Hold
up. Pope have sage with him.
Not you, Rapunzel.
That's what the Pope has.
Be quiet with me, baby girl. What does sage do? What is sage meant to do?
You asking me?
Get rid of negative energy.
Fucking exactly. So what the fuck did he do? He
so
fucking
I have a
saved the
question.
place.
What scientific evidence can you prove that sage gets rid of negative energy?
Well, the Pope. Yes, I can prove it. I can prove it. It's tests. It's actual
would say
studies.
that. Only you would say that.
Hold on.
That's
That's
the reason why you got. Hold up. That's the reason why you got people like Yavelle
I'm finna tell you.
who's sitting here asking these dumbass questions as if science would back up the Bible.
But that's like saying that
science to prove an exorcism.
Hold on. That's like saying that.
Exorcism.
Let me say this right quick.
Exorcism.
I never said European science that they come up with was
European. Wow. Wow.
Again, like the point I was making
about. You went here lying. No, you didn't say European, but you kept asking all these scientific questions as if you were insinuating. But you know you on YouTube, right? I see you the link.
If you Google it, I'm sure you could prove that Sage.
Oh, you ain't got a link.
I'm sure science.
No, if you Google Sage is going. It's an herb.
I'm gonna tell you what it does.
It's kind of like saying what is properties. But wait, because sage is an herb, like eucalyptus, it's kind of like saying what does eucalyptus do? It's the same thing. So like
exactly, that's like saying lavender is common. Everybody knows that.
It is the same.
So eucalyptus. I'm just.
Hey, let me say this.
Yeah,
Sage, they got a test. Hey, look, they got a test on sage, right? They got studies. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what sage do. Sage removes negative ions out of the atmosphere. It's a scientific fact.
It smells like a cleanse. It's like this is the problem with religion. It takes you away from the that's why I say that's the reason why y'all walk around with fucking shoes on. Literally, when you read the book of Adam and Eve, and what happened was they realized that they were naked. They realized that they were of nature.
Yes, we know we're not supposed to wear shoes.
I'm not talking to you, light skin. Be quiet. Stop using your goddamn colorism to open your mouth. Be quiet.
Okay,
I know that too, though. Bye. Go back to the other group. We don't give a fuck.
That's what spirituality comes in. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. It's not that he looked down and seen his dick. It's the fact that he looked down and he realized that he was of nature. And people hate nature so fucking much. That's the reason why humans want to categorize themselves as if they're different from animals that walk this earth with the binary codes that they follow every day. Like no. Nah, that's not the case.
First of all, we black people are very different. And I'm going to tell you why. You take, and I hope I don't offend nobody in here, but if you take a white person and make them or tell them to go vegan with you for 3 months, I promise you by the end of those 3 months, y'all will be two totally different people. Because while you are thriving and feel like you got fucking diesel in your tank, now they feel like gunk. Like our bodies are different. Like it, and understand. Like when I tell you this, I'm not just saying it out my ass. Like religion is what brought me closer to spirituality because through religion, understand this, all right? Because when you grow up, trying to gain universal knowledge in life, you understand that a lot of shit doesn't add up, bro.
You heard me?
That's what we saying about religion. It doesn't add up.
I say prison brought me to spirituality.
Religion is, can I speak? Religion is a systematic ways to show you how to understand spirituality.
Thank you.
It don't
it's not teaching you how to no.
So tell me.
We not teaching you away from spirituality.
That's the reason why they claim your spirituality.
Well, show me a spell in there.
Or like shit, but you didn't realize you're just saying this is just negative energy, or you don't even realize you're saying that I'm not acting on these goddamn frequency waves.
It's not negative energy, but it's not telling me to do anything wrong. What is Christianity told me to do that's wrong?
First of all, Nicario, because you wasn't even there. The only reason why we know that there's a wrong is because we have things that we believe that that's a right, that there's a right, but that's all a construct. It's all a construct. It's literally all a construct.
Right.
It's all a construct, brother. So you wrong in itself. You wrong in itself. That's like saying
elaborate.
When you do, hold up, I will elaborate. When you do shit like that, that's saying that you believe that someone's inherently bad or inherently good. That's what constructs do. Instead of saying that shit just happened. So, example, the story
of Robin. That's not true.
Hold up, let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Right? And y'all need to start watching these Disney movies because they got more substance in them than shit that we watch as old is. You need to start the story of Robin Hood. Robin Hood was going around here robbing all these rich people. He was coming back to the hood. He was feeding all these poor people. So in actuality, was he good or was he bad?
To the government, he was bad, but to the people, he was good.
So like I said, good and bad is only a construct. It's only a social construct. That's all I got to say.
Like I say, if you trying to kill me,
saying was like pretty much religion is not.
I understand where you coming from. Like, it can definitely, like, it can cloud your vision sometimes, but religion does not tell you to do anything wrong. It's not, because as far as,
let me tell you how I tell you to do things. Religion literally, listen, it's the problem with y'all. Y'all read the Bible, read the whole Bible.
Like,
exactly. Like Allah or Jesus or God. God ordained your servitude. God ordained the shit that African Americans.
But those people
are
Christians too.
But there are people that damn people to hell. You got Christians who are hypocrites. You got Christians who just don't accept other fucking Christians. So you can't say like your religion doesn't teach you to do anything wrong.
I never said that. I never said that.
I'm waiting on
you talking about the people.
All right, I'm about to explain to you right now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Yavelle.
Like I was explaining
Islam,
right? Right. My is Islam. Well, it's more science, right? But
nah, you're not a Moor. You're not a Moor because you were a Moor. You wouldn't be Islamic. You'd be a Moor.
All right. So let me explain to you.
Necessarily true. That's definitely true, right? We just had the brother Sean Keller here who explained the differences.
More came before Islam.
Can I explain?
More came before Islam.
All right. Like what more is like saying you're African is tracing your genes throughout the time.
I said this earlier in the conversation. All more means more race. No, I'll explain it because you literally reiterate everything that you heard me say.
No, can I just?
No, you can't explain. Listen, people, because I don't want nobody to get confused. I told y'all that all more means is more reach, which means dark skin. That's all it means, dark. All right, yeah, melanin. It's cool. Melanin. So Yavelle, you're only repeating and reiterating things that I've already said. Get to the point. You did not say you were more. You said
listen,
that you were of Islam. And listen,
I haven't been listening to you. I've been on.
You didn't listen to us. You didn't listen. You're lying. Like you're literally in here lying. Like, bro, when I tell y'all that you on YouTube right now, and people literally sitting here listening.
I'm on YouTube.
You're lying. I'm live streaming on YouTube. This is my podcast. I live stream on YouTube.
I'm not on YouTube. I don't even know you were on YouTube. What are you?
He's saying you're on YouTube because he's on YouTube right now.
Learn like because I'm being real. You scam me what you want. My youngest brother,
you guys,
and the dude is smart. So I'm really trying to pick your brain and like see what you get that with.
This is what I'm saying, right? Because I know
you're not stupid. I've been on a few few of these clubhouse meetings with you. I'm really trying to pick your brain, see what you getting at.
Let me explain. Like I told the brother Yavelle, because when we was in here dissecting Christianity, he decided to scream out that he was a Muslim. He did not state that he was of Islam because hold up. I'm gonna stop you right there. Hold up. You're right. To say that you're in a religion, because for one, the Moors do not practice as a religion. I'm gonna ask you this question. Hold up. I broke that down with the brother Shondell, who actually he like you. I ain't gonna say you're not a Moor, or you don't practice Moor science, but you do not have had to sit in the community that reflects that of a Moor. But so I'll let you slide with that. But when you say that I practice Islam as a religion, that's a religion, and you got to understand this. And the Moors, they don't have a religion. They practice peace.
Myself, the religion of the Moors of America.
Can I explain my point of view? Like you said, I told you, I never said I was Muslim. I said I'm Muslim, which is different. And I told you, I practice Islam, which is universal peace, right? Islam means to be at peace with everything in the universe that comes with the universal order of nature, universal order of conduct, with everything that deals with universe. Allah is everything that all encompasses the energy of what is and what is to be.
So Allah.
When I say I practice Islam, I'm practicing peace, right?
But listen, Yavelle, you know that to be Islamic, you don't have to practice Allah. That's actually a Muslim term, Allah. Like you don't have. I can be of Islam, meaning be of peace, and I not be a Muslim. Because I do not breathe. I do not believe in the doctrine of Prophet Muhammad and his learning from the God of the deity Allah. So that's a lie. So are you Muslim? So are you Muslim? So what are you?
Can I explain? Because I have a feeling you don't have a good grasp of what religion is, which is how you relate to the universe. This is what religion is. This is how you relate to your universe, right? So Allah, it doesn't have a body. It's not female or is one person or one entity.
You read that in the Quran. You read that in the Quran.
No, I did not.
You did. You literally read that in the Quran. You read that. I'll tell you exactly where you read that from. You read that. You lied. Right?
Okay.
And that's still religion.
If you want to be technical, you are only female and male because you have a physical body. Before we're physical, we have.
That's why I'm telling you I'm God.
And
that's the whole point.
I'm quantifying that I know the reason why a spirit or an energy does not have a organ.
You have to tell me this.
All right.
No, you don't have to tell me this. I told you this from the beginning.
I'm just.
Hold up, Yavelle. I told y'all from the beginning, right? And we had this YouTube video on hand. I told you from the beginning that I am God. I do not exist in the binds of time. Only my physical. I do not believe that there is a beginning or ending. I always believe that there just was. I do not believe that there's a beginning or ending to anything that we go through. I don't live on forever. I've been said this. So you just
reiterated. I explained to you
what did you just say?
Is. I am explaining to you
and I've always told you that I am Allah, and you just said this. No, you just said hold up, because you literally just said out your mouth about souls, about and about how souls they don't live or they don't. That's just what you are, and you were and in turn you were speaking of Allah. But you actually said souls. You did not say Allah. You said souls. And what I said was, I told you you I was a God. I've been said that. I've been said this. I said this.
Are you going to let me finish or not?
Go ahead. I'm going to let you finish, but every time you say something that I don't agree with, I'm going to stop you there.
All right. Right. Listen. I'll start by the point. I agree with you that our spirit outside of our body exists without anything. And this is prior knowledge before coming into your clubhouse chat thing or whatever. You do not, you know what I'm saying? This is prior knowledge. If you study more science, if you study anything about, in depth about anything, understanding religion and what is religion and not what is Christianity, right? Right. Religion and dogma is different. So I'm not reiterating what you say. I'm telling you what I know, what I studied, right? Allah is not one person, one energy, or one God.
Can I stop you right here and tell you how you're lying? Because when you say religion, and I'll tell you how you're lying, but just using the word religion, religion is the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a God or a God. So what I'm talking about, it can't be religion, because I'm telling you that I'm God. I never said that anyone worshiped me or anyone believed in me. I told you what I believe in. That's what I said.
You're saying
so
something
for you, I'm telling you that I'm giving you the definition of religion.
All right, let's.
You're using the textbook definition of religion. So are you losing?
You want to? All right, listen.
Exactly. Because did he not say religion 3 times, and then he said he keeps saying all this other shit?
Yeah, it's not adding up. It doesn't mean what religion means doesn't mean what it means to you. You're saying that he's getting religion confused, but he's not. You're getting religion confused.
All right, so
thank you.
Religion isn't how you feel about the earth.
Your meaning of religion.
Scammy just read it.
I'll show you the meaning because
he just read it.
Let me explain.
Religion means the belief in and worship of a superhuman power, especially a person.
Okay, and I'll read the definition, the etymology definition, meaning the original meaning, the word where it descends from. I'll read it right to you right now.
Somebody play the Jeopardy music.
Can I read it? I'll read it right now. Hold up.
It says,
go ahead.
Respect, reverence for the gods, consciousness, sense of right, moral obligation, fair.
Where are you reading this from?
And reverence means to bind.
Divine service.
Hold up. Where are you reading this from?
Divine means spirit, which is a God.
Listen, are you listening? You gotta hear, even if someone is wrong, because you gotta sharpen someone, you have to hear them out before you speak. So that doesn't make sense if you're doing that, all right? Okay? And I'm reading you the etymology definition. That means it gives you the word origin from 1200, bro. And it gives you where it descends from the older language, because English is a new language, right? And I'm reading to you, it says, respect for what is sacred, reverence for the gods, consciousness, sense of right, moral obligation, fear of the gods, divine service, religious observation, a religion, a faith, a mode of worship. It says cult, sense, sanctity, and holiness, right?
Where are you reading this from?
Religion, right?
Where are you reading this from?
So a cult, basically, which is what we've been saying this whole entire time.
Exactly. I got a question for you, bro. Do you believe in creator?
Let me explain. It said.
Right, a cult stands for culture. That means that everyone acts upon the same. It's like saying I got black culture, like hip hop or rap. Everyone will practice into that. And the cult is exactly what religion is. That's the reason why you got all these dangerous cults out here killing people and using religion to kill people and control people, which you are in a cult.
It's short for culture.
Okay. But Yavel, you just used all of the words that we basically said. You said worshiping gods. You said.
But listen, can I explain? He just said, you're just saying my definition of religion, of observation of the universe and observation of natural things is not religion. And I just read to you right here.
It's not religion. It's literally not religion. It's not. The universe is not a religion. It's not religion. Because
religion is man-made.
Exactly. It says, do you believe in a creator?
No, I don't. My parents are my creator.
Religion, so no divine power. That's why you keep saying God and you keep saying He. But in general, all you're telling yourself is that you're God.
I haven't said He at all.
All God is a masculine energy. All it does is create. It creates. All it does. When a woman is pregnant and the womb and gives birth to a baby, that's masculine energy. Creating. That's all she's doing. That's all she's doing. That's all she ever did. That's all anyone ever did. That's all anyone ever did.
So, Scammy, we have no magic creator?
I debate you that.
No, nigga. With your mom and your dad. Like,
that's
what are you
it.
talking about?
No divine creator.
We are in it. That's the problem.
Okay, Nicario, this earth that you see with your two eyes came about with one thing. Didn't need any help from anything else.
First of all, you gotta remember everything is a reaction.
Answer the question.
Answer the question. Something. You can't answer that question validly without explaining what I just said, really, because everything is.
So then that's exactly why we don't believe there's a creator, because everything needs assistance from something else. So there can't be a single creator.
Nothing can start.
So who created the creator?
Can be created.
Who created the creator?
I think you're making the creator to a singularity. When I was explaining, the creator doesn't have a singularity. It's the all-encompassing. You're a part of the creator. I'm a part of the creator. Everything is part of this creator. It doesn't have a.
But y'all don't walk around worshiping each other. Y'all walk around worshiping Jesus and Allah. Y'all don't worship each other.
No,
it's not adding up.
That's not true.
You worship Him through words. You don't have to go to church.
Why wouldn't we worship each other if we're all gods? That's what they used to do before they stole religion.
Yeah, that's what you're told to do.
But if we're equal, though, why would
being kind to each other is a form of worship.
Meaning that you
being kind to each other is
just because we're equal. Hold up. Just because we're equal, we're told to worship each other.
Being kind to each other is a.
That's like saying, hold up, your bell. Somebody saw the Daisy. That's like a boxer, right? A boxer, he gives all other boxers his respect because he knows what it takes to be a boxer. He knows a motherfucker, she knows, they know what it takes to get in here in this blood sport and give it your all. They know a basketball player, a football player, they all know. So that's the problem. You
respect
feel like you got to
and worship is two different.
Hold up. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
So, Scammy, you gonna go worship another man?
I give another man respect for who he is as a man.
Exactly.
Your ideas of worship and your ideas of respect are different from mine. When you respect someone, that's worshiping. That means that you know what. So you tell me the reason why you worship who Jesus or God.
Wait, let me tell you the definition of worship. It says the feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. So which exactly what Scammy saying. You're showing appreciation.
Exactly.
You're showing your appreciation for that person. That's the definition of worship.
Thank you. Like
that's the definition
but y'all too fucking stupid and won't open your fucking heads up to realize what the fuck
worship and respect is different. Worship and respect
is not different. It's only different because you want to get down. You don't have to get down on your knees. You do not have to get down on your knees to respect or worship anyone. I don't get down on my knees and worship my mom, but yet we have a fucking Mother's Day every year. The fuck do y'all be talking about?
But why do you have to get so emotional that
because you act like it's cool. Listen. That's why I get fucking emotional. Because literally it takes someone to go to Google and prove the shit that I'm saying out my fucking mouth is real. You don't even respect when they come out my fucking mouth, but you sit here and read a fucking book that was written 400 or 500 years after the people in the fucking book that didn't even exist, but it's not even proven that they exist. But the books were written 400 to 500 years after they supposedly had to exist, and you believe everything they fucking say. But anything that I say in my fucking mouth is going to invalidate it. That's what makes me fucking emotional because you think I'm fucking stupid. Like I'm fucking retarded.
I mean, it's a conversation.
Like I'm fucking retarded.
It's just about people having their differences.
How do you feel?
Man, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Like, shut up, bro.
Who you talking to?
Everybody. I'm tired of that shit. I'm not fucking dumb. I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not remedial. I'm not fucking conspiracy theorist. Anything I say, I'm not fucking about.
That's your own insecurity because ain't nobody.
Bro, stop saying dumbass shit then. That's like me saying, by you saying somebody fucking sat here and raped you, by me saying, were you sure? Well, are you sure that happened? I don't know. You would get fucking irritated too, would you not? And I have thousands of fucking conversations where people gotta constantly go to fucking Google and repeat the same exact fucking thing that I said in my mouth a different way, just to validate the same exact thing that I just fucking said.
So why you keep bringing the conversation up?
That happened. That's life, bro. Come on, bro. Stop playing with me. Why you keep bringing the conversation up there?
Say, somebody said earlier about why would God? Somebody said earlier, why would God worship itself? I mean, does God run around worshiping each other as God? Why would God worship himself? You know how big your ego would have to be to literally do that? God is everything, man. It created everything from itself. Every soul, every sun, a soul is a sun. Solar is all the same thing. It's a light. But the darkness created the light. The darkness is the feminine principle. That's the carbon. That's the dark energy. That's the shit they took out.
Have bad without good.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I already know that. I know that.
So all this going to hell, that shit don't exist.
Like I'm tired of that shit.
So
Every time I open my mouth, and then listen, it ain't even got to be about religion. But I just sat here and told you what worshiping was. Just because you sit here and you imagine in your mind, you bowing down on your fucking knees, worship somebody, you do not have to do that. You can literally pay someone respects, and that's considered worshiping someone because you're paying your respects. I just sat here and said that, and you told me that that's not the same exact thing, and then someone had to go on Google and tell you the same exact thing that I just fucking said out my fucking mouth, and you just act like I was fucking retarded for saying what I was saying out my fucking mouth, like as if I would just sit here on this fucking platform and lie to people. That's annoying.
It's just because people don't want to believe. So
that's fucking annoying. It's fucking annoying.
Really all it boils down to. Like, I feel like
so you know how I feel about it is.
And then say, why you so emotional? Because every conversation I get in, anytime I open my fucking mouth, somebody got to go to Google just to prove the exact thing that I just fucking said out my face. Literally. That's fucking annoying. As if I would just sit here and just troll people all day. Which has me thinking, damn, maybe somebody talking behind my back about how I'm just there on here trolling and lying. Like, nigga, no. Anything that I say when I open my... Listen, the thing about me, the beautiful thing about me is I don't talk about shit that I don't know or I can't relate to. So I would never sit here and talk about certain shit that I don't know. I would never sit here and talk about menstrual periods because I'm not a woman and I don't know. So anything that I say out my fucking mouth is because I know this. That's why y'all ask me, what do you believe in? I say, I don't believe, I know. I do not believe nothing, I know. And that's the difference between me and the Deja and me and the Cario and me and whoever the light-skinned nigga was that just left when I told him to shut the fuck up. That's the difference. I do not believe, I know.
Word.
That's weird. So, I have a question. All I'm trying to understand is what's the whole point of this? Because this is the thing. Y'all gonna believe in what y'all want to believe in. Other people gonna believe in what they want to believe in. You sitting up here about to catch aneurysm, getting mad over this shit. So it's like,
I'm not getting mad over this shit. I'm getting
because I fuck with you, but at the same time, you over here being disrespectful to
and
people.
You're being disrespectful as well by sitting here telling me that what I'm saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. You literally just sat here told
At this point, I feel like you should just ignore him.
No, you can ignore me all you want. But it took the puzzle to go on Google. It took the puzzle. Believe that what I just said was true. And it was about word. It was about a word.
But that's because worship is based on religion.
We worship Jesus. There was a man. You sure there was a man? Stop faking.
But what are you talking about? Ain't nobody worshiping.
You is worshiping him. You is worshiping him.
I worship the ground. I'm talking to Cadillac. You saying Yahweh.
Yahweh.
If you want to talk about it that way.
Y'all worship Yeshua. Stop faking.
We don't worship Jesus.
Well, how come Yahweh named Yahweh Shai now? Which one? Okay. What division? What division? What denomination? Yeah, divisions you in. I don't care how people worship their God. I can give a fuck less.
Can I ask you a question, Adesia and Nicario? What would it take? And I'm not asking you to do this, but what would it take for you to say, "Yo, everything I believe in is a lie"? Go ahead, Nicario.
I don't know, because like I said, I have this conversation often, and I'm not like, oh, why are you doing this? Like, why is that? First, I was not, so I can't really say because we agree on a lot of things, just see it from two different perspectives. It's just pretty much, long story short, he sees my perspective is limited rather than his, because the religion that we grew up with. Tell him, like, granted, I still respect this religion, I still honor this, but mind from learning, I can't stop my brain from being taught. I cannot unlearn right from wrong. Once you know, that's just that.
You can unlearn right from wrong.
And my problem with the whole Yahweh and Yahshua shit is that it was fucking it was so the word Jesus, it was fucking whatever the fuck the word I'm looking for, from a fucking German writer. Like, no one from the origin of the word, it came from a German person. It did not come from Hebrew. It's what he interpreted the word to mean. So that's the reason why Yahshua literally means the way to Yahweh is the way to God. It means through Yahweh is the way to get to God, which is the only reason why that backs that theory up. That's the only reason why. The only reason why. You can Google it right now. Google it right now. Google it right now. No, the dude's name is like Athenius Kircher or some shit like that. Google it right now. He the one that made that theory up. So it's still a theory.
I want to say this. So if you go into the Council of Nicaea, right? You got the actual documents where they go in there and telling you that Jesus wasn't even the Son of God. They voted him to be the Son of God. You know what I'm saying? And the black dude, hold on, listen.
And guess what, Cadillac? That's the reason why
you got to study your history. You got to study this shit.
That's the reason why that interpretation of that name is incorrect.
Yeah. But the whole thing is this. The black dude.
Y'all out here saying Yeshua and Yahweh don't even know what the fucking word means. I do. That's the problem.
It didn't exist back then, but again, and that's when.
No, Nicario. I'm not saying that. I'm not even talking about that. You only got the meaning of the word from a German person. The interpretation of these words came from a German person. Go look it up right now.
Greeks. Those were conquerors.
Go Google it right now. Go Google
Romans.
The nigga name is like Athanasius Kirchner or some shit like that. Google it right now, or just look up Yahshua, and it's going to tell you who interpreted those words. And that's the reason why those words back up the theory of a Jesus.
The etymology right now. But yeah, they got
another question.
If I'm sitting here lying.
Hold on, right? One second.
Or Nicario, because you just mentioned that that the letter didn't exist. So if you can agree that there are some things that are questionable in regards to the religion and whether or not it's factual or not, why do you not question the entire thing?
Well, I can't. Well, if we talking about a name, I can't really sit here and say something.
What about
and spit them out 3 days later. We know by logic that is impossible.
When you read the Bible, that is a book of parables, and somebody even mentioned
so
that
it's
earlier.
a book of parables, meaning that everybody can interpret it.
So what do they mean,
way,
though?
meaning that it's bullshit at the end of the day.
If it's a parable, explain the parable.
If that's your perspective you choose to take, if that's the perspective you choose to take, cool. And I don't try to steer people from that. I just
I want to ask you this, bro.
But it's logic, so I just don't understand. No, you just agreed.
So if that's her logic, you tell me, you give me a situation, a comment when a man got swallowed by a whale or a big, not even a big fish or anything.
Okay, so
anything of that way that survived.
What about Adam and Eve? What about the way Adam and Eve was talking about?
Exactly. That is a parable.
Yeah.
That is a parable.
A parable to
But what do the parable mean?
Break
the parable down.
Why is niggas talking in parables?
Break the parable down.
But that's what I was trying to get.
Break it down.
Is listen, if you know any other form of life was born through the womb of a woman, but yeah, Adam and Eve was created through
dust and ribs.
Yeah.
What?
Like, where did their cells come from? Where did their organs come from? Where did their veins and blood?
I asked the nigga, how is that possible?
Where's their lineage? That's what I want to know. Where's their lineage?
Right.
You never say that Adam and Eve died. You tell me where's their lineage. Their lineage. Yeah, and don't say nothing, Cadillac. Don't say nothing, Cadillac. You tell me where their descendants at. I gotta look it up on the census.
On some real shit.
If Adam and Eve was the first people, it's a lot of incest going on. So I want to talk about that.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a lot of bullshit going on. Because how are they born? Like what? Any life,
a woman can only be pregnant for 9 months. How are you talking about babies back to back?
How? So you believe Adam came? Well, Eve came from Adam rib. When you know any form of life came through a portal of a
I feel like that's a very myopic way to read, because that is, I feel like that's almost being
Well, if you have to do it that way, then that tells you that it ain't real, it ain't logic, it ain't actually happened.
Because you can't explain what it mean on the opposite.
But you just too controlled to realize
Eve wasn't even supposed to be Adam's first wife.
Exactly.
So you should start there.
Lilith was.
I want you to.
The whole story of Adam and Eve, according to the book of Enoch or the other books from the dead, whatever that shit called, was that it was about polyamorous living. And the thing was that they populated the world. They populated the world through polyamorous. That's how civilizations and tribes are born. When you have multiple wives and you're impregnating these wives and you build a community, that's what that means. And it's not. The reason why it was changed was to fit European standards, because they cannot make that way. They have birth defects. They have problems giving birth. That's the problem.
I'm so curious to know, Scammy, have you read the Bible to its entirety?
Have you?
How many times did I take this? I used to recite every book in the Bible. Literally, I used to recite every single book in the Bible. I went to a Christian school. When they told me I had ADHD, you know where I went? I went to Cornerstone Christian School. Google it right now. Google it.
I don't have to Google it. I believe you. But
have you read the Bible from start to finish?
No, I haven't. I'm not scared to admit that. But that's why I don't get up here and I don't act like I know every single thing about the Bible. But this is the point that I was trying to make.
So why are you blindly following?
Wait, what?
Why are you blindly following? If you haven't read that book from start to finish, why are you following that religion?
Blindly.
Hold on. You're saying, no, it's not about being blinded. You're saying
it is blind, because if you don't know what it says in there and you're following it, you're blindly following it. You have not read it from start to finish, but you're following this. What are you following? You don't know.
Okay, well, first of all, this is the thing. A better question for you to ask is, what do I actually believe in? Because I never even claimed to be a Christian. You've never.
I didn't say anything about Christianity.
But you said a religion. We talking about the Bible. The Bible and a religion is completely. I can only answer.
You just said you worship Yahweh or Yeshua or whoever. So you follow some.
Bro, she wanna.
I'm not even lying. I'm not even
lying, bro. She is.
I told you.
She do that shit all day, every day, and she. The problem. This is the puzzle. I'll tell you why you be in here lying. Why you be in here and you be spreading fallacies, because you constantly say that you don't believe, but you constantly in here defending it. So if you're not a Christian yourself, why the Bible? Hold up, Adation. I don't need to read when the fucking pastors on the pulpit don't even do that. They come out there and skip books and they create. Hold up, stop talking. They create every Sunday. It's a lot of pastors with the motherfuckers who are so-called ordained, who fucking haven't read the Bible in its entirety. So don't do that.
Any other people in here that's religious?
This is the thing and why it's so hard to talk to y'all, because you wouldn't even let me finish my point before 1, 2, 3 people start asking me different questions. What I was about to say is, I know I have not read the Bible to its entirety. My grandparents are ministers, so a lot of the information I know is information that they have shown me.
How you know something you ain't read?
I'm speaking Cadillac. But what I'm saying is that if you have picked up the Bible and you do look at it, you understand that the Bible is not a book that you can just read it like a regular book. Like, it does have a lot of parables. It has a lot of metaphors. It has a lot of secrets.
That's the problem. You don't read it like
y'all don't know. Y'all don't know those meanings and metaphors.
That's the problem.
It was written years and years and centuries ago.
It wasn't written centuries
ago. And you still don't know it.
It's not the same.
It wasn't written centuries ago.
Exactly. So why are people following something from years and centuries ago, and it's not relevant to today?
We don't even live like that.
Okay, but my thing is that if you don't want to believe in the Bible or whatever stuff, that's cool. But why care about what other people decide to do if it's not offensive?
We don't care. We just talking about it.
That's like, hold up, y'all, because I hate that. That's like saying, why the fuck do I care about why black people in the neighborhoods are fuck? Exactly. So that's the case of Dacia. I never want to hear about somebody getting rich and having to get back from the hood, come out your fucking mouth ever again, as long as you live on this fucking earth. Ever. I never want to hear that. I never want to hear that. I never want to hear it come out your fucking mouth ever. As long as you live, as long as I know you, I never want to hear nothing about no rapper or nobody giving back to the hood ever come out your mouth. Ever.
Honestly, it's each one teach one. So if you know better, you want everybody to do better.
You're trying to compare Christianity. You have people who are Israel.
No, you don't even know what you're talking about, so be quiet.
Israelites. I'm talking about the Hebrew Israelites.
It's the same. So many.
She like to hear herself
talk. They do not
talk.
claim Christianity.
What you're talking about. You do not even know what you're talking about now. Because you said that, I know for a fact you do not even know what you're talking about.
Okay,
you just running your mouth.
Pull a Hebrew Israelite in here. Pull a Hebrew Israelite in here and ask them, are they Christian?
Who the fuck can say that they're Hebrew? All of these niggas gonna say they're Hebrew Israelites. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
They don't claim Christianity, but it's the same.
They don't. No, it's not the same. They don't even have the same type of beliefs. No, they don't.
I understand.
Listen, Deja, if you read the Bible and Deja, if you actually read the Bible, you would know. Listen, this is the reason why pastors and shit, they hide this from y'all. Read the Bible, you would know that you can't even get into heaven if you're not a Hebrew Israelite. That's what y'all don't even know. That's part of the Bible that they don't even teach y'all that.
You're kind of incorrect there.
What are you
Catholic. It's like being Catholic. Just because you're Catholic and you don't believe the denominations and Protestants, it still all falls under Christianity.
Exactly. Jehovah's Witness.
Let me explain. This is where you're wrong. Christianity.
I'll get your twin Aaron in here to help you out, because it sounds like he taught you what you saying out your mouth. You just saying stupid shit now.
No, I'm not saying.
So when you go in those rooms with Stacey and them, when you go in those rooms with Stacey and them, the sheep, the weak-minded people who got to be coddled and shit all day, they're not teaching you nothing. What they're doing is they got y'all in there all agreeing with each other. You're not actually learning nothing. You're learning what they want you to know. That's the reason why when I just told you that only Hebrew Israelites are allowed in heaven, and only 777 of them will enter heaven. That's the reason why the number 777 is of the is a biblical term. So guess what, buddy? It's already passed you up for one. It's already passed you up for one. And if you're not a Hebrew Israelite, you don't even fucking qualify. Now,
can I explain what I was saying? When I said Hebrew Israelites, I'm talking about. We're not talking about just the nationality. I'm talking about the actual spirituality that they believe in. Hebrew Israelites, the culture. Hebrew Israelites.
777 people have already entered the kingdom of heaven. So you've already not accepted into that number.
Bro, what do you mean I'm not accepting into that number? What you talking about?
The number 777 in the Bible. What does that correlate to? Since you Miss Christian woman.
Wait, hold on. This the thing. You keep calling me this Christian woman.
All right. So allow me to explain. Hebrew Israelites, right? They are a tribe. That's the so-called the ordained slavery tribe, or the ordained tribe that Jesus, oh God, they keep talking about in the Bible. Only
they're a nation. They're a nation. Is
okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what they are in the modern terms.
Correct. Since you want to talk about incorrect, they're a nation and there's 12 tribes within that nation.
Oh my God. Okay. Listen. If there's 12 tribes, if there's 1,500 tribes, if there's 1,230 tribes, only 777 of those people will be accepted into heaven. So that's the reason why the number 7. So you already outlived that. So guess what? Your chances of getting to heaven is 0 in the quadrillion.
But this is the thing. This is the thing, Scammy. That's not what I was even talking about. The only thing I was saying.
So now it's not what you're talking about, but you brought it up.
You're not even. Bro, this is crazy.
And I don't even want to hurt. Listen, I can do that right there. I can say that right there. I can say that right there. Hold on. No, I shouldn't, Mondo. Be quiet. Both of y'all be quiet. Use that right there to murder y'all whole religion. Instead, I allow y'all to sit around and preach this bullshit. Go read your Bible in its entirety. Only 777 Hebrew Israelites are allowed in heaven. Anybody outside of that, they will never go to heaven. And only 777 of people from that tribe or that nation or whatever are allowed in heaven. Now go Google that or go read the Bible verse on that right now. Thank you.
Scammy, I kind of want her to make her point on how it's not Christianity.
Okay, so when it comes to the Bible, right? Because he's associated everybody who believes in the Bible with Christianity. And what I was saying about the Hebrew Israelites, and this is all I was saying, is that they follow the Abrahamic beliefs. They don't follow Christianity. If you ask one of them,
it's the Abrahamic fucking relief. Be quiet.
Yes, you shaming yourself.
I swear to God, but the Abrahamic stupid. You going in the fucking gulag. You go to fucking sleep.
Okay, so Scammy, explain what Christianity is.
It's the Abrahamic fucking religion. They all follow. Oh my
Abraham. They all follow Abraham.
Calm down. Daisy, you say something else stupid out your fucking mouth, you going in the gulag. You have to go.
You're saying but you're not even understanding. I'll leave this fucking group.
Bye. And when you leave, Google Abrahamic religion.
But look,
Bye. Be quiet, bro. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Get out the conversation. Stop listening to Stacy, Aaron, Laura. Stop listening to them. They don't even know what the fuck they talking about. Go Google Abrahamic religion right now. Google it. Damn, Scammy.
Give her a chance. Let her go Google.
No, I'm not. Because this is the same woman. Before I came in here, this is the same woman that was in here acting like I was fucking illiterate before I said out my mouth. So since I'm not like you're stupid and then you're dumb. Go Google Abrahamic religion right now.
Adisha, you know, by the time we've been in rooms with Scammy, you know how he talks. Just let him talk. You Google
Abrahamic religions have 3 denominations: Judaism, Islam, and Christianity.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to tell you that how is Islam, Hebrew Israelites not Christianity when a lot of the apply by and the beliefs aligns with Christianity.
And so the Bible. Do you think we still enslavement, or still we think like, are you Hebrew Israelites for one? Let me ask you that. To be honest, I wouldn't. I agree with some of their beliefs, but I don't go by that. So, would you call yourself a Hebrew Israelite? Is what I'm asking. I just said I don't go by that. I said I believe in.
Well, I don't think you can be a Hebrew Israelite.
The only thing I was trying to prove is that you have Christians who, Baptists and Protestants and stuff like that. You have those Christians, and then you have people who are like Israelites. They do things completely different.
But
they go by
believe in the Bible.
I see what you're saying.
They all believe in the Bible.
They're not letting me finish. They keep trying. They're so hard about trying to prove me wrong.
Talk then.
Finish my point.
I understand
if you talk to a Hebrew Israelite, they don't even operate the same way that Christians do. They don't even go to churches like they don't. They don't. But
because Christianity is based on the dude.
But it's based on the Bible.
What's the difference?
They all based on the Bible.
Christianity. That when he speaks to the
Bible,
religion.
he says everybody is Christian. I said that's not true. Everybody that believes in the Bible
but they
does
do
not
follow
operate in the Christian religion.
No, she has a point because Christianity is based on the New Testament.
But it got the Old Testament in there.
But listen. The Christianity, they live by the Old Testament, but now follow the New Testament. Hence, Christ coming, because I guess the Old Testament. Yeah, so it's the same
where
thing.
the divide was. That's where the divide was in religion.
It's all the Bible.
Old Testament and New Testament. Like when they started talking about Jesus.
Yeah,
how he was,
Hebrew Israelites still go by the law. They go by the law.
But it's a contradiction in itself, though.
But don't they believe in Jesus?
You can't use the Bible for
they believe in Jesus. It's just that what divides them, they all don't believe that Jesus was the Son of Man. Some of them believe that he was a prophet.
But what I'm saying,
so they're more Judaism.
It's the same Bible that they're following, though.
It's all the same
It's a whole
words.
contradiction. If you're following the Bible. But listen, what I'm saying.
But you know what's the difference? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying if the Bible was created, right, and they use one half of the Bible and not the other one, right? But it's the same. The Bible has the same meaning. You get what I'm saying? So it's still religion. It's the same thing. What is different? You get what I'm saying?
No, Hebrews have
different perspectives.
But this is the difference.
I'm saying if you break down the word sin, right? Sin, the origin of sin is Latin, and it means to be born without. You guys don't follow that, right?
Where do Hebrew Israelites fall? Is it Judaism?
It's more Judaism, yes. But what they do is they not only they follow the New Testament too, but they still go by the law with certain things. Like I was saying, like with their diet and stuff. They don't eat certain things.
Fits them?
That's culture, though, and tradition. They ain't religion. That's culture and tradition. That's not religion.
A lot of Hebrew Israelites, the difference between them and Christians only go by the King James Version Bible.
No, no. They go by NIV, baby. No, they go by a lot of this.
They use a lot of Bibles.
They use a lot.
But most of them do not read. Most of them do not read the Torah and stuff.
Let me tell you what I hate about the Hebrews. This is what I hate about the Hebrews. The Hebrews is older than the Bible. Hold on.
The Hebrew text, though.
The Hebrews is older than the Bible, but they believe in the Bible.
In English, and the Hebrew text is different.
The Hebrew text.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I am saying.
The Hebrews are older than the Bible.
You need to go get your gang in here to defend you. They let you come in to a pack of wood by yourself. Saying stupid shit.
I ain't saying nothing stupid. Y'all just not understanding it.
You can't make me understand something that's not true.
But every time I try to talk,
that's the problem. You so used to saying stupid.
You never stop talking.
Everybody saying, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get it. And you come in here and the motherfucker tell you, nigga, no, you're wrong. Shut the fuck up. You ain't feeling. Nigga, no, you're wrong. You're dead ass wrong. You sound fucking stupid. You sound retarded. You should go study more. Addiction. The Torah. Isn't the Torah?
Well, okay, so what do I sound stupid about? What are you
everything you just said out your fucking mouth.
Okay, but it's not stupid, Scammy. You just don't understand it. That's not my problem.
That's the problem. That's your argument point in those goofy ass, queer ass, no disrespect groups. Y'all all agree on the same fucking thing. It's stupid. For you to come out here with your light skinned ass mouth and say that Christianity is not an Abrahamic religion, you're fucking remedial. It's retarded. Doesn't even fucking make sense.
Okay, well, what I meant by that is that.
Fucking lie. It's a bull.
Okay. Okay. You need to talk. You need to talk to Hebrew Israel.
Hebrew is like Christian.
Israelites talk like Sammy. They disrespect.
Exactly.
They disrespectful just like the same thing.
Exactly.
I swear to God. True Hebrew Israelites are disrespectful.
Like Scammy.
Well, at least I ain't that.
Listen.
I'll tell you this. Everything, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are all Abrahamic religion. The fact that you did not know that, and the fact that in the Bible, hold up, don't defend it. That's the problem. And y'all soft ass group chats, y'all sit around and y'all say kumbaya, y'all say stupid shit, and everybody just say, well, I can understand because that's the way you see it. That's fucking retarded, and no one will ever fucking learn. You will
that's what you call intellectual intelligence. It's not about right or wrong. It's about understanding, bro.
It ain't about understanding. It is. Hold the fuck up.
Yes, it is. That's how you start.
Hold up. That's a fucking lie. Because I know if I go to fucking Google and I look up Abraham religions Abraham religions. I knew that Christianity was the start of it. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
What does that have to do with what I just said?
You cannot make me understand something that's not fucking valid.
No,
when the niggas start speaking,
you missing my point.
I didn't say
All I'm saying is,
y'all talking about
the right and wrong.
It is right or wrong.
This ain't the first time I've been in your room, so you know I ain't even the type of screen right or wrong. This shit is always a learning experience, even if I feel like I'm right. So all I'm saying is,
you can feel like you're right, but you cannot say something that's a fact. It's a different understanding. Christianity. So Nakario, you think he was a Christian? Is Christianity an Abrahamic religion?
This is the understanding.
No, it's Christianity an Abrahamic religion.
Can I finish?
All right, then
the
understanding. It wasn't.
Why am I a Christian?
Right?
What made me a Christian? What led up to me becoming a Christian? Why is
your mom and daddy?
Like this?
Your mom and daddy in the slave master.
This is all shit that would actually like bring you to
Cadillac. That's something that they can say is their story, right? But when you come in here and you say shit like Christianity,
where you from?
I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, nigga. It don't get no more Bible beating than me.
Where you from?
I'll tell you that right now.
Shit, I'm from South Carolina. What are you talking about?
I'm from Louisiana.
Bible beating than a nigga like
South Carolina. Hell you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What I was saying was,
You'll never stop saying.
The wrong term.
What you mean? Wrong.
Yes, all of them are Abrahamic religions.
You said that they wasn't, and then you said that's how.
Okay, I just missed. I missed.
You getting
No, you didn't. You didn't know. You didn't know.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You ain't never finished.
I'm not lying. What I was.
Daisy, you know you on YouTube, right?
Go by the law.
You know you on YouTube, right? You know you on YouTube, right?
Talk about that.
Okay, as long as you know.
What does that have to do with anything? Scammy, you contradict yourself.
Everything you said out your fucking mouth. I'm gonna be able to go back and I'm gonna be able to send it to you on Instagram and say you were fucking lying and you still lying.
I got a question for a nation. So Judaism, right? Right. So what's the Torah and Judaism? How are they related?
The Torah is basically the Old Testament.
Exactly. Means on the Old Testament. Christianity more on the New Testament. So
exactly.
If I'm wondering, where is Hebrew Israelites really? What spectrum of the Bible they lean on?
That's what I was saying.
You're right. Hold on, super. You're right about that. But the whole point of the Hebrew Israelites or the Israelites in general, because they say Hebrew Israelites because they want to force themselves into servitude and make themselves like they, as if they are the chosen ones. That's the problem with Hebrew Israelites. Nigga, you're not from Israel. You're not from you're not Hebrew. You don't even know what part of fucking Africa or if you came from Western Asia that you're from. So first of all, shut the fuck up. And second of all, they only do that because in the Bible, unless you're in fucking Israelite, you cannot get into heaven. That's the only reason why. That's why I tell y'all, before you open your fucking mouth, know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're not
it's
saying.
Bible.
You're not saying.
Scammy. Can I ask you a question, Scammy?
Go ahead, Mondo.
Why can't they identify with Israelites just like how you identify?
You got me there, pal. You got me there, bud. You know what? You're right, bro. But guess what? I'll tell you why they can't. Because when they die, if heaven is real, they going to hell, bro. Just like me and everybody else. So fuck it, man. Fuck it. You might as well stop living domicile, man. You might as well get wild, man. Because 700
That's funny though, right?
Already died, man. You know,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you right. So yeah, man. That's all Hebrew Israelites out there are people trying to. That's the same thing like Nick Cannon trying to force himself into the Jewish community, which a lot of those black those black Israelites, those Hebrew Israelites, they do. They force themselves into these religions and they tell other people, you're not this, you're that. That's what you are. You're fake. I'm the real deal. To force themselves into there because that's exactly what they try to do. That's all those books came from. Like I've been telling y'all this whole time. Those books, they only argue about their land. The whole time, they're arguing about their land. There's millions of beautiful things happening in Africa. There was the Kush empire. There were a lot of there was a whole woman empire and a woman tribe in Africa thriving. Like literally, go look it up right now. They were thriving, but y'all all want to be so pressed and caught up in Christianity, trapping y'all to this specific part of the land. Like, come on with that bullshit, bro. Stop that shit. Stop that shit, bro.
Damn, Scammy, hitting them with the knowledge.
You know what I do.
The thing is, though, is that Scammy ain't saying nothing that most of us don't already know.
That's the problem. You want to discredit me. You just like them goofy ass people. You did not know that because you did not even know Christianity. That's the reason why I keep going on you and saying so smart, so rough. Because you didn't even know that Christianity was an Abrahamic religion.
Yes,
Again, you want to sit here and act like you a fucking philosopher or a scholar on the term. Like, shut up, bro. Shut up.
Okay. All right.
Shut up, bro. You don't know that. You didn't know that. You didn't know that.
Yes, I did.
So tell me the name of the woman empire right now in Africa without Googling. You got 10 seconds. 10,
I'm sure it was the
9,
Dahomey tribe.
8. I didn't even hear her answer. 6. What is it?
I said the Dahomey tribe.
What?
I said the Dahomey tribe.
Scammy. Scammy, no response. Like, Scammy Google it right now.
I got to Google it right now. What she say? Hold on. What she say?
I said the Dahomey tribe.
That's a lie. That's West Africa. No. Lie.
You didn't say what specific part of Africa did you say?
No.
Okay.
And you only Google that. You only Google that when I said it. So listen.
No, I didn't.
Hold up, Adasia. What's the name of the tribe of Africa that were astronomers?
You said they're astronomers?
Don't Google it.
I don't know the name of the tribe.
All right then. So you don't. So if you don't know, then you don't know what I'm talking about. Then that's how I know that you Googled the. That's how I know you Googled the Dahomey tribe. Then you Googled it.
Or if she Googled it, she must have Googled it fast as shit.
No, she didn't. In fact, because I spoke on it. I spoke on it before I came back and said. So Adasia, what was the name of Africa before it was called Africa? Give me a name.
The name of Africa before it was called Africa?
Yes, ma'am.
Pangea.
Facts. I was gonna say Pangea like a motherfucker. You won't be wrong if you say that. Look at her. She Googling it right now.
Pangea would have been my answer for real though. That's the only thing I know before Africa.
I know the name of Egypt. I don't know the name of Africa.
What's the name of Egypt then?
It was Kemet. And you're just throwing like little facts.
I'm not throwing little facts. I'm telling you shit that you didn't know. How the fuck you go back to the Dahomey? When the Dahomey was the African tribe, the word Africa didn't even exist. It was called Al Capulon.
Dahomey.
Al Capulon.
Okay.
Al Capulon.
Okay, that's not what you asked me originally.
Or Kush. So who's Master Musa?
This nigga giving her.
He was a African emperor.
And you really sitting here answering these pop-up that ass.
You crazy.
I know.
She don't know, bro. She don't know. So what's Master Musa? Hold on. So what's Master Musa from? Don't Google it.
You know what? I'm not finna eat that.
Nah, okay. I got power. You don't know. You don't know.
She don't know, bro. Molly.
He from Mali. You don't know, don't come in here lying, act like you know something. Shut the fuck up and come in here lying.
No, chill now. Hey, no, she was really, she was giving you the answers now.
She gave me one answer and said the homie that she Googled. Listen, she Googled that before I asked her what it was because I said y'all in here worry about shit. Y'all worry about this shit, but there was a whole woman. There was a whole woman empire. She literally Googled it right there because
hell no.
Hold up, Adasia.
She could not have Googled that fast.
Yes, she could. So where's the homie from? So where's the homie from? Where they from?
They from West Africa.
Exactly. You Google
that.
I
didn't Google that. I read it in a book.
You Googled it.
I read it in a book.
What book you read?
The Last Barracoon.
Watch this.
Hey, shit, I'm about to go there and roll up, man. I'll be back.
Yo, they got a room open right now.
These rooms always live.
It says, should Christians listen to secular music? That's
you should read it, Scammy.
I don't need to read no books. I don't need to read none of that. Podcast is always live.
Scammy, should Christians listen to secular music?
The Last Barracoon. The story. The last. Hold on. How you spell that? BARRAC. Oh man.
Google it.
How am I Google it? I don't know how to spell it. Like,
It'll pop up. It'll pop up.
Okay. I just Googled it, and what came up says Barracoon, the story of the last black cargo. So Barracoon, the story of the last black cargo is the non-fictional work by Zora Neale Hurston. It is based on her interviews in 1927 with Cudjoe Lewis, the last presumed living survivor of the Middle Passage. So what they got to do with the Dahomey?
Because they were taken by the Dahomey tribe. Okay, look it up. Look it up.
I'm looking it up right now.
They were female warriors, and they went through there and they kidnapped a bunch of some other African tribes or whatever, and they sold them during the transatlantic slave.
No, that's not true.
Okay. How is it not true? It's a whole this documentation on it.
Not true.
And if you look up the Dahomey tribe, they even have interviews when they were speaking on it. But I guess everything ain't true as long as it ain't coming from Scammy.
Nah, it's not true.
Okay.
It's not true.
Okay.
It's not true. It's not
okay.
True. I like the back and forth. That was really cool. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Okay, look it up.
It's not true. But I'm gonna
I have a question. To religious people, are you guys gonna raise your children into religion or allow them to make the decision on their own?
That's a good question.
I tell mine the truth. Let them run with whatever they want to go with.
What's the truth?
The truth, my truth. What I know. What I know. It ain't got to be everybody else's truth, but they going to get all that from everywhere else. I'm going to give them the other truth and let them decide.
Good point.
Your kids already grown though, Black.
And none of them believe in Jesus or Yeshua or none of that shit. Fuck is you talking about? So I did a good job.
Well, for me, I'm an atheist, so I'm gonna just let them choose. If they
I'm gonna let them choose shit. I'm gonna let them know that shit is not the fuck real. They ain't choosing shit. There's nothing to choose.
You don't even gotta tell them nothing. You don't even teach your kids about it. They literally won't learn it. Literally.
Exactly.
No, that's not true.
Yeah. It is true. If I teach them that what they're
where do they teach Christianity at? Other than they don't teach Christianity.
No, I'm saying if they don't learn it, like if you don't teach them it, they could end up learning it.
From where?
Grow up.
But if you're teaching them
from other
differently.
People, no, that's not true. Only way they would learn is from other people. They would never learn. They would never learn in school. Jesus would never come down here and read them a book or anything like that. So where would they learn it from? People
I guess the better word to use, they can discover it even if you don't teach it.
No, discover it, but they would have to actually search for it. You can't search for something you don't know about.
Yeah, so they would have to. Did you look up the Dahomey tribe?
I didn't have to look up the Dahomey tribe because I wasn't even speaking of the Dahomey tribe. Only you know about the Dahomey tribe. I was thinking, I was thinking of Anazinga of the Drongo, of the Ndongo, however the fuck you say it. That's what I was speaking of. It's actually a woman ruler.
Damn, get it up.
The Dahomey tribe. The Dahomey tribe is relatively new. I said back before they even called it Africa. Back when it was called Alkebulan. But you didn't know that because you don't know nothing.
Okay.
So now what? Mouth.
Okay.
Because you don't know nothing.
Why is that the response? Keep talking shit. Go back and Stacey and them groups. Y'all try to discredit me. I hate when y'all come here and talk as if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Then somebody got to go on Google and literally prove everything that I just fucking sat here and told you out my fucking same mouth. I hate that. So I'm gonna make you look like you fucking stupid. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna discredit you the whole time.
I never made you look like you.
Abraham Misha.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck you be talking about. It's not Stacey in them group. But you gonna come in here and say some stupid shit. Somebody gonna say, yeah, that's your experience. I can't deny that.
You know,
fucking lie.
If I had time, I really would get my man on the phone. Just
get him on the phone. The fuck is your man to make me believe that I don't already know?
Evidently, he ain't teaching you a whole lot.
Yes, I do. I'm gonna show you that your man is beta and I'm alpha. I'm gonna show you that.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you that.
He can't be teaching you too much because you don't know a lot.
Okay.
I will show you that.
I don't think
Call him on three-way. Tag him.
Nah, he's working right now.
Yeah, you faking right now.
I'm working too. Little do you know.
But I'm telling you, okay, you think.
I know. He don't even got enough testosterone in his voice to be here acting like he an alpha man.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Yo, I love this.
Okay.
Shit, I be fucked up.
Okay. That's all I'm
I be
saying.
talking crazy. What else you gonna say? He gonna punch you in? What else can you say? He gonna come punch you in your face? All right. You gonna try to Merlin get his dumb ass beat up? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, he fights too, but now.
Ooh, fuck how much a nigga fight, but nigga a beta, he a beta. Don't care.
He ain't a beta male at all.
So put him on the phone and call him.
At all.
Tell him this guy out here bullying me. He told me shut the fuck up and I'm stupid.
Nah.
Try to tell him the same exact thing.
Nah, I doubt that.
Okay.
I just ain't gonna speak on it too much because
what he gonna do from Canada, man? Stop playing.
What is he going to do? Is he going to come in here and tell me?
Is
he going to come in here and validate that Christianity ain't an Abrahamic religion?
She was arguing that shit. You was arguing that though.
Like, what's he gonna do? Like, you said I want to call my man in here. He gonna get you out the way.
You said to go get him earlier. I was just responding.
You was arguing that
you brought it up, and I told you that you were stupid and you was dumb for saying that out your mouth and not even knowing what the fuck you're talking about. Because as much as you say that you ain't Christian, you sure do a lot of gatekeeping and try to come in here and act like it. But you can't do this in here. If you don't know what the fuck you're talking about on the Center Stage podcast, you're going to look retarded because I'm going to tell you that you're retarded.
The only thing you do, Scammy, is out-talk people.
No, that's not.
That's all you do. You out-talk.
So out-talk people, right? So anybody in here, is Christianity an Abrahamic religion?
Yes.
It is.
Yes. Yes. Why did you say that it wasn't?
And she didn't know that. You didn't know that.
I think
you was debating
what the
it.
sister was trying to say.
She was debating it.
Trying to say that it's not like it's not focused on the Abrahamic time period. Like
yes, it does.
No. Wait,
that wasn't the argument.
You compare Christianity.
Abraham literally is all in and out the Bible.
Right. Abrahamic is
y'all are these sons of Abraham. It literally says that in the Bible.
Right, it does. Correct. I get that what you said. What I'm saying is I think what she's talking about, because I've been listening the whole time, right? I think that I might be wrong, but what I think that she's saying is that when you compare Christianity to Judaism, right? Judaism is older. It's the start of the Abrahamic shit. So I think it's like Christianity is the newer portion of that. And I think that's the only thing where the discrepancy came at.
No, I think she was saying that it's different because like they don't do the same stuff that they do over here over there. Where they don't dress like them, they don't eat like them. It doesn't matter because guess what? Abraham is all of them. You know what I'm saying? It's
exactly.
And then not only that,
the whole point was she thought this was Stacy's chat. We was just gonna be like,
what are you talking
I understand. Nigga, no, you're retarded. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I say you're retarded because only a retarded person would come up around people who are conversating about something, who obviously know what they're saying, and say some shit they don't, and talk about something they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. You literally have to have a mental. You literally have to have a fucking mental or fucking chemical imbalance in your brain.
Okay, so what did I speak on that I don't know what I'm talking about?
You said that Christianity wasn't an Abrahamic religion. Literally said this.
You keep trying to cling on to that, and I literally just.
That's the main thing I can cling on. You said a bunch of other stupid shit that I forgot.
God.
I think she misspoke.
That's basically it.
She was arguing that they were different. You was arguing
that. I don't. If I misspeak all the time, then tell me something that I said that was not a fact.
I don't know. You say a lot of shit.
So then say something then.
I don't know. You say a lot of shit.
If I got a bunch of toys in my room,
I'm not going to go back and forth with you about that.
I can walk in my room and grab a toy. If I only had 3 toys in my room,
You just said earlier that the Dahomey tribe wasn't responsible for capturing slaves.
Well, no, I didn't. I never once said that in my life.
That was false.
You said the slaves that came to America. So let me ask you a question. When did slavery start in America? 1619, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact date.
Google it. I'll allow you to Google. Go Google it.
Yeah, I believe it started in like.
No, I don't want you to believe that because you seem like when you're kind of stupid. So I want you to Google.
Okay.
But my question is, the date that you find on Google, do you actually think this sure you don't think it started way before then?
It did.
Good challenge. I mean, if we're gonna invalidate Google, let's invalidate everything on Google then, okay? Like,
I mean, you can.
Then don't Google then. I dare you should guess. When did they start? Guess.
Well, Super, they have it tells you when it was published. It tells you where they got the resources from. Everything is cited. So even if it was just put on Google, it could be from 1,000 years ago.
When did slavery start?
Are we going about what
when Google right now? When did slavery start? What kind of slavery?
1619.
I thought it was 1492.
If we're going off of what history says, then yes.
I thought it was 1492.
What should we go off of?
I mean, you just made a vague statement though.
I made a what statement?
I'm saying you said. I mean, yeah. So we're just gonna go with that.
Right, chill out. Take the show off her. Don't discredit what I'm saying. This is not Stacy and the group you.
Where were you going?
I wasn't going nowhere. I wanted you to speak. I wanted you to go somewhere. I'm gonna let you talk yourself. I'm gonna let you talk yourself into a hole.
No, you just asked me a question. I answered it, so I said, "Where were you going with it?"
I wasn't going nowhere with it. I was gonna see where you were going with it, and I was gonna catch you and trip you up because you're not that smart as you think you are.
Okay.
Exactly. Back to the regular
1800s. I think it was 1492. I know 1619.
The question is Christianity real or is it just a slave? One can debate that it is a slave.
But hold up, Black. Well, what started in 1492 or the 1500s?
Slavery.
No, we talking about the A-Rock.
But the homies.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Slave trade. That was before the Portuguese came. Yeah, and that was kind of like worse.
Yeah, the Arabs had it worse. They did it before.
Yeah, so are we counting that first over this stuff?
I think he talking about the Atlantic.
Specify.
The Atlantic started in 1492.
You just say slavery. You didn't say what type, which
exactly.
Atlantic slave trade.
But I'm sure he was talking about the African.
Hey, let me tell y'all this, right?
You was talking about it. You said it out your mouth. How I'm going to talk about something that you said out your mouth?
It started in 1492 because that's the same year they kicked the Arab. They finished kicking the Moors out of Europe.
The Moors, exactly.
1492.
But during that religious war?
No, they had the Moors were there for 700 years from 711 AD.
You gotta think. Old thing happened for 711. And the Moors, they was in rule for about another like 700 and something years, and then they ran them out. The last Arabs left in like I think like 1490 or like 14. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. I'm not that accurate with it. But I know they ruled and they reigned and they came over here and they was doing shit for about another 700.
The dominant religion. Like Christianity, they call it.
Right.
But as far as Christianity real is a slave weapon, I think it's more of a slave weapon in the terms of how it is used to give people hope.
In the United States, it's used more as a slave weapon. I think it was more of a pure religion by the Emperor Haile in Ethiopia. It was more of a pure religion, but once it got on U.S. soil, I mean, those churches was already here when they brought the slaves here. The churches were already here. But I tell you something that's even more mind. Was officially abolished in Mississippi in 2013.
Yes.
Easy. We dealing with America. We don't honor no treaty.
Somebody was talking about how like it was something not most people know. I never been to it, but I found out about it.
Because the Constitution comes before the states, right? So
this video on YouTube of a modern day slave right now, a brother that damn near his family is supposedly was on paper supposedly sharecropping. But the man who was kind of in charge of that shit, treated this black man like a damn near slave. You can look up, just type in like modern day slavery.
Well, most of the prisons, the state prisons, especially here in Louisiana, where I'm from, Angola was that they changed.
What it also says slavery is about in the locked up. Like, you know that. Like, you know. So what does it mean?
Everybody tried to call fucking Kanye West crazy as shit when he was
exactly. Because all of these people religious and they're taught to think one way. They're all taught to think one way. They don't have a mind, and they can actually use their own. They need something to guide their minds. That's the reason why I say you're illiterate and you're stupid and you're literally retarded if you need religion to teach you how to think. Literally, is in the prison industrial complex. That law that Biden passed, the federal government is gonna pretty much end contracts with
Social Security
private prisons, right? Yeah, with private prisons. So in a sense, where does the economy for private prisons go? If it's going back,
nobody's advocating for that shit.
They make money off of it.
Drug addict. Exactly.
Close it down, but the contracts, like federal contracts with private prisons will end. So
well, he just signed 150 executive orders. Did he sign that in law?
Biden just did that.
That's what I'm saying. Did Biden sign it? Did he sign an executive order on that?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's basically saying that like federal contracts with private prisons will be ending. So it could be anything when they want a contract with federal. With federal.
But I heard he was trying to do that to me.
The state's gonna take over. That's all that is. The state's gonna take.
And the states to earn more money.
Yeah,
I mean,
they don't really need. They don't really
I didn't
need
know he
the.
signed that, though. I'm looking that up right now.
Yeah, they don't really need. They don't really need the federal contracts because most of the time
they make more money than that.
Yeah, well, the wardens at the prisons it's all an inside game. You know what I'm saying? Here at the Cattle Correctional Center, you get me electric warden and say you own a farm of apples and oranges. As long as I'm warden at the prison, you're going to get that contract. We getting all our apples and oranges from you. We getting all our potato chips from your sister company. We getting all of our toothpaste and soap from Ohio, which is owned by your frat brother. It's all a good old boy system. You got some sheriffs that's been sheriff 15, 20 years.
The topic.
Go ahead.
So the topic where it's Christianity real or a debate, slave weapon, let's debate. Upset and not understanding first concept that when you know something, you don't have to believe in shit, right? People who believe don't understand people who know certain things, right? Also, I think the people who are back shit so much, you know what I mean? When you really do the knowledge, do the history on this shit, you find that in the name of Christianity, we was enslaved. In the name of Christianity, Christianity is what's backing all this bullshit that goes on in the West. And Christianity is also a religion based on shit, thinking shit comes chance, right? And let's not even look at us here in the continent, in the actual United States of America. We can go to the United States. Let's look at Hawaii. Hawaii is still the U.S., right? But I was studying the history of Hawaii one day. So you talk about the last queen of Hawaii, right? And they was talking about, in this shit that I read, about when slavery happened in Hawaii. A lot of people don't even really know or look at that shit. And they refer to their English names as their Christian names, right? They talk about their Christian names and how they were given Christian names now that these Europeans came over there. But they was also enslaved in the name of Christianity there. We talking about a whole different people. We ain't even talking about American, North American black people. We talking about Polynesian people who was enslaved. They had the same fucking experience as us, and we looking at them. We can look at them and see from, not even from our own experience. You know, sometimes people here want to defend how we became Christians, but say, fuck us. Let's look at another group of people who was enslaved and see the same shit happen to them in the name of Christianity. Their names was taken away, their religion was taken away, they was given Christianity to worship from, and they was given fucking English names. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, people got to really understand that we not giving no passes to Christianity because that's the shit that really fucked us up. Not that Islam didn't fuck us up at a certain time too, but in present day that we can trace back to, we see Christianity did the numbers on us in the West and put us through the worst type of slavery known to man. That's why we not fucking with that shit.
But you don't even have to look into history for that if you don't want to. They still doing that to this day. They're going and finding like people who haven't been like, I don't know, gets in touch with today's society. And they go over there and then I forgot what they're called. I'm sure people know the name of it because I know the name. I don't know the name of them. I don't want to call them evangelists. Whatever the fuck they called. But those people who go to other
missionaries, they call missionaries.
Yeah, missionaries. There we go. Down. They go over there, people, and they fucking tell the asses in the name of Jesus. They try to convert them over to X, Y, Z, and then they kind of lie and be like, "Oh, we're not doing this to convert you. We're just trying to show you and tell you." But they withhold certain things from
exactly what they did to Africa.
That's how them niggas on Centennial Island wasn't having that shit. Them motherfuckers on Centennial Island
were killed their
and snatched their ass up in the woods. You ain't seen shit else yet.
And then listen, all these goddamn medicines and these sicknesses that y'all keep talking about in America and all this shit in the world, why y'all think it ain't wiped them out yet? Them motherfuckers over there chilling. You can't even fly a fucking helicopter over there shit without them trying to kill your stupid ass. Because they already know what y'all motherfucking do. If you look at her right now, they captured a Centennial woman. She came over here in America. She got sick instantly. She got so fucking sick they had to take her back to her goddamn land. This shit over here is possessed. And I'm not speaking spiritual, I'm speaking literal. All this shit over here is bullshit. That's the reason why we leave America. You gotta take all these goddamn shots. You can't drink this type of water and all of this shit because we got fluoride, all this atrazine and all of this shit in our foods. And other places, they don't have that. It's natural.
Yeah, like
our goddamn soil. We got this shit in our goddamn land.
Yeah, another way you can tell that the shit was used as a weapon, okay? Now, if I'm a plantation owner, right, and I'm standing on the porch, and it's Sunday, first off, you know what I'm saying? If I find out one of you motherfuckers know how to read, that's instant death. I'm killing you and the motherfucker who taught you how to read. That's one thing that's out the gate.
Hey, Dale, man, can I say something though? Let me make one point. Another thing, what slave owners, they will never give us nothing to free ourselves.
Yeah, and you absolutely right. And right to any other book, you know.
Cheap anyway.
I'm a slave owner, and I'm a right. So I'm standing on my porch. A minister, the preacher down there that had church with the slaves, you know, he ain't doing nothing. Believe in this. You think I'm finna let you and allow you to pray, to call your God on me for all the that I'm doing on you? Right? And so, but they don't, obviously, they don't believe in you to have church because then
they need to connect first. All these, not the same clothes. I'm mixing shit out, but
clothes, but the way you rub it still from too. People fucking covered head to toe, and you snap on a bitch when she got on something.
I would want to. You should take your shoes off here.
People don't do that. I hate it. People call stuff like that hippie shit. It's supposed to.
Scammy, do y'all believe like the earth? Y'all like?
So I'm into it because I believe that in order to not be connected to this earth, you're chakras. Mm-hmm. That we have them. You have them to destroy. I heard you. Into all that fucking grounding energy.
What you do, you can feel it. If you take your stuff, you literally feel the energy. You literally will just feel it. It's just different. Because you're so used to being disconnected from the you feel gross, but you literally just connect. Like, take your shoes off outside, you go outside on the sunny grass. You know what I'm saying?
In terms of religious crusades, I'm not one usually for think that religion was a form of politics back then.
It was.
Political government.
So do you?
And
So
ruling.
man,
That's where the New Testament come in at.
Do you think slavery came from? Do you think like a society lived by today?
That theory applies. I can definitely see how the theory applies because
the body break the mind, keep the body breaking, right?
I mean, Willie Lynch, people always a real person, but these was real tactics that they asses used on us. Like they
Moses was a real person. How can they depict or argue that?
Exactly.
They don't
Bye.
This nigga was a vampire. That shit funny.
You tripping, kid.
Nah, cause I'm preaching and I look, there's a bunch of white people in the hood. It's like,
I was a voter. Listen, King, I respect you because that's the reason why I want to move to Seattle, bro. Yeah, just don't go to Ford. I feel you. Yeah. Not, you know what I'm saying? Not have an open mind about anything. Keep your mind. You listen to these people down south, they really Bible and they really believe. Just listen when Ashley talked. And you look from the outside looking in. Tell me though she don't sound fucking Bible beating about her religious shit. She sound more spiritual than anything, but the fact that she keep putting the Bible terms on it, she sound fucking
I told her that. I literally told her, I was like, you're not even, I said, you're not even that much of a Christian that you think you are. And my best thing about it, you've been through that process of losing your religion. It's easy when you hear other people speak, you can tell that they're on the verge of losing their shit. So they go to
down south, they like that though. A lot of people.
That's fucking weird to me. Like, why are you so scared to be fucking spiritual? That's what I like about Christianity. It's fear mongering.
Religion, period.
Mouser.
All of religion.
And even
more Islamic people or Muslims speak about how their religion kind of opens them to go seek. Like God has so much faith in him, they take go seek of the shit. But with I weigh the truth in the light, and nobody make it. Give me you want me to believe in you. Like,
go ahead, no damn man.
And that's what I wanted to tell her when she kept talking about why do y'all care so much? I fucking hate Christians that shit. Because know what else?
She came in here and said the same shit. You just
care so much. It's annoying, bro. You care because I want you to wake the fuck up. I need to notice like that shit.
That's what I said. As long as I know her, nobody give it back to nobody. And they started giving money back. I don't want to hear nothing about it. No funds from them because no one should have to come back and reach their hand out.
Something else that's mind-boggling is even the founders of the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh yeah, on their website.
Also, all Democrat.
Saying on their website though.
That's the founders of the Ku Klux Klan. So if it's to be used as the founders were all Christian, Democrat.
So Scammy and
understand the foundation of America taught Christian.
Y'all made this Scammy something. This is the system at all, right? Like voting, the electoral. No, I'm asking. I was asking.
Who said that?
You never said
Me,
that.
right here. My share.
Who said that?
What's the question?
I was asking.
No, I don't. It seems like everybody keep forgetting that, you know. It's like I don't confide too much in it. Hell, I'm a felon. I can't vote no way. Put that against you is like, you know, they can make you a felon and behind some bullshit. That's one way of silence because they know it was systematic. the way that it's done, especially in the South. They're gonna try to make a black man a felon as quick as they. You 9 times out of 10, you're not armed. Be armed.
Hey, oh my God. The little white kids, them little motherfuckers learn how to shoot so they come out cool.
Yeah, they raised the train.
Hunting, I was on a hunt. It's a sport. It's habits.
See the disparities in that Bible thing, right? So what happened as far as economic challenges, for jobs and everything like that. Kind of some of those simple traits of hunting and gathering. Yeah.
Shit crazy.
So if you want to legally hunt, niggas now just become a police officer.
Shit, if y'all don't know about like the mountains and lynches and shit like that, that shit crazy too.
But
like,
they don't broadcast.
Of course not. They try to make it seem like suicides.
Man, talk about it, honey.
But whenever you think about it, y'all, well, I mean, I'm sure people in this room do, but I just wonder how other people don't think about it. My thing is, whenever I look at history or look at the way things are, I think about what people tried to use that didn't work, and I'm like, clearly that was the wrong way, which is why I'm like as spiritual as I am now. And I think about it, I'm like, damn, out of everything, they done gave black people damn near everything. This shit gotta really be a spiritual warfare. Because the fact that we stay in, like, we're in this day and age, it gotta be spiritual. That's why I get mad with, like, what I said. That's why I get mad people don't, like, they don't like, I don't understand how white people do guided meditation or do reading. Yeah, I fucking hate that shit. The fact that it's trending too makes me so mad. Maya,
this whole COVID shit is definitely spiritual. It reminds me of the plagues that they spoke about. And when I use the Bible as a reference, to understand that my grandmother always told me to read it from an entertainment standpoint and use your own common sense. So I mean, because that there's even facts and honesty and truth in a fiction novel. So you still have to be able to decipher and use your own common sense as to. I mean, there's references in the Bible. There's references.
You put it in a book.
That's discernment.
Black folks don't read.
There's references in the Bible that actually tell you that you can. It's not a sin to beat your slave, but it's a sin to kill. I forget exactly what. Yeah, I forget. And they'll go into references that say, well, you a slave. That's not necessarily a thing, and to some degree, that's true too, because even we did the practice ourselves in Africa and abroad. We did the slavery, but like I explained to white people, it's like we wouldn't put motherfuckers in chains and putting fucking bells and shit around motherfuckers.
Period.
Right.
We was just bordering, or like you gave me a watermelon and my corn crop didn't grow. I was doing a service to you, like I was paying back a debt. Like I wasn't, meant to pick your cotton or, feed your kids through my breast. You know what I mean? Like it was so different versus what they're saying now. Like it was totally different when they say black people had slaves or Africans had slaves. No, we did it. We were working out debts, and that's what people don't like to talk about. They just think that we were having whips and chains saying, do this, nigga, or do this because we're black. And no, we were actually working together. Like people don't understand that. And they just take what resonates with their religion or their culture or whatever and run with it. Like they don't really know the concept of what we were doing. We were bordering, period.
Hey, just a second ago, somebody said something about the spiritual system. I think that was Maya said something about the spiritual system and how they whooped them in Haiti or whatever. I mean, so guess what? If they knew that spiritual system was so powerful that these people defeated Napoleon Bonaparte, you know what I'm saying, in France, then Why would they let you have that? And that's the reason why they took it and gave you Christianity, because it don't work like that.
So can I ask y'all a question?
Go ahead.
Do y'all think the Willie Litchfield still applies now from back then? Like,
Yes.
even if
Yes.
it was made up.
It's in effect right now.
It still applies. The prime example of it, this is just modern. The prime example of it is the prison system. And then when you had that argument about mother raising their sons and shit like that, and how the woman is like controlling everything, you remove the man, you make the woman feel like she got to do everything, and everything must go through her. And then they say you break the woman, you got the child. All you got to do is
exactly. They get the systems. Like, they're continuously doing it. Like, where do we put a line? Like, where do we stop? Even if we can't change the line, and where do we stop it at? You get what I mean?
We can't.
I mean, I personally feel like at first I felt when I went through my life of my little journey. At first I felt bad. I felt my awakening. After a while, I started getting angry at black people. Like, how could you be so dumb?
Man,
I lost sympathy and I lost empathy, and it just more so was like I live in this way.
That's a fact.
Ignorant though once though.
But it's like I get that I was ignorant at one point, but stay ignorant for long. You gonna meet at some point in your life. I don't feel like not everybody, but I'm sure a good majority of black people have met somebody that was trying to wake them up, and they were
naturally awakening. Like Earth wobble, we're naturally awakening to stop or hinder this natural awakening, baby. If you really, really nothing, don't, baby. I'm not
That's
saying
a fact.
that, but I'm saying like we're naturally awakening. It's like the indigo kids, they're naturally awakening. Like they're not scared of shit. You get what I'm saying? So I
feel like we're not doing it in the right direction though. Like, people, when we always have these talks, it's like actually focus on the fact that we're running out of time more than we think we are. And I know, in my opinion, I feel like we're running out of time. Like, I feel like once we fighting a war, and we are. They're pushing programming, they're pushing propaganda, they're like they're
ladies, have y'all been observing in the aftermath of what happened at the Capitol? Have y'all been observing how many of those white? How many? Yeah, that's why I've been tripping on that. The white kids calling in on their mamas and uncles and shit. They parents, that shit been tripping me out. Even the white kids is disgusted with
turning their parents in. Definitely, they turning their parents in. Like, I feel like I feel like it's so with me. I feel like energy is energy, and I feel like you could analogy with energy for so long. If that
how many people say Black Lives Matter, but Black Lives Matter isn't actually for black people. But people,
they not. It's a white corporation. It's a white corporation.
And you got white people standing in solidarity. You got white people who want to be allies, and they stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. But they're arguing like shit not for us to tell these white people that shit not for us.
They did with the civil rights movement.
Man, type shit. They did the same thing. What I'm saying, knowledge that we're awakening to. We're not just awakening to their books or anything. We're awakening to an understanding, like, inside of us. Like, we know certain shit isn't right. It's not biblical. It's not books. It's an inside thing. Like, we're not waking up to, oh, well, if Christ was born, died on the third day, on a Friday, how was Sunday the third day? You get what I'm saying? Like, we're open to a deeper inner understanding. Like, we're not opening up to their biblical or book terms or European terms, if that makes sense. We're deeply opening it up to our creator, which is creation.
I get that. I just got this thing in my head that we're running out of time. And it's just, I mean,
we are.
That's just like as above, so below. Do you believe in that?
I believe it as above, so below, as within, so without, as universe, so to so. Yeah.
So do you believe what you think is what comes about?
Yeah.
So if you think it, that's what will happen in your universe.
But no, it's not that I'm thinking it. It's like observing and what I'm seeing and what nobody else is seeing. It's kind of like you're drowning. But it's not though. I think it's like okay. Look, I know I get where you're coming from, but I'm saying where I'm coming from is this. It's kind of like to me, it's more so like everybody kind of thinks we're coming into this awakening, but you don't realize how few of us are doing it, how slow we're doing it. And I understand you can't rush it. I know you can't rush the process.
But time is an illusion, baby. Time is an illusion.
Okay, but look, hold on.
Measurements, like
look. There. Okay, we're not. Okay, but I'm saying like I feel like now more than ever we're fighting more beasts than we know. So you're not just fighting with the people who come into their way.
But I'm saying,
and when you try to rush them, they don't come into it. But you got people who want to. But I'm saying you have people who want to stay stagnant, and you got people still programming. Like just because we're taking our time to wake up doesn't mean that the world is stopping for us to wake up. Nobody cares how long it takes black people to do what we do.
Numbers. You stand on your square and I stand on mine, and then nobody gonna get behind us. Like if we stand on our square, that's why they say it's power in numbers. If you believe what you believe and stay steadfast on what you believe and what you know, that's power in numbers because we're all
no. That's fair. To stay on my square and believe what I believe, but knowing that it's like it's a completely different thing. I'm not a hopeful type person. I'm not gonna just sit here and keep having hope. That's why I love Christianity.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if you know what you study to be true and what you feel and what you witness in your life, then you can stand on that, correct?
Yeah.
So you can stand on your square and be solid on your square. You don't have to worry about if they know this or if they know that. You know that you have your square number. So if whatever you and divine or your higher self, your creator knows and solid on your square. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but just me isn't enough. That's what I'm saying. It's like exactly. I feel like most people are. I personally feel like we are with the state that the world is. Like it's like not that type shit
every day. How many entrepreneurs and black people have been thriving, making things that's
just to be an entrepreneur isn't enough if you like not really ever looking
at saying though, right? Like how many black people are rising to higher heights though due to this COVID? And I'm taking it biblical. What was meant for our bad, it turned out for our good. And I'm just saying that as a universal thing, not even biblical.
Yeah,
like you see what I'm saying? Like it's not what they can do to rise above. You get what I'm saying? Not saying rise above what they're doing to like bullshit. I'm saying you as a person, what can you do in your square, in your number? What can you do?
Yeah, but it's so many lost niggas out here, bro. You don't understand. I don't know where y'all live at.
I know,
bro. I live in Minnesota. These niggas are fucking lost. They don't want.
Can't save them. You can't save them. Let the dead bury the dead.
They gonna call your ass barbarian.
That's what that means. Let the dead bury the dead.
I hear what y'all saying, but it's a little number of niggas that think like us here in my state. So it's hard to be like.
They got left behind.
For real. Let the dead bury their dead.
Like, we don't got no numbers like y'all think we got. We don't got numbers.
We do. How can you not
get cracking? We don't got the numbers, bro. We don't.
If it get cracking,
trying to tell me that we do more than I thought we did.
Let me say this, y'all.
Everybody's like scattered. Nobody's really like.
Let me say this.
Let me remind y'all something though. Faith is definitely a gift, and it's not applicable by everyone. And time looks very differently from someone who is existing in the spiritual realm versus someone who is existing in the physical. Time looks very different.
Man.
The world comes to an end for somebody every day, every minute, every second. So that whole talk of the world gonna come on Judgment Day, and Judgment Day is every day for somebody. Somebody checks out every day. So what I'm
somebody
saying
comes in every day.
When you have faith and you are existing in the spiritual realm, which is not always easy. Luckily for me, from day one, it's like what the rapper Scarface said. I'm lucky. Luckily for me, from day one, faith was something that was installed in me. It was damn near beat into me.
It was beating all of us.
So I didn't have no other choice but to. You got fear. And then you got faith. It's just like what the young lady, Miss Maya, was saying. Now it sounds like, of course, she's a highly intelligent young lady, but that's what it sounds like to me, because of the ignorance and everything. And Booker T. Washington used to talk about that. He said in all of his struggles that he went through, you know, in his advancement for his people, the biggest problem that he had was out of other niggas.
Hey, let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this. Faith ain't gonna win the war against these white folks. We've been having faith since Jesus. Let me finish this. Let me say this. I just want to say this. I'm gonna be quick. This is the thing right here. How did the Haitians beat these people? These are the only people of African descent who done threw these people off their back. How did they beat them? With their spirituality.
Who all can you control? Like, that's the thing.
No, listen. This is what I'm telling you. Listen. We're not trying to control nobody. But look, we got Maya, we got me, we got Scammy. I don't know who else here. I see Mashira. I see you with spirituality. I see Delmain. He might got a little bit in him. But you can't fight. You ain't got no tanks. You ain't got no planes. How you gonna beat these people with these little choppers you got? You ain't gonna beat these people. It's a spiritual war. It's a spiritual war.
Just off of your experience, you're not saying.
I
feel like
all of that is physical, brother. All of that,
man, fuck that.
It ain't physical because y'all ain't let me finish.
All of that is physical.
It's not physical because you ain't let me finish.
You do know that the biggest battle that Joan of Arc, the female warrior, the biggest battle that she won, there was no violence exchange. The regiments was face to face, about to square off and kill off, 30,000 on each side.
You think the white man gonna respect that today? I'm just asking.
She came out in front of the regiment and said, "I'm sure all of y'all know who I am." At that point, she had been undefeated, and she was like, "I advise you, go back home to your women, your wives, and raise your children, because y'all know y'all can't win this war."
How this gonna work against the white man?
And just listen what I'm saying. I'm giving an example.
Make sense though. Make it reality. Make it real.
She was prepared to kill all of them, but was able to resolve it through a conversation just out of her faith. She didn't have to take.
So you think these white folks respect black folks' conversation?
She could have just told her people the choice, but out of her faith, she felt like I can save somebody's life today. And it happens, on a win. They might not turn around. They might charge us. They might not rebel. But that's exactly what happened. And what I'm
Jesus
saying
might break the sky open.
We don't have the tank. We don't have the tanks and the jets like what you were saying at
what we
first.
got?
You know what I'm talking about? But the biggest weapon that we did always have was the faith.
We had spirituality. We ain't have faith. We have faith.
That's still the same, because faith is hope. Faith is belief.
Faith, spirituality is to know. It's not faith. You don't believe, you know. See, that's the difference.
Yeah, all of that is spirituality. That's you confide in something. You know what I'm saying? Because you feel that this is right.
I confide in self. My spirit. I got a spirit. That's my spirituality. It's not some shit outside of me gonna save me.
You just feel that this is right. And I mean, my personal testimony, my life has always went smoother when I stopped operating in the physical and started